The colossal eternal canopy descended slowly, its massive trunk groaning as it fell toward the shattered ground of Sector 8. Despite the speed of its plummet, it seemed to move in slow motion, as though time itself had slowed. To the people of Sector 8 floating in the sky, held high by Magnus's crackling tendrils of lightning or other paragon abilities, it felt like the end of the world. Buildings had crumbled into dust. Entire communities lay in ruins, their homes reduced to rubble. The clash between Atticus and Blackgate had been nothing short of catastrophic. Yet, despite the devastation, every gaze was fixed on the falling tree. Their expressions were frozen in horror and disbelief. But it wasn't the destroyed homes or the countless lives lost that filled their minds. It was the eternal canopy. The tree had stood for generations, a symbol of stability, strength, and life. To the people of Sector 8, it was eternal, something they believed would outlive them all. Now, it was falling. The sheer impossibility of it struck them like a wave. It felt unreal, like a nightmare they couldn't wake from. And then they felt it. A sudden surge of sorrow, crashing into their souls like a tidal wave. It wasn't their own. It came from the spirits. Countless ethereal beings poured out of their bodies, shimmering forms materializing in the air. They wept. The cries of the spirits were haunting, high-pitched wails mixed with mournful hums, each sound echoing with indescribable grief. The sorrow was so profound it seized the people, their bonds with the spirits pulling the emotions into them. Tears streamed down their faces without them realizing. They cried as the tree descended, overwhelmed by sadness that wasn't theirs. But it didn't last. Suddenly, the sorrow froze. The expressions of the people shifted. Their tears dried, replaced by something hotter. Anger. In unison, every spirit turned, their ethereal eyes locking onto a single figure hovering high in the air. Atticus. Their gazes burned with primal hatred, their fury boiling over as a suffocating wave of killing intent flooded the sector. The pressure was staggering. The air turned heavy, suffocating, pressing down on every living being. The sky grew darker, the atmosphere charged with tension. Magnus, Oberon, and the other paragons narrowed their eyes. They felt it instantly. The killing intent was undeniable. Another battle was about to erupt. Magnus's and Oberon's gazes flicked to Seraphina, their expressions sharp. Among everyone present, only she could pose a real threat should a battle begin. The rest were cannon fodder. But Seraphina, she didn't seem to notice. Her gaze was fixed on the falling tree, her expression distant. She had been raised to revere the eternal canopy. It was the source of spiritual energy in Eldoralf, the lifeblood of the Starhaven family's power. Without it, would spiritual energy cease to exist in this world? Would the Starhaven family lose their powers? Would her family's legacy, built over countless generations, end with her? Was this really happening? The thought made her heart pound. Her mind was muddled, lost in a storm of fears and questions, oblivious to the seething tension building around her. And now, all eyes were on Atticus. He hovered in the sky, faint streaks of lightning illuminating his form. His cold, unyielding expression made him seem less like a boy and more like a deity. Thunder rumbled overhead, as if the storm itself acknowledged his fury. Atticus was angry. No, more than angry, he was seething. He had been so close to killing Blackgate. So close. Yet, the Paragon had escaped. His hatred boiled, his chest tightening with the weight of his failure. This wasn't the first time. First, Carius. Now, Blackgate. Both had escaped him. Both were enemies far too dangerous to leave alive. And both because he hadn't been strong enough to stop them. Weakness. The word burned in his mind, repeating over and over. His fingers tightened around his katana, the blade trembling slightly from the force of his grip. Despite the overwhelming killing intent focused on him from the spirits and people below, Atticus didn't react. It was as if their hatred didn't matter to him. His thoughts were elsewhere. Ozeroth's voice had just spoken words that made him freeze midair. There are consequences for every action, Ozeroth's deep, commanding voice rumbled through Atticus's mind. And this one is no exception. Atticus's grip on his katana loosened slightly, his anger dimming as the words echoed in his head. His mind raced. I must say, Ozeroth continued, your memories are fascinating. The more I see, the more excited I become. The future is going to be very entertaining. A dark, rumbling laugh shook Atticus to his core. See you in a few months, Ozeroth finished. And then, silence. Atticus's breath caught in his throat. His mind spun, trying to make sense of the cryptic words. But before he could process them, an intense weakness swept over him. It wasn't just fatigue. No, this was something entirely different. His body felt hollow. His strength vanished, the overwhelming power he had wielded moments ago slipping away like sand through his fingers. The paragon-level energy he had commanded was gone. His limbs grew heavy, his vision blurred, and a sharp ache spread through his chest, as if his very core was unraveling. What? His mind spiraled, struggling to comprehend what was happening. Before he could react, the world tilted. His eyes fluttered shut, and his body plummeted. Fast. The air screamed past him as he fell from the sky, unconscious. And then, as though a silent signal had been given, chaos erupted. A blinding light burst from Serafina's chest, radiating like a beacon that cut through the battlefield. No! Serafina exclaimed, her voice trembling with shock as the golden light surged forth. From within the light, a figure materialized rapidly in midair. Ismara. She emerged, radiant and commanding. Her large, golden eyes burned with fury. Vines of light coiled around her glowing, ethereal form, and her translucent wings stretched wide, shimmering with raw power. Accursed boy! Ismara's sharp, furious voice rang out, echoing across the battlefield. Her rage was palpable, crashing down on the sector like a tidal wave. Without waiting for Serafina's command, Ismara sped toward Atticus with terrifying speed, her crushing aura descending on the battlefield. Serafina's breath hitched in her throat. Stop! She screamed, her voice trembling. Her wide, horrified eyes were locked onto Ismara. She hadn't commanded the spirit to attack. Ismara was acting on her own. Ismara was a Tier 6 spirit, and because of her bond with Serafina, her established strength had unlocked the power of a paragon. In simple terms, she possessed the might of a paragon. Serafina called, but Ismara did not listen. The air grew still. The spirits roared, their faces filled with hatred. One by one, they surged forward, their ethereal forms blazing with wrath. The paragons of humanity tensed. Magnus's gaze snapped to the falling Atticus. His lightning flared, and thunder roared. Then, the air exploded. A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens with a deafening crack, bathing the entire battlefield in electric blue light. In the wake of the lightning, Magnus appeared, his figure radiating raw power. In one hand, he held his lightning-forged spear, crackling with volatile energy. In the other, he cradled Atticus's unconscious body, his grip careful but firm. The air trembled under his presence. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto the charging spirits. Ismara stopped abruptly, her golden eyes narrowing. The other spirits froze midair, their blazing rage flickering like dying flames. Magnus swept his spear to the side, the motion alone creating a shockwave so powerful it made the ground tremble. His voice boomed, deep and unrelenting, like thunder rolling across the sky. You have 5 seconds. 4 words. That was all. But those words carried absolute authority, a warning that left no room for misunderstanding. The spirits' auras faltered. Ismara's golden eyes trembled. The meaning behind those words was clear. Attack, and he will destroy you. Hesitate, and he will destroy you. Stay, and he will destroy you. There was no reasoning with him. There was no bending him. Boom. Before anyone could react, 3 figures descended beside him. The air grew heavier. Oberon, Luminous, and Thorn landed with resounding force, their combined auras shaking the ruined battlefield. Their expressions were cold, their gazes sharp as they faced the spirits. One by one, the other paragons descended, forming a protective wall around Magnus and Atticus. No words were exchanged. Their intentions were clear. This was a warning. The tension was suffocating. Ismara's golden gaze trembled as a figure stepped gently forward, landing in front of the paragons and facing the spirit directly. Serafina. Ismara's voice was cold, her gaze sharp. Are you choosing to betray the spirits? After everything we've done for you? Serafina's expression was firm, a stark change from earlier. It was clear she had reached a decision in her mind. She shook her head. I will always be grateful to the spirits. But my race takes priority. Stop this madness, Ismara. You know this is not his fault. Ismara's golden eyes narrowed, her translucent form glowing brighter as she faced Serafina. Serafina was right. The only reason all this destruction had happened in the first place was because Blackgate had infiltrated the sector. What was Atticus supposed to do? Allow himself to be captured? She knew this, but that wasn't why she was acting this way. Atticus had bonded with Ozeroth. The former was a human with immeasurable potential, and the latter, a loose cannon and an enemy to their king. Atticus could become an enemy to their king, and worse, he actually had the potential to be a threat. Atticus was dangerous, too dangerous. Enough, Serafina. If you will not act, then I will. The spirits will not forgive. 1 second. Magnus's deep voice cut through Ismara's words, thunder rumbling in the background. The air went still. Every gaze turned to Magnus, his towering figure radiating oppressive power. His spear crackled with lightning, and the entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Just as it seemed like everything was about to erupt, like the world itself had paused, a purple light descended from the heavens. It pierced through the sky like divine judgment, its brilliance flooding the entire sector. Every eye turned upward, stunned by the overwhelming presence they felt. The light descended slowly, meeting the falling eternal canopy just as it was about to crash into the ground. The moment they touched, a radiant glow enveloped the tree. The wound in the trunk sealed itself, glowing with a soft purple hue. The broken branches mended, and the gaping scar left by Atticus's katana vanished entirely. In mere seconds, the eternal canopy was whole again, its massive form more imposing than ever. Waves of spiritual energy poured from it, blanketing the battlefield in a soothing, vibrant aura. But the atmosphere didn't calm. Magnus, Oberon, and the other paragons froze, their gazes darkening. They could feel it, the sheer, expansive power. It wasn't just spiritual energy. It was something far greater. Ismara's blazing form dimmed. She lowered her head, and one by one, every spirit bowed deeply in reverence. My king, Ismara whispered. Magnus's fists clenched. The oppressive aura was suffocating, an unseen weight pressing down on all of them. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly. The other paragons glanced at one another with unease. Each of them felt the presence that had arrived with the light. It was as though this being was everywhere and nowhere, watching them from every direction. And then, the gaze shifted. The presence focused on Atticus. The spiritual energy around them thickened, pressing heavily against the air. Slowly, Atticus's unconscious body floated out of Magnus's arms, rising toward the tree. Magnus's eyes widened. His thunderous aura erupted, lightning crackling violently around him as he forced his body to move. With a roar, he broke free of the unseen bindings, lunging forward and grabbing Atticus midair. Instantly, he pointed the tip of his spear high, a silent warning. The oppressive gaze lingered. It seemed to study Magnus and Atticus for a long moment, almost as though it were amused. After a few seconds, the tree glowed brighter. A wave of spiritual energy exploded outward from its massive trunk, washing over Sector 8. The ground trembled, but this time, it wasn't destruction, it was restoration. The crumbled buildings rebuilt themselves, brick by brick. The shattered roads fused back together. Entire communities that had been reduced to ruins were restored as though they had never been touched by chaos. Sector 8, once devastated, now stood whole again, vibrant and untouched. And after a brief, piercing stare at Atticus, the oppressive presence disappeared. As soon as the oppressive presence disappeared from Sector 8, it felt as though an enormous weight had been lifted off the people's shoulders. The people who had initially held their breaths exhaled heavily, trying to regain their composure. A flash of blinding light ignited in the sky, followed by a loud rumble of thunder. The gazes of both the people and the spirits snapped toward Magnus as an intense killing intent hit them like a tidal wave. Ismara's eyes narrowed. He's mad, she thought. It seemed inconceivable. A presence so overwhelming that millions of people, including paragons, had been tempted to worship it had just revealed itself. It had made its allegiance to the spirits clear. And yet, Magnus still intended to wipe them out. As the realization dawned on them, the spirits couldn't help but tremble. He truly was a madman, a terrible opponent to have. To him, there was no reasoning, no negotiation, no compromise. Ismara turned her gaze toward Serafina. Their eyes met, and though neither spoke a word, their gazes seemed to communicate volumes. The rumbling thunder grew more furious, and an intense darkness blanketed the entire sector as thick clouds began to gather. But in the next instant, the oppressive aura that Ismara had been emitting suddenly vanished. Before anyone could react, her large figure shrank and entered Serafina's chest. The spirits paused, confused. Ismara was the highest-ranking spirit present, and they had instinctively followed her lead. But now that she was gone, none of them knew what to do next. Regardless, Magnus's killing intent and the thick clouds gathering in the sky were undeniable. The reality hit them instantly. If they persisted, they would die. It started with one spirit, its ethereal form turned and disappeared into its bond's chest. Then the others followed, and soon enough, silence descended upon Sector 8. I'm sorry about this, but can we continue our conversation later? Magnus and Oberon exchanged glances before nodding. It's paramount we address this issue as soon as possible, Oberon reminded, prompting Serafina to nod. Although her stance had been firm when confronting Ismara, it was clear that she was still visibly troubled by the entire situation. Now would be a good time to tell us what's going on, the sharp voice of Thorn Alvarian cut in from the side. The other paragons also wore serious expressions as they looked at the trio. They had come running the instant Ozeroth appeared in Sector 8. Even now, although some had begun to draw conclusions, it didn't change the fact that they were in the dark while the trio clearly knew something. Magnus and Oberon glanced at Serafina, seemingly seeking her approval. With a hesitant look, she nodded. The matter was already out in the open, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Even she wasn't sure about the future anymore. We'll talk about it once we assess the damage and handle the aftermath. We'll meet in Sector 6 later today. The rest of the paragons frowned but decided to wait until the meeting to discuss the matter further. Turning toward Magnus, they felt his perception suddenly expand, encompassing the entire area. As they wondered what he was doing, like a bolt of lightning, Magnus streaked toward a particular direction before burrowing deep into the ground. After a few seconds of waiting, Magnus emerged. This time, an incubator with an egg floated behind him, along with the completely battered figures of Alvis, Elysia, and the other branch heads. They had been closest to where Atticus and Blackgate first clashed and had borne the full brunt of it. Their forms were covered in blood and grime, and none of them could move a muscle, their bones completely broken. Magnus wrapped each of them in thick tendrils of lightning, and before any of the paragons could say a word, he streaked upwards and disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a rumbling thunder in his wake. The other paragons were flabbergasted. The people Magnus had just taken were valuable and could have potentially shed light on everything that had just happened. Yet, Magnus had simply taken them away without consulting anyone. As Magnus left, the other paragons also started leaving to assess the damage in their respective sectors. Soon, only Oberon and Serafina were left in Sector 8. Serafina began attending to her people, while Oberon simply hovered in the air, staring at the sky. This is worse than I thought, he admitted to himself. Oberon had been shocked when Magnus and Serafina informed him of the situation. Spirits had existed in Eldoralth for generations, older than even his grandfather and the one before him. Oberon would have never imagined that they came from another world. They had to survive the Zorvans. They had to survive within an alliance led by those whose only goal was domination. And now, they had to survive the spirits. It was a lot for humanity to handle, and considering the presence Oberon had just felt, the chances of survival seemed close to zero. Unless, Oberon's thoughts shifted to Atticus, the scene of him battling Blackgate playing in his mind. If anyone can do it, it's him. It was pure logic. The peak of Eldoralth's power had always been the Paragon rank. No one had ever surpassed it, and Oberon doubted it would happen in their current generation. However, thinking about Atticus, who had shattered more records than Oberon could even bother to keep track of, the possibility didn't seem so far-fetched. What was one more record? For the sake of humanity's future, Oberon reached a conclusion in his mind, one that he intended to pursue no matter what. Afterwards, Oberon left Sector 8, leaving only Serafina behind. Although the Spirit King had restored the sector, the lives of the spirits and people lost had not returned. Sector 8 entered a state of mourning. The people, especially those who had felt the Spirit King's presence, flocked to the Starhaven Temple, bowing in utter reverence. With their respective spirits whispering about the might of their king, the people soon became enamored and started worshipping him as though he were a god. Serafina watched all of this unfold, her mind racing. Magnus reached Sector 3 and took Atticus to his personal training room, setting up bedding and other amenities to ensure his rest was as comfortable as possible. After placing Atticus gently on the bed, Magnus stood up straight and began scrutinizing him thoroughly. It's bad, Magnus thought, his frown deepening. Atticus had pushed himself far beyond his limits, and now he was paying the price. The energy and power of a paragon were too much for his body to handle, and the strain was evident in every inch of him. His muscles had been pushed beyond their natural capacity, tearing under the immense stress. His brain had worked at a speed and intensity it wasn't built for, leaving him mentally and physically drained. Every nerve in his body had fired continuously, and his very cells had burned through energy reserves he hadn't even realized he had. Magnus could see it clearly. Atticus had been running purely on adrenaline and the surge of borrowed power. But now that the power had left him, his body simply couldn't hold on any longer. But Magnus's gaze flickered, a trace of astonishment crossing his face. Incredible. He noticed something he hadn't expected. Atticus was healing. Of course, healing itself wasn't surprising, it was normal, even expected. But what shocked Magnus was the pace of the healing. It was insane. His torn muscles were mending before his eyes, the fibers weaving back together like threads being stitched in real time. It wasn't just fast, it was beyond anything Magnus had ever seen. Not even grandmasters could achieve this level of passive recovery. As Magnus stared at Atticus in astonishment, he suddenly sensed multiple presences approaching. Recognizing who they were, he controlled the door to let them in. Anastasia, Avalon, and the three stars burst into the training room. Avalon and the three stars paid their respects to Magnus, but Anastasia was too worried to remember to bow. She rushed to Atticus's side, kneeling beside him with anguish etched across her face. Her trembling hands touched his forehead as she carefully examined him. As she took in the extent of his injuries, tears began streaming down her face. "Not again," she whispered, her voice cracking. Avalon's expression was a mix of anger and sorrow as he turned to Magnus. "What happened?" Lyanna, Sirius, and Nathan also turned their attention to Magnus. Even though Sector 8 was far away, the news had reached them immediately. When Ozeroth's presence had been felt, all the sectors had activated their Aegis shields and established contact with one another. They had a general understanding of what had transpired but lacked the full picture. As Magnus began recounting the events, jaws dropped. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Had Atticus really fought a paragon and forced him to run? While they struggled to wrap their minds around the situation, Anastasia's worry deepened. If Atticus had fought a paragon, it meant he had been dangerously close to dying. As they all tried to process how this could have been possible, Magnus's voice broke through their thoughts. "We can't let our guard down," he said firmly. "The situation demands that we remain in a state of constant vigilance." Avalon and the three stars nodded solemnly, their gazes turning toward the brutalized branch heads, still wrapped in Magnus's lightning. An intense killing intent flooded the room as Avalon's gaze landed on Elysia. She had been the one responsible for Freya's death. Avalon didn't say anything, but his piercing gaze said it all. Magnus handed the branch heads over to Avalon, instructing him to imprison them for now. They turned and left the training room to carry out Magnus's orders. For now, Atticus was down, and it was the perfect chance for someone to try to assassinate him. Because of this, Magnus had put the entire Ravenstein family in a state of high alert and defense. Before long, many Ravensteins returned to the estate from different parts of the human domain. By late afternoon, the Ravenstein estate was flooded with numerous Grandmaster plus Ravensteins. Even the elemental sanctum, high in the sky, had descended and hovered close to the estate. The guests who had been in the estate earlier were sent away, and only Ravensteins were strictly allowed inside or around the estate. This level of scrutiny and alertness extended across the entire sector. Ravensteins flooded the area, each one on high alert and ready for anything. Meanwhile, Magnus and Anastasia never once left the training room. Magnus meditated in one corner of the room, while Anastasia knelt by Atticus, gently stroking his hair. Even as the hours passed and the time for the scheduled meeting at Sector 6 arrived, Magnus didn't leave his spot. Instead, a holographic image of him appeared in one of the empty seats at the Enigmum Citadel, where the Paragons were already gathered. No one expressed dissatisfaction, they all understood his situation. Seeing that everyone was present, Oberon began immediately, explaining everything they knew so far. The spirits being from another world. The Spirit King. Their intentions being unknown. Their hatred for humanity's apex. When Oberon finished, a heavy silence engulfed the Citadel. It was overwhelming. "You're telling us we've been invaded by beings from another world, and we didn't even realize it?" Thorn Alvarian said in disbelief. Oberon nodded. I understand how you all feel. But I believe there's one more important thing we need to address. The Paragons turned their attention to Oberon. I've thought about it and reached the conclusion that, without Atticus, our future looks bleak. The Zorvans, the other races, and now the spirits, we can't handle it. The Paragons fell silent. It was a heavy realization, and a wave of shame rippled through them as they accepted it. Things were moving too fast, and they were barely keeping up. The Spirit King hadn't even fully revealed himself, yet his presence alone had been enough to immobilize them. This was far beyond what they could handle. Everyone remained silent, even Octavius, who was usually quick to express his frustration. They turned their gazes back to Oberon, gesturing for him to continue. This is why I'm suggesting this. We focus all our resources on him and nurture his growth. Are there any objections? Oberon's voice cut through the room. Every Paragon wore a serious expression, and the silence in the room was heavy. The weight of his suggestion hung in the air, and the Paragons couldn't help but exchange glances, each lost in thought. It seemed like the most obvious choice to take. The future of the human domain was at stake, and only by banding together could they hope to survive this crisis. In Eldoralf, humans were often called cockroaches. They were one of the weakest races, and yet they had managed to survive countless tribulations for generations. But even now, they doubted if survival was possible this time. Nurturing Atticus seemed like the best option. Still, pooling their resources into a single person, a Ravenstein, they hesitated. He could be their hope, the one to save them from this crisis. But the Paragons, who had lived for more than a century, knew humanity too well. Humans could never fully be trusted. What if he became an oppressor? What if he forced them all to sign a slave contract? The situation was dire, but the future was uncertain. If they agreed, would they be digging their own graves? As the silence stretched, Thorn's sharp voice broke through. I second it, he said firmly, his gaze sweeping the room, locking onto the hesitant faces of the other Paragons. I've thought this through. Let me be blunt, stop overthinking it. You all have functioning brains, so I don't need to spell it out. The room remained quiet, but his words cut deep. You all felt the Spirit King's power. Every single one of us. We couldn't even move under his gaze. Think about that for a moment. We don't stand a chance. None. Focusing on someone who might stand a chance, someone who has already shown the potential, makes far more sense than sitting here debating our pride. The room fell silent again, his words sinking in. Then, a deep, rumbling voice echoed. The Frostbane are already supporting our apex, Aurelius Frostbane said, his massive frame seeming to grow even larger as he spoke. Every gaze turned toward him. Aurelius continued, we gave him a Sulcan. The eyes of the Paragons widened in shock. His words carried profound weight. A Sulcan, Zephyrian Nebulon muttered, disbelief evident on his face. Sulcans were incredibly rare. Only one in every generation of the Frostbane family was permitted to bond with one. Every Paragon in the room had tried to acquire one at some point, but their efforts had always failed. The Frostbanes guarded them fiercely. Yes, Aurelius said simply. We Frostbanes value strength and honor above all else. And our apex has proven himself in both, time and time again. I agree with Oberon's suggestion, and I suggest the rest of you do the same. Aurelius rarely spoke in meetings, but when he did, his words were final. There was no room for debate, no chance of swaying him. The Paragons exchanged uneasy glances, each lost in thought. The Frostbane's decision was a clear statement. Atticus was humanity's best chance. And now, with a Sulcan, a beast that grew stronger alongside its bond, many couldn't help but shudder at the thought of two Atticuses. Seconds passed, and the inevitable happened. One by one, murmurs of agreement began to spread through the room. Reluctantly but surely, each Paragon voiced their support. Oberon nodded faintly, a small smile on his lips. He had anticipated this outcome. Not because of his intellect, but because there was simply no other choice. As silence settled once more, Oberon opened his mouth to speak, but another voice cut him off. I think we're all forgetting something important. All eyes turned to Octavius, whose cold gaze was fixed on Seraphina. What about the Starhaven? The room instantly tensed. I'm sure you've all noticed it, Octavius continued. Most of them worship the Spirit King. Can we count on your family to side with humanity when it matters? A heavy silence followed. Seraphina's icy gaze narrowed as she met Octavius's eyes. You're right to ask. I won't lie, I can't guarantee that my people will choose humanity when the time comes. The tension grew thicker. But I also know what you're all thinking, Serafina continued, her voice turning colder as the temperature in the room plummeted. Eradicating my lineage is not the smart choice. A dangerous glint flickered in the eyes of the other paragons. She wasn't surprised, they had all considered it. Eradicating the Starhaven lineage, humanity's closest tie to the spirits, seemed logical. They were a ticking time bomb. But Serafina wasn't done. As far as I know, the spirits have never been openly hostile to humanity. I'm not saying they're innocent, nor am I suggesting they won't invade or try to dominate us in the future. But are we really going to kill millions of people who haven't done anything yet? For a future that hasn't even happened? The paragons fell silent as they each contemplated her words. If they went through with it, it would be nothing short of genocide. Oberon broke the silence. I agree with Serafina, he said, drawing everyone's attention. The others turned toward him, waiting for him to elaborate. We must move with caution, Oberon said. The Spirit King is already more than we can handle. Angering him now is not a smart move. And eradicating the Starhaven lineage will do just that. The room remained quiet, but the tension didn't ease. What about their enmity with our apex? Thorn asked. You said it yourself, he's our best option. Are we supposed to stand by when they try to kill him, just because we don't want to anger the Spirit King? Heads nodded in agreement. It was a valid and pressing concern. The spirits had already shown hostility toward Atticus. Could they afford to ignore it if it happened again? Suddenly, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. All eyes turned toward Magnus's holographic projection, their gazes narrowing. Even from thousands of miles away, the cold, dangerous aura radiating from Magnus was palpable. He didn't speak, but his message was clear. If they threatened Atticus, he would unleash carnage, no matter the situation. Calm down, Magnus, Oberon interjected. We won't allow that. As long as they remain docile, we'll treat them with caution. But if their stance changes, Oberon's eyes glinted. Ours will change too. The chill in the room eased slightly, but the tension lingered. Is there any way to separate the bond between humans and spirits? Thorn asked suddenly, glancing toward Serafina. Serafina's gaze hardened. She had anticipated this. He's right, Octavius added. Don't you people share your minds with your spirits? How can we trust you? Serafina's lips pressed into a thin line. We are bonded, yes, but they can't read my mind unless I allow it. Octavius scoffed. So we're just supposed to believe you? Serafina's eyes narrowed dangerously. What are you implying, Octavius? The tension spiked, the room teetering on the edge of chaos. But before it could erupt, Oberon interrupted. Enough, Octavius, he said sharply. Serafina has proven herself more than necessary. Without her, we wouldn't even know about the Spirit King or the spirits' unclear goals. She's with us. Octavius muttered something under his breath but didn't push further. Oberon's sharp gaze swept across the room. Now that we're on the same page, let's move to the next agenda, the incident at Sector 8. The mention of Sector 8 brought a heavy silence. The destruction and chaos were still fresh in everyone's minds. We need to take the initiative, Oberon said. We can't predict the spirits' next move, but we can control the narrative. The first to reach the public shapes the story. If we mold the news as we see fit, we maintain control. Thorn nodded and added, agreed. But we'll need to tread carefully. The destruction is too large to fully conceal, and we can't trust the spirits to stay silent. News of this will spread. But we can redirect the blame, perhaps onto Blackgate. Oberon nodded. Precisely. The truth can be adjusted. We paint Blackgate as the catalyst, an outsider who threatened humanity. We highlight Atticus's role in defending humanity. It will increase his fame. We make him the symbol of our efforts, not the cause of destruction. As Oberon finished, the paragons nodded in agreement. They had all committed to supporting Atticus, and that included protecting his image. The people had seen Atticus fight Blackgate. They had also seen him cause catastrophic destruction, taking countless lives. Finally, they had witnessed him cut the eternal canopy. All of these events could be twisted to tarnish his reputation if the information wasn't controlled properly. This was Oberon's main concern. If they allowed the spirits to spread the news, it would spell trouble, especially given their hatred for Atticus. With that settled, they adjourned the meeting, deciding to observe for now. Time passed quickly, and finally, the eyes of humanity's apex flickered open. Atticus's eyes flickered open, and his gaze landed on a pure white ceiling. It was unfamiliar. Shit. His vision was blurry, and although he could tell the ceiling was white and unfamiliar, he couldn't make out much else around him. I'm on a bed, and there's someone here. Atticus thought. He felt the soft touch of the bed beneath him and the warmth of a hand holding his arm. The warmth was familiar, so familiar that Atticus could never forget it, not even if the world were ending. He instantly tried to sit up, fighting through the intense pain that surged through his body. The hand holding his arm tightened, and Atticus could feel it, the happiness radiating around the room. It was intense. Atticus's blurry vision prevented him from clearly seeing the person, but he didn't need to. He already knew. Mom. Without warning, he found himself enveloped in a hug so warm it felt like it could melt anything. Atticus. Anastasia's voice cracked as tears streamed down her face. Her hug was tight, but not so tight as to hurt him in his current fragile state. It had been so long. Too long. Atticus had fallen into hibernation multiple times before in the past, but he had always woken within a few days. But this time was completely different. This time had been the longest, and Anastasia had feared he might never wake up. It was a fear that gave her many sleepless nights. The hug lasted for several minutes, and it seemed as though Anastasia never wanted to let go of him. But Atticus didn't mind. He hugged her back as tightly as his weak body would allow. Eventually, they separated. Are you okay? Anastasia asked, her hands still resting on his shoulders as she searched his face for any signs of discomfort. Atticus shook his head slightly and placed his hands over hers. He smiled faintly. I'm okay, Mom. Just tired. Anastasia's eyes trembled, and she sniffled, nodding her head. How are you feeling? A deep voice asked. Atticus turned to see Magnus watching him with a concerned gaze. Atticus smiled. I'm not sure, but I think I feel good. During the hug with Anastasia, the memories of everything that had happened flooded back to him. The carnage he had unleashed on Valor and the elder Lorthan. The fight with Blackgate. The latter had been cataclysmic, and he had tapped into powers he had never imagined himself capable of using for now. But most of all, he remembered the feeling of losing his overwhelming powers as he fainted. At that moment, it had felt like he was losing everything, every single one of his abilities. It had been insane. Yet now, as he woke up, he had briefly inspected himself. Despite feeling tired and drained, he felt good. The world felt slower than before, as though his perception of time had shifted again. His body was weak, but Atticus knew. He had grown stronger by leaps and bounds. He couldn't wait to check his status. Magnus placed a gentle hand on Atticus's head and gave him a faint smile. Their eyes met, and Magnus nodded firmly. Atticus could feel it, the pride radiating from Magnus's gaze. It was almost overwhelming. Atticus's smile widened, and he nodded back. There was no better acknowledgement than what he received from Magnus. He cherished Magnus's praise. Magnus was a man who rarely gave compliments, but when he did, it came from deep within. After a while, news spread that Atticus had woken up. Soon, Avalon, the 3 stars, and many elders flooded into the advanced training room to check on him. The room quickly filled with white-haired Ravensteins. Atticus watched as familiar faces and strangers alike smiled warmly, bombarding him with questions about his health. The room buzzed with excitement, and Atticus could feel the genuine happiness radiating from everyone present. He knew they were truly glad he was awake. But Atticus, still exhausted, soon felt overwhelmed by the surge of attention and questions. Noticing his discomfort, Anastasia shot Avalon a cold look. Without hesitation, Avalon acted, ushering the others out of the room. They understood and soon left. Only Magnus, Anastasia, and Avalon remained. Atticus glanced at the 3 of them, and from their looks, he immediately understood. They're dying to ask questions. They didn't need to speak. Atticus already knew what they wanted to know. How the hell did he face a paragon? Atticus smiled faintly and suddenly called out, Ozeroth. Quote. Nothing happened. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Atticus tried again. Ozeroth. His gaze narrowed. He could feel the spirit's presence, could tell he was listening. But it was clear Ozeroth had no intention of responding. What the hell is wrong with you? Just as he was about to explain the situation to the others, he felt Anastasia's palm on his forehead. Baby, are you okay? She asked, her face filled with concern. Anastasia sounded truly worried. Does she think I've gone mad? Atticus was flabbergasted. Turning to Avalon, he noticed the same concerned look on his face, confirming his suspicion. A deep, rumbling laughter echoed in Atticus's mind as Ozeroth found the situation hilarious. Turning to Magnus, Atticus saw the man smiling faintly from the side. Magnus already knew Atticus had bonded with a spirit, but the others weren't fully aware of the details. All they knew was that he had fought a paragon. That was all Magnus cared to explain, and neither he nor Ozeroth had any intention of clearing up the confusion. Atticus sighed, feeling embarrassed even trying to explain. I'm fine, Mom. It took some time and convincing, but eventually, everyone got on the same page. However, no matter how much Atticus tried, Ozeroth still refused to appear when called. Anastasia and Avalon remained utterly shocked by the fact that he had battled a paragon. Even with his explanation, their disbelief didn't waver. To them, no explanation could lessen the surprise. A 17-year-old fighting a paragon, a being practically worshipped as a god in Eldoralf, seemed impossible. Still, though it was hard to accept, they eventually came to terms with the situation. After a few minutes of ensuring Atticus was all right, Anastasia and Avalon left the room, leaving him to his thoughts. Unfortunately, his thoughts would never be alone again. Ozeroth's deep, rumbling voice echoed in his mind, interrupting him. For someone whose thoughts were filled with bloodlust not too long ago, this is quite a surprising scene, Ozeroth said. A lover boy, surrounded by warmth and smiles. Truly a spectacle. Atticus's gaze narrowed. Are you mocking me for having a family? I am merely pointing out the contrast, Ozeroth replied. Moments ago, you were a cold-blooded killer. Now you're fawning over your mother's hand on your forehead. Whatever, Atticus muttered before narrowing his eyes. Why didn't you come out when I called? There was a brief pause before Ozeroth responded. I have no need to answer every whim of a child, even if he is my bond. Atticus raised a brow. He wasn't buying it. Not for a second. He could feel Ozeroth's emotions and knew something was off. Focusing, Atticus delved into Ozeroth's memories. Luckily, Ozeroth was too proud to block him. After a few seconds, Atticus froze. Then, he burst into laughter. It started as a snort and quickly turned into full-blown laughter, echoing through the room. Ozeroth remained silent. Don't tell me, Atticus said between laughs. You were shy. I was not. Ozeroth roared, but his voice lacked its usual edge. How dare you insinuate such nonsense? Atticus chuckled, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. Oh, it makes so much sense now. You've never been around anything like this before, have you? No family, no comrades, just you, alone. For, what, centuries? Ozeroth growled, but his silence confirmed everything. Admit it, you didn't know what to do, so you hid. I'll have you know, millions bow before me. My presence commands reverence, not, whatever this is. Yeah, Atticus said, smirking. You're a big deal. Got it, but I've got better things to focus on right now. Ozeroth huffed, his curiosity getting the better of him. Ah, yes, that status thing, right. You sound old. I am not old, Ozeroth bellowed. I am timeless. My age is irrelevant to beings like me. Right. Atticus could practically hear the spirit fuming. It was hilarious. He was even surprised at how they were bickering like this. Aside from his closest family and friends, Atticus had never interacted with anyone in such a casual way. From Ozeroth's memories, it was clear the spirit was the same. He had rarely interacted with anyone, let alone argued with them. Yet because they were bonded, had shared memories, and essentially shared the same feelings, it felt like they had known each other forever. It was a bond as profound as it was universal. Smiling, Atticus muttered under his breath, status. His eyes lit up as his status appeared before him. As Atticus muttered under his breath, a holographic interface instantly appeared in front of his face. Character profile. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. *** 17. Gender. *** male. Race. *** human. Attributes. Strength. 860 right pointing arrow 999. Agility. 864 right pointing arrow 999. Endurance. 892 right pointing arrow 999. Vitality. 994 right pointing arrow 999. Intelligence. 90 right pointing arrow 159. Perception. 78 right pointing arrow 114. Charm. 80 right pointing arrow 200. Will. 87 right pointing arrow 98. Level. *** Master Plus. Talent. *** Mythical. Bloodline. *** Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Elements. Level 4. Fire. 7 right pointing arrow 20%. Water. 2.8 right pointing arrow 18%. Air. 0.2 right pointing arrow 16%. Earth. 0.2 right pointing arrow 18%. Light. 0.1 right pointing arrow 17%. Lightning. 0.1 right pointing arrow 19%. Ice. 0.1 right pointing arrow 16%. Spirit element. 1% new. Level 3. Darkness. 99.199.9%. Space. 62 right pointing arrow 99.9%. Level 2. None. Dash. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Vorpal nova. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster greater than Grandmaster plus. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster greater than Grandmaster plus. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Master greater than Master plus. Collective potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Dimensional loop. Novice greater than Intermediate plus. Predatory perception. Novice greater than Intermediate plus. Immunity buildup. Novice greater than Intermediate plus. Slow decay. Novice greater than Intermediate plus. Pain resistance. Novice greater than Intermediate plus. Aura masking. Novice greater than Intermediate plus. Revenant's touch. Novice greater than Intermediate plus. Metabolic boost. Novice greater than Intermediate plus. Nullification field. Novice greater than Intermediate. Comma. Damn. Atticus's mouth hung open. This is not good for my health, he thought with a wry smile. He had just woken up from a long nap, but now, after looking at his status, an intense shock surged through his body. Atticus shuddered. It's insane. Ozeroth scoffed in his mind. Meh, it is what it is. On the grand scale of things, you're not even an ant. I'm just 17, Atticus thought defensively. Don't forget, I can read your memories, Bond. And that means nothing. You were almost captured and enslaved by that silver-eyed man. Did you see him caring about your age? Atticus went silent. As blunt as Ozeroth was, he had a point. Still. How old are you again? Atticus suddenly asked. But after a few seconds of silence, it became clear Ozeroth wasn't going to answer. Atticus smirked. Ah, that's right. Centuries. How strong were you when you were 17? Ozeroth cleared his throat. That's not the point. The point is, you need to work harder. As Ozeroth's Bond, you must prove that your words hold weight. Why are you talking about yourself in the third person? Because the name Ozeroth commands respect, he said firmly. It's not something to be treated casually, Bond. Atticus chuckled, his smile widening. You're really leaning into this whole, I'm a big deal, thing, huh? Third person and all. It's not a thing. It's a fact, Ozeroth replied, clearly irritated. Millions bow to me. My name carries weight across worlds. Yeah, I've heard this speech before, Atticus said, waving his hand dismissively. Your ego is the size of a small planet. We get it. I'll have you know. Nope, Atticus interrupted, not listening to another monologue about how awesome you are. I've got bigger things to worry about. Like, surviving. Ozeroth's tone deepened. If you think survival is your only concern, then you truly don't understand the stakes. Atticus frowned, his tone growing serious. What do you mean? Haven't you gone through my memories? Atticus paused. He had seen things in Ozeroth's memories that made him shudder. You've felt the Spirit King's power, Ozeroth continued. That was just a fraction of what exists out there. And there are beings far worse. Far stronger. You've only scratched the surface, Bond. Ozeroth's tone shifted, growing colder. But we'll leave that for later. The Spirit King is coming, and your time is running out. Atticus's expression darkened. During the bonding process, he had seen the truth about many things, including the Spirit King. He wasn't just bad, he was pure evil. Words couldn't describe the atrocities the Spirit King had committed. He had killed trillions of life forms, destroyed entire civilizations, and decimated countless worlds, all for one reason: power. The Spirit's mission in Eldoralf wasn't a minor threat. It was an extinction-level threat. To other spirits, the Spirit King appeared merciful and benevolent, but Ozeroth knew the truth. From Tier 7 onward, every spirit awakened an absolute aspect, an ability that defined their very being. Ozeroth's aspect was omnicognition, the ability to see the truth and copy other abilities. Because of this, he had seen the Spirit King's truth. The Spirit King's aspect was Devourer, a power that allowed him to consume anything and everything. It was similar to the Vampiro's Apex ability, but on larger scale. He doesn't just gain abilities, he gained everything from it: power, memories, knowledge, potential, everything. It wasn't just dominating, it was annihilation. This ability defined the Spirit King's entire existence and fueled his endless conquests. He had done it before, over and over. The spirit world was a mid-world, bound by strict restrictions that prevented its inhabitants from descending to lower worlds. But the Spirit King had found a way, an anchor. All he needed was to send one small spirit to a lower world, as the restrictions on them were lower. This spirit would search for an inhabitant capable of using spirit energy and bond with them. From there, more weak spirits would spill into the world, bonding with more inhabitants and spreading like a plague. This wasn't just a threat, it was a slow, calculated invasion. And the Spirit King was the mastermind behind it all. The worlds were divided by the energy that flowed through them: mana for the lower worlds and spiritual energy for the mid-worlds. As more spiritual energy spilled into the lower worlds, it was as if a hole was being carved into them, expanding wider and wider. When it had expanded enough, the Spirit King would descend and consume everything. Atticus shuddered. He had seen Ozeroth battle the Spirit King. Eldoralf would be devoured in seconds. Your time is running out, Ozeroth's voice rumbled. The only saving grace your world had was that only one bloodline has the ability to use spiritual energy. Atticus's gaze grew intense. Ozeroth was right. Only the Starhaven family had the ability to use spiritual energy in all of Eldoralf. For the sake of the world, this was a good thing. If more people beyond the Starhaven could use spiritual energy, it would have spread everywhere by now. Eldoralf might have been destroyed long before Atticus was reincarnated into the world. Atticus felt overwhelmed. To him, it was just one problem after another. Was there no end? Ozeroth, sensing the wave of emotions flooding through Atticus, rumbled with laughter. Atticus's gaze flickered in confusion. Is this spirit seriously laughing now? He had just found out his world might end soon, and all Ozeroth could do was laugh. Atticus stayed silent, letting the spirit have his moment. After several seconds, Ozeroth's laughter finally subsided. Satisfied? Atticus asked dryly. Ozeroth chuckled once more before speaking. Listen, Bond. I am Ozeroth. In this entire universe, there is no one like me. His voice grew louder, like a rising wave, and Atticus could feel the air in the room grow heavy. A blinding light ignited as Ozeroth emerged from Atticus's chest. The spirit had shrunk significantly, now no taller than a child's hand, and hovered in the air. Despite his size, he radiated an otherworldly glow. His translucent body shifted like liquid light, and his burning eyes, like twin suns, locked onto Atticus. His demeanor was serious as he continued. I am with you. You are my bond, Ozeroth declared, his voice echoing as though it came from everywhere and nowhere at once. In this entire universe, I would like to see who dares. They will bow, or they will burn. So lift your head high. Ozeroth is with you. The room fell into silence. Atticus and Ozeroth, human and spirit, locked eyes, two beings united by a single purpose, each aiming to reach the peak. For a moment, it felt as though the whole world had stilled. The camaraderie in the air was palpable. As Atticus stared into Ozeroth's blazing eyes, he saw it. The spirit meant every single word. Then, after a few seconds, Atticus chuckled. You sound so cringe, he said, breaking into laughter. Cringe? Ozeroth bellowed, his voice shaking the air. My words are not cringe. They are truth. You'll remember that when they bow or burn. PFF'd. Atticus snorted, breaking into another fit of laughter. Ozeroth frowned, his tiny lips twitching. He turned away, shaking his head. Atticus wiped a tear from his eye, still laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. I just couldn't help myself. You sounded so dramatic. Ozeroth's glowing form whipped around sharply, tiny wisps of smoke puffing from his nostrils as his burning eyes narrowed into slits. Cringe. Dramatic. He muttered under his breath before taking a deep breath, crossing his arms, and floating silently for a moment. All right, I'm really sorry this time, okay. Atticus said, his laughter dying down. Ozeroth finally turned back to him after a few seconds, his face still serious. Fine, I'll forgive you this once. Now, Ozeroth continued, it's about time you start preparing. You have potential, but potential means nothing without action. If you don't push yourself, you'll be crushed by those who will. Atticus fell silent. I know, I'll get stronger. No matter what. Good, Ozeroth replied, because the next time you face someone like that silver-eyed man, I won't step in to save you. Yeah, Atticus muttered. As he gazed at Ozeroth, who continued to speak, a small smile crept onto Atticus's face. Somehow, despite everything, he felt warm inside. After a few more moments of conversation, Atticus turned his focus to his stats and began planning his next move. They've all grown so much. Atticus stared at his status screen in amazement. This was by far the greatest power-up he had ever experienced. Even his advancement into the master ranks back at the abyssal chasm paled in comparison. As he progressed in strength, it became harder to gain even a single point in his stats. A training session that might have granted 10 points in the weaker ranks would now barely yield 1. Yet, here he was, with most of his stats having advanced by over 100. But as Atticus examined the identical numbers across his stats, his gaze narrowed. 999. It was unusual. Achieving perfect balance in training was nearly impossible, and yet all his bodily stats had reached the same value. It felt odd. A bottleneck? Atticus wondered. That's right, Ozeroth's voice interrupted his thoughts. Atticus's attention shifted to the spirit. Although using numbers to classify strength is something I've never encountered before, this has all the signs of a bottleneck, Ozeroth explained. The people you call paragons in your world are merely tier 6 spirits in mine. To cross over to tier 6, your body must undergo a complete transformation, one that reshapes and evolves your entire being. How do I initiate that transformation? Atticus asked. It depends on your ability, Ozeroth replied. Or in your case, your bloodline. Crossing over means becoming one with your bloodline. The first step is to understand everything there is to know about it. The second step is to fully activate your bloodline ability and push it to its absolute limit, forcing it to evolve. This requires wielding your bloodline's power in a way that surpasses your current mastery. You must flood your body with its essence until you can no longer sustain it in its current state. At that point, your bloodline will either break you or transform you, reshaping your being to handle its newfound potential. Atticus's gaze narrowed. Break me? You mean I could die? Ozeroth nodded. Yes, you could. Crossing over to your paragon rank carries immense risks. You could gain power beyond your imagination, or you could implode and die. Atticus's expression turned serious. This was huge news, something he hadn't heard before. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, well, it changes nothing. Backing down wasn't an option. Atticus couldn't imagine a scenario where he would choose not to rank up because of the risk. In his pursuit of the top, he was willing to do anything as long as it didn't deviate from his moral compass, even risk his life. I'll deal with that later. I'll be risking my life soon anyway. Ah yes, the fourth trial, Ozeroth said, referencing the katana and its trials, which he had seen in Atticus's memories. I must admit, I was quite surprised when I discovered you had a life weapon. Why? Atticus asked. A life weapon is not something you'd ever see in the mid-worlds, much less in a lower world like Eldoralf, Ozeroth explained. Such artifacts are born only in the higher worlds, crafted by beings far beyond the comprehension of those here. The fact that such a weapon exists in your world is an anomaly, one that suggests deliberate intervention. Someone from the higher worlds must have placed it here. That's the only explanation. It must be the person who reincarnated me, Atticus thought inwardly. Ozeroth quickly picked up on his intention. Atticus still wasn't ready to tell anyone about his reincarnation. Even though Magnus wasn't physically present, he was sure the man was watching. Plus he could listen in without much effort. That does seem to be the most logical explanation, Ozeroth agreed. Even he couldn't say for sure. Just as lower worlds had little knowledge about the mid-worlds, the mid-worlds knew just as little about the higher worlds. Not even Ozeroth fully understood what existed up there. But he knew something was there. Atticus nodded slowly. It seemed life weapons weren't supposed to exist in Eldoralth at all. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. What about my world? If Eldoralth is a lower world, what does that make Earth? Earth is an unranked world, Ozeroth explained. As you already know, the hierarchy of worlds is divided by the type of energy that flows through them. Unranked worlds have no energy at all. Because of this, the restrictions placed on higher ranked beings are far more severe. The Spirit King was able to send a spirit to Eldoralth, but he wouldn't be able to achieve the same on an unranked world. But someone from a higher world was still able to reach me, Atticus thought. That is an anomaly on its own, Ozeroth replied. We have no clue what the higher worlders are truly capable of. Atticus nodded again. He decided to put the matter aside for now. As he glanced back at his status, another thought came to him. Wait, since I'm at the bottleneck between Grandmaster and Paragon rank, does that mean I won't get stronger no matter how much I train? Ozeroth nodded. Your physical body has reached its current limits. But you can still advance in your other abilities. Looks like I'll suspend all physical training for now and focus on my elements and arts, Atticus decided. After thinking more about it, his gaze shifted to his other abilities. His level was still at Master Plus rank, but Atticus could feel it, he was on the edge. He was about to break through to the Grandmaster ranks. Just a little more, and he would cross over. As that realization set in, an intense determination burned in his chest. The fourth trial of the katana. The deadliest one yet. He had to be ready for it. Even though his body was at its limits and nearing the Paragon rank, his mana reserves were still lacking. His level only measured the mana within his body, and it was still at the Master Plus rank. I have a lot of work to do, Atticus thought, his resolve hardening. Due to the spiritual energy coursing through him and syncing with his mana, Atticus's body was benefiting from two powerful energies. His bond with Ozeroth had forced him through an intense process, flooding his body with an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy that he had sustained for some time. The pain had been unimaginable, but the benefits were undeniable. His body had been pushed to its absolute limit, and that strain was the root cause of his current bottleneck. At this point, Atticus could feel he had more spiritual energy than mana. The effects of the spiritual energy were clear in his body. Although he had just woken from a long sleep, his body looked radiant. There wasn't a single imperfection. His physique was perfectly sculpted, and he exuded an aura that naturally drew people in. Atticus couldn't help but whistle as he noticed the massive leap in his charm stat. Even he was a little attracted to himself. As it should be, Ozeroth said with a satisfied smile. As my bond, you should be able to attract even people of the same gender. Atticus's face scrunched up. Ozeroth laughed heartily at Atticus's reaction. Ah, scoff all you like, but let me tell you, in the spirit world, though I was hated by every spirit worth their salt, I could still feel the wetness between the women's legs as they stared at me. His voice was dripping with pride. Atticus groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. That sounded wrong on so many levels. Ozeroth grinned wider. Wrong. No, my dear bond, that's power. The kind of allure you can't fake. As my bond, you should. He suddenly froze, his expression shifting as he combed through Atticus's memories. His brows furrowed, then rose in shock before he let out a long, exaggerated hum. I'm starting to rethink this bond. Atticus blinked, confused. What? A woman used you, and another outright rejected you. Embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing, Ozeroth exclaimed. How will I ever hold my head high if the spirit world finds out my bond was such a, what's the word? He paused, searching through Atticus's memories. Ah yes, a simp. Atticus's face turned red. I was not simping, he muttered defensively. Oh, really? Ozeroth snapped his fingers, and two images appeared in the air, one of Kira kissing another boy while Atticus watched from a distance, and another of Zoe rejecting him. Then what would you call this? Ozeroth asked pointedly. Atticus cleared his throat, looking anywhere but at the humiliating memories. It just happened, okay. Ozeroth stared at him for a long moment before taking a deep breath, as if calming himself. It's fine. What's done is done. The past is the past. What matters is the future. And now that I'm here, things will change for the better. You should thank me. Atticus chuckled. Yeah, Thanks, Ozeroth. But just as he said that, his thoughts drifted to Zoe. Since Ozeroth had brought her up, he couldn't help but wonder what she might be doing now. You're still thinking about her? Ozeroth roared in his head, the sheer volume rattling Atticus's focus. Ozeroth continued, his voice firm and commanding, like a general addressing a soldier. Rule number 1. Never dwell on the past, especially not on someone who doesn't value you. I wouldn't go that far, Atticus replied. I know she likes me. That's bogus, Ozeroth shot back. And it doesn't matter. Do you know what does? Atticus shook his head. You asked her out, and she rejected you. You do not do that to someone you want to keep in your life. If you're just going to end up running back to her, I might as well kill you now. Atticus sighed, rubbing his temple. Fine, fine. Got it. No dwelling on the past. Ozeroth shot him a piercing stare, clearly still annoyed. Good. If you want to be worthy of my bond, you'll focus on what's ahead, not what's behind. Now, let's ensure the future we build is one where no one dares reject or use you again. Atticus shook his head, half amused and half overwhelmed. It seemed life with Ozeroth was going to be eventful. Very eventful. After listening to more of Ozeroth's rambling, Atticus's gaze wandered to his elements. He wasn't surprised to see that his spirit element had already reached level 4. After everything that had happened, it was only natural. Then he checked his arts, and what he saw instantly amazed him. Every single one of them had ranked up multiple levels. In fact, Atticus recalled that he had used only 3 techniques from his arts, yet somehow, everything had improved. What would you do without me? Ozeroth said proudly, having picked up on Atticus's thoughts. Atticus rolled his eyes. You truly underestimate the greatness you've bonded with, Ozeroth continued. Allow me to enlighten you. My aspect, omnicognition, allows me to see the very nature of powers. With it, I can not only decipher the intricacies of abilities but also improve them. I see, Atticus said, piecing it together. So just by being in that enhanced state, I was able to improve all of them. He realized that, without even trying, he had gained significant enlightenment during the battle. However, Atticus also noticed the limits of Ozeroth's power. The spirit could analyze the nature of powers and see their unique signatures, but he couldn't decipher abilities beyond his current understanding. If someone was stronger than him, Ozeroth might be able to copy their surface abilities, but he wouldn't be able to use them at the same level. Unless Ozeroth reached their strength, he wouldn't fully grasp or utilize those abilities. As Atticus mulled over these thoughts, Ozeroth suddenly asked a heavy question. So how will you handle the Starhaven? Atticus froze. The problem of the Spirit King was complicated. From Ozeroth's explanation, the easiest solution was to annihilate the entire Starhaven lineage, including Zoe and Seraphina. But could Atticus ever do that? It would be genocide. Atticus shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, but I can't commit genocide. We'll have to find another way. Ozeroth went silent, but Atticus could sense a hint of approval in his emotions. If Atticus had chosen the path of genocide, he would have lost Ozeroth's respect. Suddenly, Atticus remembered something and called out. Yodid. A figure materialized in front of him, bowing his head. Atticus gazed down at Yodid with a piercing look, scrutinizing every inch of him. He looks okay, he thought. He had completely forgotten about his Ravenblade. Yodid had been in his shadow during his fight with Blackgate. With how intense the battle had been, along with the overwhelming power surging through him, Atticus had been worried that Yodid might have been affected. Are you okay? Yodid didn't respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head further, his clenched fist pressed to the ground. It trembled with such intense power that the air around it vibrated. Yotad's current emotions and expression could only be described in one word: shame. He was ashamed. The Ravenblades of the Ravenstein family were trained through gruesome methods from childhood, indoctrinated with a single purpose: protection. Their pride, their reason to hold their heads high, was their unwavering duty to serve and protect their assigned master. But ever since Yodid had been assigned to Atticus, he had never felt useful. Usually, Ravenblades were assigned during their master's youth, and while Atticus had been young when Yodid was assigned, everything changed after Atticus's fight with the Aeonian Apex, Aearch. Yodid had realized one undeniable truth: Atticus had been stronger than him from the very beginning. Because of this, he never had the chance to fulfill his sole purpose. During Atticus's fight with Blackgate, Yodid had witnessed everything. While others had been blown away by the overwhelming force of their clash, Yodid had remained in Atticus's shadow, unaffected. But no words could describe the shame he felt as he realized he couldn't do anything, nothing at all, to help. If he had stepped out for even 1 second, he would have been obliterated by their mere auras. Why yes, Master, Yodid responded after a long pause. Atticus studied him for a moment, sensing something was off. Beyond being able to hear Yotad's blood flow and heartbeat, Atticus's senses had reached a terrifying level after mastering the Vampiro's technique. Coupled with his recent boost in strength, he could instantly detect Yotad's emotions. He understood why Yodid felt this way. But Atticus had no idea how to handle the situation. The man was ashamed because he couldn't protect him. But what was Atticus supposed to do? Pretend to be in trouble just so Yodid could save him? Against master ranks? At this point, Atticus could one-shot Grandmaster ranks. He couldn't imagine a scenario where he'd need Yotad's help. And anyone who could truly pose a threat to him now was far beyond Yotad's capabilities. Still, Atticus decided it was best to let Yodid figure it out on his own. He nodded and dismissed Yodid, who bowed before merging into Atticus's shadow. Though Yodid still carried the weight of shame, it was a burden he'd have to overcome by himself. I'm not about to stunt my growth just to make you feel better, Atticus thought. It sounded cold, but it was the truth. Yotad's feelings were his own, and Atticus wouldn't let them interfere with his path to strength. Once Yodid left, Ozaroth followed soon after. The spirit had muttered something about needing to rest his magnificent self, after wasting time talking with lessers. Atticus didn't bother arguing, simply rolling his eyes as Ozaroth disappeared. Finally alone, Atticus slumped back onto his bed and exhaled deeply. He stared at the ceiling in silence. It's only going to get harder, he thought. Raising his hand, he clenched his fist tightly. But I'll make it work. His eyes blazed with determination. His thoughts then shifted to the state of his body. On the outside, it brimmed with power, but inside, he felt weak and drained. Though he had been asleep for a long time, he knew he needed more time to fully recover. I could speed it up, he pondered. His gaze drifted toward his exosuit and the draconic armor gifted to him by the dragon race. Both were excellent for recovery. However, when he glanced at his wrists, his eyes narrowed. It's not there, he thought. The armor from the dragon race, which was supposed to be fixed to his wrists, was gone. As he tried to piece it together, his mind returned to his battle with Blackgate, a clash between paragons so intense it had destroyed an entire sector. It must have been destroyed, he concluded. Atticus was both baffled and sad. The artifact had been a Grandmaster rank artifact, but it wasn't durable enough to survive a clash between two paragons. What baffled him the most, however, was that he hadn't even had the chance to use it before it got destroyed. There's no helping it, Atticus thought, accepting the loss. At least I still have the Aeonion's orb. Plus, I got a major power-up in return. Despite the loss, the rewards far outweighed what he had given up. Since the draconic armor was no longer an option, Atticus's thoughts shifted toward his exosuit. As he focused on it, a pitch-black suit instantly enveloped his body like a second skin. Atticus immediately noticed the difference between this version of his exosuit and the one he had used before. Aside from its appearance change, he could feel it drawing spiritual energy and mana from the air, channeling it into his body. It was invigorating. It seems spiritual energy really is the best for healing, Atticus thought. He had already assumed that the Starhaven race possessed an incredible amount of vitality, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. It feels incredible, he exhaled, a soothing sensation coursing through him. The intense pain and soreness that had racked his body diminished significantly. He hadn't bothered using his pain resistance technique because he saw no point in it. If he used it now, his body would still remain in bad shape. It was better to endure the pain so he'd know exactly when he was fully healed. With the exosuit passively healing him, Atticus soon dozed off and entered dreamland. He wasn't worried about his safety. He knew Magnus was constantly watching over him, and he also had the most prideful being as a bond. The hours passed quickly, and Atticus was woken by the sound of someone approaching the training room. He quickly dismissed his exosuit and sat up straight to see who it was. How are you feeling now, honey? A smile crossed Atticus's face as Anastasia approached him, pushing a large tray. I'm feeling better, Mum, he replied, the smell of delicious food wafting into his nostrils. You brought me food. His stomach rumbled loudly. Anastasia nodded and placed her palm on his forehead to check his temperature. She then thoroughly scrutinized his body. Once she was satisfied that everything was fine, Anastasia served the food and sat quietly beside him as he began eating. Anastasia had brought a buffet. The tray held a variety of dishes, each more enticing than the last. And yet, Atticus kept devouring everything in front of him. His stomach seemed bottomless, like an abyss. Anastasia smiled as she watched him eat with no care in the world. To her, it was a good sign, much better than him having no appetite at all. Bond, save some for me. Atticus heard Ozeroth's voice in his head and scoffed. If you want some, come out and get it yourself. Ozeroth went silent. Atticus instantly understood why, because Anastasia was present. Suit yourself. If it were even possible, Atticus's eating speed doubled as he shoveled food into his mouth faster. Minutes later, Atticus could feel Ozeroth's intense glare in his mind as he ate the last bite. So good, Atticus sighed in satisfaction, slumping back. Thank you, Mom. Anastasia only smiled warmly. She had watched him eat that truckload of food without saying a word. After a few moments, Atticus sat up straight and turned to her. So, how long was I out? Anastasia's eyes showed a flicker of sadness as she recalled the long time he had been unconscious. She shook her head, clearing her thoughts and reminding herself that everything had turned out fine. 1 month, she replied. Atticus's eyes widened. 1 whole month. Anastasia nodded. Wow. It took him a moment to process the fact that he had been asleep for so long. I knew I was biting off more than I could chew, but isn't this a bit much? 1 month felt like an eternity to him. He could have accomplished so much during that time, but instead, he had been unconscious. That's 1 month gone from the year, he thought, shaking his head. In 1 year, Atticus would have to join the military and take part in the war against the Zorvans. While he had gained immense power in a short time, he still felt like he had wasted precious time. Turning back to Anastasia, he asked, So, what happened while I was down? Anastasia gave him a knowing look, one that immediately told him what she was thinking. Atticus quickly raised his hands in surrender, a sheepish smile on his face. I have no plans to train, I promise. Not until I'm fully recovered. Anastasia's gaze grew sharper as she studied him closely. Are you sure? Atticus nodded. I'll trust you. Anastasia kept her side of the deal and told Atticus everything that had happened during the 1 month he had been asleep. After he fainted, the entire Sector 3 entered a state of absolute defense, with every single entry into the sector strictly monitored. No one, aside from the Ravensteins, was allowed into the estate, regardless of their importance. The Ravensteins were a Tier 1 family, and considering Atticus's importance, none of the other Tier 1s had any intention of earning their ire by insisting on visiting, not that Magnus would have allowed it anyway. Not long after, word spread across the entire human domain and even further. The human apex, Atticus Ravenstein, had battled a paragon and forced him to flee. The entire world froze. It was a revelation as absurd as it was maddening. A 17-year-old battling a paragon. It had to be false news. However, as time passed, people began to realize something. The news had come directly from the paragons of humanity. The major news companies across the entire human domain had disseminated it. And if there was one definite fact that everyone knew, it was that these companies never spread fake news. And so, they came to a realization, it wasn't false. It was the truth. That revelation blew their minds. If it could literally happen, their heads might have exploded. A paragon. A freaking paragon. The shock that swept through the entire human domain was beyond words. It was all anyone could talk about. Soon after, the inevitable happened. There wasn't a single race in Eldoralf without spies in the human domain. Sure, humans were considered weak and inferior, but that didn't mean they would be left unwatched. The other races learned of the news, and, baffled, wasn't enough to describe what they felt. The revelation seemed unbelievable, but regardless, they would have been foolish not to investigate. Delegates from the superior races converged on the human domain under the guise of fostering relationships with their respective races. After the incident with Whisker, both the mid and superior races started treating the human domain with caution. If this had been in the past, a visit to the human domain wouldn't even have required an excuse. However, the human domain had no choice but to allow them in because of political obligations. The Ravensteins, however, had no such obligations. The delegates entered the human domain, but no matter what they said or did, they weren't allowed into Sector 3. Most of the delegates were representatives of the superior and mid races, used to getting their way with the lower races. However, this time was different. Instantly enraged, they even resorted to hurling threats. But no matter what they said, Magnus didn't budge. Thick, dark, lightning-laden clouds surrounded the entirety of Sector 3, each one flashing with bright white light. Magnus's stance was clear. The Ravensteins were ready to go to war with anyone and everyone who dared to cross. As Anastasia got to this point, Atticus burst into laughter. It was exactly the kind of thing Magnus would do. What happened after that? He asked. Nothing, Anastasia replied, shaking her head with a smile. The delegates had no choice but to yield. They're in Sector 6, waiting for a chance to meet you. Atticus laughed a bit more, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. It seemed he had been right to assume he had nothing to worry about with Magnus around. After that, Anastasia added that he had received many well wishes from the people of the human domain, along with numerous gifts. Atticus's ears perked up at the word, gifts. To him, there could never be too many. How are you feeling now, honey? Anastasia asked with a concerned expression. Atticus smiled. I'm okay now, Mom. Better, he said, placing his hand over hers to reassure her. After confirming that Atticus was getting better, Anastasia stood up, took the now empty food tray, and left, leaving Atticus alone with his thoughts. The hours passed quickly, and before the end of the day, Atticus had another visitor. A smile appeared on Atticus's lips as Avalon approached his bed. Hey bud, how are you feeling now? Avalon asked, ruffling his hair before sitting down. Better, Atticus replied, raising his right arm and flexing it with a grin. Avalon chuckled, but after a few seconds, his expression turned serious. You've grown even stronger, and I honestly didn't think it was possible. Avalon knew Atticus had been somewhat stronger than him, especially after his power-up when he fought the branch heads of the Obsidian Order. But now, it wasn't just, somewhat. Avalon could feel it. Atticus's strength was overwhelming. His son could one-shot him. Still, he wasn't here to compare strengths. Atticus was his son, and his well-being was what mattered most. His gaze narrowed. But you've also drawn a lot of attention that comes with its own dangers. Atticus could instantly sense the shift in the mood, and his expression turned serious as he listened. I want you to keep something in mind. Right now, people revere you and see you as a human miracle. But that's a double-edged sword. People will either look up to you, or try to tear you down to prove you're not untouchable. Atticus nodded. You're strong, but strength alone doesn't win wars. It's strategy, knowing when to act and when to hold back. Your grandpa Magnus might rain down lightning on anyone who crosses him, but you have the potential to lead, to change how humans are seen by the other races. But only if you're careful. Atticus frowned slightly. All I want to do is protect the people I care about, he said bluntly. Avalon quickly picked up on his meaning. Atticus wasn't a hero, and he had no plans to be some savior of humanity. His goal, his only goal, was to protect those dear to him. Others be damned. It all makes sense now, Avalon thought. He had heard about everything that happened in Sector 8. Atticus hadn't cared about the devastation or its impact on the people, his only goal had been to kill his opponent. This was the first time Avalon would speak to Atticus about something like this. He was only now beginning to understand where Atticus's head was at. Avalon smiled. This wasn't the mindset most parents would want their children to have, but the Ravensteins were different. They valued honor and strength, but above all, they cared about family. Avalon was the same. That's fine, Atticus. I don't expect you to be a hero, but don't be a villain, Avalon said, and Atticus could hear the underlying meaning in his words. He nodded in understanding. Avalon ruffled his hair with a smile one more time. Atticus, you must always be careful. I know you don't plan on being a hero, but now you represent all of humanity in everything you do. Everyone is watching. One wrong move, and humanity could lose the fragile ground we've gained. You might be our miracle, but you're also their target. There was a pause as the two of them locked eyes, the weight of Avalon's words settling in Atticus's mind. Then, Avalon's smirk returned, lightening the mood. Enough of that, he said. Tell me, how did it feel? Battling a paragon and forcing him to run. Did you see the look on his face when he realized he couldn't beat you? Atticus burst into laughter. He had been too angry when Blackgate escaped to fully enjoy the moment, but now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh. Priceless. I don't think he expected me to last more than a second, Atticus said, grinning. Avalon chuckled, looking at Atticus with pride in his eyes. The room fell silent for a moment. Then, in a softer tone, Avalon said, I'm proud of you, son. No matter what anyone says, you've already proven what it means to be a Ravenstein. Atticus smiled warmly. Thanks, Dad. With that, Avalon ruffled his hair one last time before leaving the room. As soon as he left, Atticus continued resting, and time seemed to pass quickly. The next day arrived, and Atticus stood in front of the training room door, fully dressed and completely healed. Anastasia had visited the night before with another truckload of food, and just like before, Atticus devoured every single bit of it, much to Ozeroth's irritation as he glared at him from his mind. Now, standing in front of the door, Atticus radiated a kind of power that was hard to describe, power that made even the atmosphere tremble. Taking a deep breath, Atticus stepped forward and walked through the door. Magnus's personal advanced training room was located in a remote part of the estate. It was the first time Atticus had been to this area. The place was completely deserted, even by other Ravensteins. But as soon as Atticus left that secluded area and entered the main part of the estate, he instantly saw a procession of white-haired individuals roaming around. As soon as Atticus got within range, it was as though someone had hit pause on the world. The murmuring stopped. The people froze. And in unison, all eyes turned towards Atticus. Atticus raised his eyebrows. What's happening? They had all just frozen and were staring at him in silence. It's the spiritual energy, you dumbass, Ozeroth said in his mind. Atticus's mouth twitched. You're centuries old. Are you even allowed to use such foul language? I am Ozeroth. I do what I want, the voice retorted. Atticus chuckled. And yet you can't face my mum. Ozeroth went silent, and Atticus laughed even more. Shaking his head, Atticus swept his gaze around. It must be my charm stats, he thought. They continued staring at him silently, but Atticus could sense their intent clearly. There was only one feeling, shock and awe. Normally, given everything he had done and achieved, this reaction would have been understandable. However, what shocked them all was the intensity of it. Each person felt as though they should bow and worship him. The Ravensteins respected Atticus greatly, but pride was deeply ingrained in them. Worshipping someone was not common among them. Yet here they were, struggling to stop themselves from bowing to Atticus. After realizing what had happened, Atticus started making his way to his room, acknowledging their exaggerated greetings with a nod. I can use this to my benefit, he thought. Atticus couldn't sense an ounce of bad will from anyone he passed. All he felt was awe and reverence. Even more remarkable was the fact that there were grandmasters among the crowd, and they, too, were affected. If people naturally liked him, he could get anything he wanted. After some time and plenty of exaggerated greetings, Atticus finally reached his room. He sat down cross-legged on his bed and instantly began meditating. Although he had healed, he had promised Anastasia he would wait one more day just to be sure before starting his physical training. I won't be focusing on the physical aspects anyway. I can still train without going to the advanced training room, he thought. A real man always keeps his word, Ozeroth scoffed in his mind. I am keeping my word, Atticus replied, his tone slightly defensive. You're meditating, Ozeroth retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. That's like saying you're resting, while planning to destroy an entire army in your head. Atticus frowned. Meditation isn't breaking a promise, Ozeroth. It's calming. Big difference. Calming, you say. And what will you be doing during this meditation? Quote. Exactly, Ozeroth pressed. A real man would keep his promises. Atticus exhaled deeply, opening his eyes with a frown. I'm not lying. But I can't afford to waste time. You know this better than anyone. He could feel Ozeroth's judgmental stare in his mind, but he didn't care. Shutting his eyes again, Atticus focused his entire being on himself and started training. Atticus claimed he only wanted to meditate, but it was clear this was more than that. During his battle with Blackgate, when he had been trapped in the labyrinth, he had learned something fascinating about spiritual energy. There were two talent categories when it came to spiritual energy. The first was what most of the Starhaven family possessed, including Serafina, their paragon. They could manipulate and shape spiritual energy, using it to empower themselves, form constructs, and perform various other feats. However, these were all surface-level abilities. The second category delved deeper into what spiritual energy truly was. Unlike mana, spiritual energy was never tied to the body, even though the Starhaven family used it to enhance their physical power. In its natural form, spiritual energy was tied to the soul. Ever since he discovered that spiritual energy was a form of energy different from mana, Atticus had been curious about its properties. In Eldoralf, mana was life. It coursed through nearly everything on the planet and was the source of strength and power. To Atticus, mana could be summed up in one word: power. It was like fuel, an energy source that boosted its wielder's strength. But spiritual energy was different, especially for those in the second talent category. Atticus was only beginning to understand this now, and Ozeroth's memories confirmed it. Spiritual energy was a truth-revealing force, capable of rewriting reality by understanding and harmonizing with the world's essence. Here, world didn't mean the planet Eldoralf but the entire universe. Mastering it required clarity of purpose, self, and emotion. It demanded the absence of inner conflict, emotional turmoil, and self-deception. Ozeroth didn't say a word as he watched Atticus train. Even his thoughts were silent, avoiding any potential distractions. He didn't try to guide Atticus. In his mind, he had already done enough by granting Atticus access to his memories, which contained centuries of knowledge not easily found anywhere else. Still, Ozeroth struggled to hide the bit of shock he felt. The speed at which Atticus was grasping the complexities of spiritual energy was astounding. While much of it could be attributed to having access to Ozeroth's memories, it didn't diminish the feat. Ozeroth, who had risen through the ranks of the spirit world faster than anyone else, had still taken much longer to reach this level. As Ozeroth silently observed, Atticus immersed himself in his own world. According to Ozeroth's memories, there are 3 stages, Atticus thought. These stages were called folds, and each represented a deeper mastery of spiritual energy. The first fold was awareness. To reach this stage, one had to achieve basic clarity and focus by overcoming inner conflicts and aligning their actions with their true purpose. In this stage, one would unlock the ability to see truths, such as detecting lies, weaknesses, and intent. They could also sense vulnerabilities in arts and techniques. But that wasn't all. As the user aligned with their soul, their overall physical and mental capabilities would increase. They would gain resistance to external manipulations like illusions and emotional influences. The second fold, integration, deepened the user's ability to perceive truths. It allowed them to repair and stabilize the world around them, such as fixing broken objects or calming chaotic environments. The third fold, manifestation, was the pinnacle. At this level, one could temporarily alter the rules of reality in a localized area and even manifest their soul in the real world. However, this came with immense risk. If the manifested soul was destroyed, the individual's entire existence would end. As Atticus trained, he entered a state of absolute focus. He had briefly tapped into the power of the second fold during his fight with Blackgate, but he knew it had been due to his heightened state at the time. From the beginning, spiritual energy had always calmed him. Now, for the first time, he reveled in this feeling of serenity. His entire being was focused on reaching the first fold, awareness. To do this, Atticus needed basic inner clarity. He had to discover his true purpose. He could have spent time debating what his purpose was, but deep down, he already knew the answer. The peak. This had been his goal ever since his reincarnation into this world. It was his true purpose. To stand above all, to gain overwhelming power that could counter anything. To reach the peak where nothing could challenge him. That was peace. And so, Atticus let go. He released every unnecessary thought, every lingering doubt. The frustration, the fear, the fleeting moments of weakness, all of it dissolved. He surrendered himself completely to the spiritual energy around him, allowing it to fill him without resistance. Atticus could feel it instantly, the flow of spiritual energy coursing through the air like an unseen current, wrapping around him, filling him, pulling him deeper into its embrace. The calmness was overwhelming, sharper than any blade and more solid than the ground beneath his feet. As the realization settled over him, the spiritual energy surged. It aligned with his soul, intertwining with his very being. His thoughts sharpened, His focus narrowed. And then, it happened. The shift. A sudden stillness fell over him, the beating of his heart rippling through the air. His perception changed. His eyes snapped open, and the world was no longer the same. His eyes glowed a vivid, otherworldly purple. And through them, Atticus could see them. The threads. They stretched across reality, connecting everything in sight. He could see through the walls of his room, observing Ravenstein family members moving through the estate. Faintly glowing purple strands wove through the air, binding objects, people, and the environment in ways he had never imagined. Each thread pulsed with energy, some bright and vibrant, others weak and frayed. Intrigued, Atticus looked around. A tree not far from the mansion swayed lightly, its thread bending but remaining strong. A bird flew over the mansion, its threads moving in harmony with its wings. Closer, warriors trained nearby, their threads frayed at the shoulders and knees, revealing weak points in their techniques. It wasn't just vision, it was instinct. The threads weren't just visible, they spoke to him, revealing truths no amount of mana could uncover. So this is the first fold, he muttered to himself, his voice low. Awareness. The truth of all things. Turning his focus inward, Atticus saw his own thread. It was incredibly bright, outshining every thread he had seen so far. But it wasn't perfect. He frowned slightly. It must be because I still have a long way to go, he concluded. With that thought, he decided to test something. His body flickered, and in an instant, he appeared before the tree he had observed earlier. Standing close, Atticus gazed at the tree's thread in amazement. It looks even more incredible up close, he thought. He could see the weak points in the tree's threads, spots visible only to him. Reaching out with a trembling hand, he focused on one of the weak spots. Spiritual energy surged through him, and with a light pull, the tree shifted. Another tug, and the thread snapped cleanly in two. The tree shattered. Atticus's glowing eyes narrowed. The threads aren't just visible, I can influence them. The revelation was mind-blowing. Atticus's thoughts raced as he considered the possibilities. He could spot weak points in an opponent's techniques and exploit them. Since spiritual energy was tied to the soul, seeing a thread was akin to peering into a person's soul. It was incredible. Turning his attention to another tree, Atticus observed its thread pulsing steadily, unbroken and strong. This time, he didn't pull. Instead, he pushed, infusing the thread with a small amount of spiritual energy. The tree glowed faintly, its leaves shimmering as though touched by light. I can strengthen them too, he thought, intrigued. By infusing spiritual energy, he had amplified the tree's soul. But what are the limits? He wondered, turning his gaze toward the direction where Magnus was likely to be. Closing his eyes, he reached out. The moment he did, a blinding purple light assaulted him. It wasn't just blinding, it was overwhelming, like staring directly into the sun. Before he could process what was happening, a loud, booming laugh erupted in his mind, shaking him to his core. Ha! You fool! Ozeroth's voice bellowed, his laughter echoing endlessly. You thought you could see his thread. Oh, this is rich. Atticus frowned, opening his eyes, which had dimmed slightly but still glowed faintly purple. What's so funny about that? He muttered. Everything, Ozeroth said, still chuckling. You just stepped into the first fold, and you already think you can see through paragons. Someone so far beyond you. Arrogance or ignorance, either way, it's hilarious. Atticus's expression hardened as he realized the truth. I can't see the threads of people stronger than me, he thought. Now you're using your head, Ozeroth said. Let me make this clear, Bond. The threads of spiritual energy are tied to the soul, yes, but you cannot see what you cannot comprehend. A paragon's soul, his existence, is beyond your current ability to perceive. Atticus narrowed his eyes, absorbing Ozeroth's words. Ozeroth snorted. Your awareness, your spiritual energy, is still shallow. You've got a long way to go before you can proudly call yourself my Bond. Ignoring Ozeroth's taunts, Atticus was more intrigued by his new discovery. This just unlocked a new path to power. Interesting, he thought. Making his way back to his room, Atticus was met by Dario and Niall standing at the door, waiting for him. As Atticus approached his door, he suddenly stopped when he saw Dario and Niall standing in front of his room, waiting for him. Their eyes widened in shock as he approached. Dario was the first to snap out of it. He quickly bowed and greeted. Young master. The loudness of his voice embarrassed him almost immediately, and he shook his head in embarrassment. But Dario couldn't be blamed. From the last time he had seen Atticus, his entire aura had changed. In fact, it was as though he had become a completely different person. Since Atticus had come out of the abyssal chasm, his aura had been lethal, like the feeling of a knife constantly pressing against your throat. But now, his aura was different, expansive, overwhelming, and awe-inducing. Dario had the strangest urge to worship him, which made him question his own sanity. Where is this feeling coming from? Niall, on the other hand, didn't even bother to hide his shock. His crimson eyes were wide, and so was his mouth. Why you? What happened to you? Niall finally stammered, completely baffled. Atticus knew what he meant, but he ignored the beast. Instead, he turned to Dario and acknowledged his greeting with a simple nod. You can stand straight. Are you guys okay? Atticus's words were undoubtedly a command, but to Dario, they felt more like a divine decree. His head shot up, and his back straightened instinctively as he responded quickly. Yes, young master. We were saved by Master Magnus during the clash between you and the Obsidian Order. Atticus's eyes flickered. His senses had just picked up something unusual from Dario. The man's expression looked normal, but with Atticus's recent power-up, he could sense something deeper. Dario's feelings were as clear as day: reverence, anticipation, and, surprisingly, hunger. Dario gazed at Atticus as though he were some form of salvation. He's ambitious, Atticus thought, quickly discerning Dario's intentions from his emotions and gaze. But it didn't change anything. He couldn't sense any ill intent from Dario. The man simply wanted to use him to fulfill his own ambitions. It's a natural human feeling, but I don't even know what to make of him. Atticus turned toward Niall, who was still staring at him with wide eyes. When Niall met Atticus's gaze, his eyes dropped involuntarily, as though he didn't dare meet it. Niall shook his head, realizing what had just happened. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift his head to meet Atticus's eyes, as though his body refused to obey him. Atticus could feel a wave of different emotions coming from Niall. Awe, shock, reluctance. It was too numerous and conflicting for him to make sense of. At least they're both okay, he thought. During his battle with Blackgate, the truth was Atticus hadn't cared about anything else. He knew his family wasn't in the sector, and he hadn't given anything else a thought. Now, Atticus felt a bit guilty. While his subordinates had willingly chosen to follow him, fully aware of the risks, it didn't change the fact that they were his responsibility. That's fine then. Did you both want to see me? Atticus asked. Not for anything in particular, young master. Dario shook his head. Since you were awake, I thought you'd need information. Atticus nodded. Feeding him information had always been Dario's job anyway. What about you? Atticus turned toward Niall, who flinched as Atticus's gaze fell on him. It felt as though the weight of the world was pressing on him. I just followed, Niall stammered. In truth, he had simply wanted to confirm that everything was real. He had been there, he had seen Atticus battle Blackgate. And yet, days later, he still couldn't fully grasp it. His shock had been that intense. Coming here had been his way of seeing Atticus face to face to prove to himself that he wasn't crazy, that it had really happened. Atticus sensed his intent but chose not to address it. Instead, he called Dario into his room to hear what he had to say, leaving the still shocked beast behind. Anastasia had already told Atticus what had happened during his 1-month sleep, but it wouldn't hurt to hear it from another perspective. As Dario began recounting the events, Atticus listened quietly. Most of what he explained matched what Anastasia had told him. However, Dario brought up a topic that she hadn't: the Starhaven family. Atticus raised an eyebrow slightly. Go on. Dario nodded. After that event, the majority of the Starhaven family were changed by it. Changed. Atticus's voice remained calm, but his sharp gaze pinned Dario, silently urging him to clarify. Yes, Dario confirmed. They started worshipping the tree. Or rather, the spirit that came with it. They call it the Spirit King. Atticus's eyes narrowed. Spirit, worship, he muttered to himself, trying to process the information. Then his eyes widened slightly. Did the Spirit King come to Sector 8? Atticus didn't wait for Dario's response. Instead, he dived into Ozeroth's memories of what had happened after he fainted. What he saw shocked him to his core. He restored Sector 8. Don't let that fool you, Bond, Ozeroth's voice echoed in his mind, his tone sharp. That bastard is as evil as they come. I know, Atticus thought. But if he can already perform feats like restoring an entire sector, it means we're running out of time. Atticus hadn't known about the Spirit King's presence. In fact, he had avoided asking about the Starhaven sector. After his battle with Blackgate, all he remembered was chaos and devastation. He had assumed the sector was lost. The guilt crept in. Atticus didn't feel bad about the lives lost or the homes destroyed. No, he felt guilty because he had brought that destruction to Serafina and Zoe's home. Still, this new revelation was alarming. It meant the Spirit King's reach was growing rapidly, and there would soon come a time when he would be powerful enough to encompass the entire planet. Atticus listened as Dario continued. It's not just lip service either, Dario said, his tone darkening. They've gone fanatical. They believe the Spirit King is some kind of god. After the tree was restored, it was as if they had been shown a higher truth. They've started talking about another world, one beyond ours, where beings stronger than us exist. Atticus was quiet for a moment, his expression unreadable. His mind raced as different thoughts flickered through his head. And the Paragons, what did they think? Atticus asked. From Ozeroth's memory, the Spirit King had made his presence known to the Paragons of humanity. That meant they were already aware of the existence of another world and the overwhelming power of the Spirit King. More importantly, they understood the threat posed by the Starhaven family. Atticus was a bit surprised that war hadn't already broken out. Dario hesitated briefly. The Paragons were already aware of the existence of another world, though they've kept it very quiet, especially from the masses. In fact, the only reason I know this is partly because I witnessed it myself and partly because I'm your direct subordinate. Atticus noticed a faint flicker of excitement at the mention of him being his subordinate, but he ignored it. I was allowed to attend one of the many meetings because of this, and even then, I had to sign a mana contract to keep it confidential. The Paragons are being extremely guarded about this information because of the other races. At the mention of the last part, Atticus's gaze sharpened. It's the best move. Humanity's relationship with the other races was incredibly fragile. The other races had made no secret of their desire to dominate or destroy humanity. After the incident with Whisker, Atticus was certain they were still searching for a way, but hadn't found one yet. However, this issue would give them exactly what they needed. If the other races got even a hint of this, it wouldn't just be the Starhaven family that was targeted, it would be the entire human domain. The Alliance was already struggling to hold back the Zorvans. Adding the Spirit King into the mix wasn't an option. The other races would take the easiest solution without hesitation, annihilation. We can't afford to let the other races find out about this, Atticus thought. If news of the Spirit King spread to the masses, the spies of the other races would quickly relay the information back to their respective leaders. Dario continued, his tone growing serious. Although they haven't allowed the masses to know, the other Paragons have already taken action behind the scenes. How so? Atticus asked. A few days after the incident, they started isolating them, sending every single Starhaven out of their sectors. So they've been exiled, Atticus summarized coldly. Exactly, Dario nodded. Each Paragon forced them to leave their respective territories. Right now, the Starhaven family has nowhere to go, so they've withdrawn completely to their own lands. And what about the tree? Atticus asked. He had seen the Spirit King restoring it in Ozeroth's memories, so he was curious if there had been any changes. It's still there, in their domain, standing tall and radiating spiritual energy. The Starhavens treat it like a divine presence. Atticus tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, deep in thought. What did the Paragons decide to do with them? They've chosen to tread carefully because of the Spirit King, Dario confirmed. He's an unknown entity with overwhelming power. Humanity is already walking on a knife's edge. The last thing the Paragons want is a powerful force pulling in another direction, one they don't understand or know the limits of. For a moment, there was silence. Atticus's gaze shifted toward the window, his thoughts running. They picked the most logical option. He couldn't blame the Paragons. While Atticus had Ozeroth's memories and knew exactly what was going on, the Paragons were different. They only had fragments of information about the situation. They didn't know who the Spirit King was, nor did they realize the magnitude of his threat. Atticus was certain most of them were still clinging to the hope of a peaceful resolution. But only he knew the truth, there was no such way. Should I tell them? Atticus was torn. He was certain that if he revealed everything about the current situation, it would lead to war. There was no other option. If the Starhaven family continued to grow and increase their numbers, the spiritual energy would thicken, and so would the whole. The Spirit King's descent would become inevitable. No one would allow that. It might not be a unanimous decision, but carnage would be unleashed upon all of Sector 8, there was no doubt about it. And that raised a difficult question. Would he want to be the cause of the loss of millions of lives? Atticus's thoughts raced. He could lie to himself, but it didn't feel right. None of it did. He stood up and walked outside the room. Dario watched him silently for a moment before following. Outside, Niall was still lingering, looking like he had more questions than answers. Tell me if anything else happens, Atticus said curtly, glancing at Dario before walking past Niall without another word. Yes, young master, Dario replied, bowing respectfully as Atticus walked off. Niall looked back and forth between them, clearly confused, but neither Atticus nor Dario had any intention of explaining. Ah, right, young master, Dario suddenly called out, causing Atticus to stop. Master Magnus captured the branch heads of the Obsidian Order. They're currently imprisoned at the estate. An icy chill crawled down Dario and Niall's spines as the temperature around them plummeted. Atticus didn't turn back to face them, but the coldness radiating from his body was enough to let them know he was angry. Okay. That single word was all he said before walking away. In a pitch-dark room, silence reigned, broken only by the faint sound of labored breathing. The air was heavy, filled with the stench of blood and sweat. Against the cold stone walls, two figures, a man and a woman, were chained in place. Their arms were stretched out to the sides, shackled tightly at the wrists, while chains around their ankles left their legs dangling. Their bodies were battered and broken, covered in deep cuts, bruises, and dried blood. They were stripped bare, their injuries fully exposed. Their faces were swollen and covered in lacerations, making them unrecognizable. Each breath they took was a struggle, a wheezing, ragged sound that faintly echoed in the dark room. How did it come to this? How did it come to this? The thought ran bitterly through the mind of the man chained to the wall. His features were disfigured, covered in deep lacerations and large bruises that had clearly been there for a long time. Though he now looked unrecognizable, anyone from the Obsidian Order in the human domain would identify him in an instant. Alvis, the branch head of the Obsidian Order in Sector 3. From a young age, Alvis had always walked the dark path. He hadn't joined the Obsidian Order out of some grand ambition, it was simply because he had nothing left to lose. He was already on the wrong side of things, so why not lean into it? Even so, Alvis had always wanted to achieve something meaningful in his life. When he was younger, he had a master who taught him everything he needed to survive in a cruel world. That teaching had stayed with him, and it gave him a dream, to pass on what he had learned to a student of his own. But he had tried twice, and both students had been killed by the same person. A child, someone so young that it should have been impossible. And yet, it had happened. The loss had devastated Alvis, and his despair only deepened when he was first captured by Avalon. Being a prisoner of the Ravensteins was something Alvis wouldn't wish on even his worst enemies. At least, that was what he thought back then, before he escaped with the help of the other branch heads. But now, after being recaptured, Alvis realized something far worse. He hadn't seen the true cruelty of the Ravensteins. After their capture, Alvis and Elysia, who was now chained beside him, had been singled out for punishment. Alvis had attacked the Ravenstein's camp and had almost killed Atticus numerous times, but Elysia's crime was far greater, she had been responsible for Freya's death. What followed was beyond description. For weeks, every day, different Ravensteins came to the prison to unleash their fury on them. Magnus, Avalon, the Three Stars, the Elders, and many others Alvis hadn't even deemed important had visited the cell, inflicting unimaginable torture. It had been nothing short of hell. Especially for Elysia. The Ravensteins were meticulous in her punishment, ensuring she endured pain beyond anything Alvis could fathom. At this point, he was certain she was broken. The Ravensteins are a family of madmen, Alvis thought grimly. As he reflected on his life and the suffering he had endured, Alvis couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. To think I, Alvis, would end up in this state, all because of a 17-year-old. He shakily turned his head toward the still form of Elysia. Unlike him, she hadn't moved in hours. Her torture had been worse than his, and the Ravensteins had taken their time breaking her completely. At this point, Alvis was certain there was nothing left of her but a shattered shell. What a kid, Alvis thought bitterly, his mind turning to Atticus. The power Atticus had shown was unlike anything Alvis had ever seen. The boy had stood his ground against Blackgate, one of the most powerful paragons. It was insane. As he recalled Atticus's calm demeanor, the coldness in his eyes, and the way he carried himself, Alvis couldn't help but imagine what it would have been like to have someone like that as his disciple. He shook his head, a wave of pain rippling through his body. It was too late to entertain such thoughts. During the battle in Sector 8, though he had been too battered to see it, Alvis had felt Blackgate's presence disappear. In contrast, Atticus's presence had remained strong and unyielding. Blackgate had lost. That meant there was no hope of escape. Ever. Just as this thought settled in his mind, Alvis heard the sound of footsteps approaching the cell. Another round of torture, he thought grimly. Before he could lift his head to see who was coming, the rattling of chains echoed through the chamber. Alvis turned his head to the side, shocked to see Elysia trembling violently, her wide eyes staring straight ahead. What? Alvis's heart sank as he tried to understand what was happening. They had both endured terrible torture, yet she had never reacted like this before. Alvis could feel the fear radiating from her, it was intense, suffocating. Just as he wondered what was happening, he felt it. Death. It was near. It was absolute. The sensation washed over him like ice water. No way. His heart stopped as he shakily turned his head forward, and then he saw them, a pair of glowing purple eyes, staring at them like they were nothing more than slabs of meat. It's him. The room was pitch black, but Alvis didn't need to see anything else. He could feel it in his very bones. It was Atticus. Alvis shivered. Surely, a 17-year-old wouldn't be able to stomach torture, he thought desperately, clinging to the hope. But even he didn't believe his own thoughts. Atticus could never be compared to other children. Their last battle had proved that. Atticus hadn't flinched when over 1,000 Starhavens were threatened. He hadn't blinked when the entire sector was destroyed. It was insane. Atticus said nothing. Not a single word. The sound of the jail door sliding open echoed through the chamber as he stepped inside, walking toward the duo chained to the wall. Elysia's trembling grew worse. Her chains rattled, and her wide eyes were fixed on Atticus like a cornered animal. Please, I'm sorry, forgive me, stay away. She sobbed, thrashing against the wall as though trying to melt into it. But Atticus didn't blink. He didn't flinch. He just stared at her with those glowing purple eyes, silent and cold. The room grew colder. The air was still, suffocating. Alvis shifted uncomfortably, his heart pounding in his chest. He could only watch as Elysia broke down further. Her cries grew louder, echoing off the prison walls. Don't touch me, please. No more. Atticus didn't move. And then he did. A single step forward, and Elysia's scream tore through the chamber. It was primal, the sound of someone who had nothing left but pain. The walls shook. The chains groaned. Alvis flinched, his stomach twisting as he braced himself for what was to come. The scream stopped abruptly. Silence. And then another scream erupted, louder, sharper. It took Alvis a moment to realize it was his own. Pain coursed through his body like fire under his skin, spreading to every nerve. His muscles convulsed, his mind blanking from the sheer intensity. He tried to fight it, but it was impossible. He gasped for breath as the pain stopped, his body trembling. Relief didn't come. Atticus moved again. His presence filled the room like a storm, everywhere and nowhere all at once. Sudden, unrelenting. Wait, Alvis croaked weakly. Atticus didn't wait. The torture continued, unrelenting. The cries of Alvis and Elysia echoed throughout the underground prison, their agony reverberating off the cold stone walls. Even the other prisoners, locked away in separate cells, shuddered with fear. They could almost feel the pain being inflicted on the two. The cycle repeated endlessly. Pain, healing, and then pain again. Time passed, but for the prisoners, it felt like an eternity. The screams of Alvis and Elysia eventually blended into a haunting symphony of suffering that filled the prison. The other prisoners trembled, each silently praying they would never endure the same fate. When it finally ended, hours had passed, and night had fallen. Atticus walked out of the prison. His steps were slow and steady, his expression calm, almost serene. Not a drop of blood stained his clothes. It was as though he hadn't just spent hours unleashing unspeakable torture. In his mind, Ozeroth's voice echoed. From a mama's boy to a cold-blooded torturer. You're one weird human. You've done worse, Atticus replied, recalling the countless scenes of torture he'd seen in Ozeroth's memories. The spirit had been exceptionally cruel in its time. Ozeroth laughed loudly. Ah, you've seen those. Well, those fools were stupid enough to challenge me without knowing their place. A lesson needed to be taught. No. We can't have them remain foolish forever, can we? Atticus shook his head, muttering under his breath, they deserved it. Ozeroth chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Deserve has nothing to do with it. You do it because you can. Because no one can stop you. Because, deep down, you enjoy it, even if you won't admit it. Atticus didn't respond. The prison door slammed shut behind him as he ascended the steps. When he finally reached the surface, the air was eerily still. He stood there for a moment, staring into the quiet darkness. Then he exhaled, slow and steady, before starting his walk back to the mansion. Inside the mansion, the hallways were silent as Atticus moved toward his room. Near the door, he spotted Anastasia approaching with a tray of food. Should you be moving around already? She asked, her voice filled with concern. Atticus smiled faintly, though inwardly he rolled his eyes. She always worried too much. Even if he rested for a century, it wouldn't be enough for her. I just took a walk, he said, stepping forward to give her a brief hug. Ozeroth's scoff echoed in his mind, but Atticus ignored it. Letting go of Anastasia, he followed her into the room and sat down to eat. He ate quietly, savoring the meal as it replenished his strength after the long day. Anastasia didn't interrupt, simply watching him with a warm smile. She hoped he would stay home for a long time. When he finished, Anastasia left, leaving him alone. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. His breathing slowed as he entered a hyper-focused state. Atticus focused on his newly awakened spiritual sense. Though he had tested it earlier and discovered some interesting abilities, he still needed to grow accustomed to it. As it stood, using it effectively in battle was far from possible. He spent some time refining his control and exploring its capabilities before finally drifting off to sleep. The night passed quickly. Morning came. Atticus woke early, his routine unchanged. He freshened up, trained, meditated in his room for a while, and prepared for the day. But today, something felt different. Atticus left the mansion, his steps taking him to a part of the estate he hadn't visited since he was a child. The training grounds. As he reached the area, he stopped for a moment, taking in the sight. It's just like I remembered, he thought, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. A faint smile crossed his face as memories of training with Sirius at the age of 5 surfaced in his mind. Those sessions had been grueling and exhilarating, shaping him into who he was today. It had been the beginning of everything. Atticus's gaze swept across the training grounds, now alive with movement. Dozens of young Ravensteins were already up and training, their energy fierce and determination palpable as they clashed in sparring matches. As Atticus approached, the atmosphere shifted. One by one, the trainees stopped what they were doing, their gazes locking onto him. Even the adults present, trainers and mentors, froze. Every single one of them had the same thought: what is he doing here? Atticus said nothing as he walked to one side of the field. With a slight motion, he conjured an earth-made chair and took a seat. His glowing purple eyes scanned the field, calm and calculating. The group stiffened under his gaze. The younger ones trembled, their knees weak from the overwhelming presence of the apex. The people on the training grounds were mostly young Ravensteins who had recently completed their military training. Some adult Ravensteins, trainers, and mentors had joined to help guide them. All of them were below the Grandmaster rank. Atticus's presence was overwhelming, almost suffocating. Some of the younger ones felt their knees buckle, as though compelled to kneel. But as they realized Atticus was merely observing them, they snapped out of their daze. Collectively, they bowed in unison. We greet the apex, Atticus. Even the adults joined in. Atticus's position in the Ravenstein family, and within humanity itself, was unmatched. His power, accomplishments, and status as humanity's apex had elevated him to near mythical status. Even the elders of the Ravenstein family treated him with respect. To these youths, he was practically godlike. Atticus gave a slight nod, acknowledging their greeting. Carry on, he said calmly. To them, it wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. The trainees and mentors immediately returned to their activities. But the atmosphere had changed. The energy in the training grounds exploded. Every movement, every technique became sharper, faster, stronger. They pushed themselves harder, each one desperate to stand out. Maybe he's here to observe. Maybe he's looking for subordinates. The thought echoed in their minds, driving them to give everything they had. But Atticus wasn't paying attention to their efforts to impress him. His focus was elsewhere. His eyes flickered, sharp and calculating, taking in every movement. He studied their techniques, forms, and mana flows. The spiritual energy around him thickened as he absorbed everything. He memorized it all, every technique, every signature. The air grew heavier around him as his understanding deepened. This was the real reason he had come to the training grounds. He wanted to make full use of Ozeroth's omnicognition, sharpening his skills and increasing his proficiency. The youths pushed themselves harder, unaware that Atticus wasn't there to praise or recruit them. He was there to learn, to analyze, and to train. And he missed nothing. Atticus sat on the earthen chair in complete silence, his piercing gaze sweeping across the training grounds. His glowing purple eyes flickered rapidly from one trainee to another as they trained. Every movement, every technique, every subtle fluctuation of mana, he absorbed and memorized it all. His intelligence had always been extraordinary, one of the things he was most certain about. But now, his mental capabilities had reached a level that defied description. His comprehension speed was astonishing, processing complex patterns and ideas in mere moments. His thinking speed was unmatched, analyzing multiple layers of information simultaneously. His memory was flawless, storing everything he saw or learned as though engraved into his mind. The trainees, filled with energy and hope, believed he was there to recruit. Maybe he was searching for young talents to mold into an elite force. They couldn't have been more wrong. To Atticus, his current subordinates were as useless as a broken sword. Considering his overwhelming power, they were far too weak to be of any real use. So why would he add more dead weight? He wasn't there to scout. He was there to train. Interesting, Atticus muttered under his breath, his gaze darting across the field. The Ravenstein arts were impressive to most. But to Atticus, they were basic. Elemental manipulation was the foundation of the family's techniques, and with his current mastery over the elements, there was nothing they could do that he couldn't surpass. His control over elemental arts was so refined that he could replicate their techniques effortlessly, should he wish to. But that wasn't his goal today. He was here to sharpen his use of Ozeroth's ability, omnicognition. This ability allowed him to perceive mana signatures, breaking them down into their purest forms. With enough focus, he could replicate them and use whatever ability they represented. However, omnicognition wasn't perfect. It demanded sharp precision, intense focus, and time. Replicating simple mana barriers at the academy had been easy. But these were techniques, more complex, layered, and dynamic. Atticus wasn't ready to replicate them just yet. Instead, he committed every mana signature to memory. He studied every flow, every twist of energy, and every nuance, burning them into his mind. On the training field, the youths gave everything they had, pushing themselves to their limits. They stole glances at Atticus, hoping to catch his attention. Each one wanted to stand out, to be chosen. But their boundless energy wasn't infinite. Slowly, their stamina began to wane. Breaths grew heavier. Movements slowed. Some stumbled, their bodies betraying their limits. Still, a few gritted their teeth and pushed on, refusing to give up. They thought it might be a test, a way for Atticus to see who had the greatest determination. But Atticus remained unmoving, silent, and unbothered. The tension on the field grew as exhaustion overtook the trainees. And then, it happened. Atticus stood. The motion was simple, but it sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Eyes lit up. Breaths caught. Every gaze locked onto him, waiting. Was he finally going to speak? Was he about to choose someone? The air was thick with anticipation. Atticus nodded slightly. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away. The youths froze, disbelief etched on their faces. What just happened? Someone whispered, their voice barely audible over the sound of labored breathing. No one had an answer, but their shock was plain to see. Atticus didn't look back. The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, leaving the training grounds in silence. He made his way back to his room, shutting the door behind him. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, he closed his eyes. His breathing slowed, his body relaxed as he exhaled steadily. But the silence didn't last long. Impressive, Ozeroth's voice rumbled in his mind. Watching children flail around in the dirt. Truly a display worthy of the apex of humanity. His sarcasm was impossible to miss. Atticus's lips twitched as he suppressed a grin. You'd prefer I waste my time fighting gods every day? Perhaps. At least then you'd be challenged. A mocking chuckle followed. But no, here you are, piecing together scraps from toddlers. How inspiring. Atticus opened one eye, his tone dry. Do you ever stop talking? Not when there's so much mediocrity to address. Shaking his head, Atticus ignored the spirit, closed his eye again, and refocused. His thoughts turned to everything he had observed earlier. The Ravenstein family was built on elemental mastery, but Atticus had already determined that each technique or art carried a distinct mana signature. His goal was clear: to replicate as many mana signatures as possible and increase his replication speed. Quick replication, that was his true aim. He didn't want to replicate techniques over hours or days. He wanted to replicate them in real time, in the heat of battle. The moment he saw a technique, it needed to be his. No delay, no hesitation. It was exactly what he had done during his fight with Blackgate in Sector 8. Back then, his enhanced power had made it possible. But that power was gone now, and he needed to train relentlessly to reach that level again. The element of surprise was a weapon he intended to master. Delving deeper into his memory, Atticus recalled the mana signatures he had observed. His own mana stirred within him, moving to mimic what he had seen. Each signature was intricate, like a maze with countless pathways. This complexity was what made replication difficult and time-consuming. He focused on one. The work was slow. Each twist and turn required precision and patience. A single wrong flow of mana could cause the replication to fail, or worse, backfire. Fortunately, the backlashes weren't severe. Hours passed as Atticus remained focused, unraveling one signature after another. The process was exhausting, mentally draining, but rewarding. Slowly, the patterns began to make sense. Each signature was unique yet familiar in its elemental foundation. They weren't as advanced as the arts of the other races, where the complexity had once pushed his mana to its limits and taken him weeks to master. These were simpler, their foundations aligned with what he already understood, the elements. But simple didn't mean easy. Each signature required focus, precision, and an intimate understanding of the mana flow behind it. Atticus didn't falter. He pressed on, determined to reach the point where no technique could escape him. By the time night fell, Atticus opened his eyes. His chest rose and fell as he let out a deep breath. I'm getting the hang of this, he muttered to himself. The improvement was clear. While the techniques he had replicated today were less complex compared to what he had observed from other races, the progress was still significant. Each signature had been locked into his memory, and his replication speed was steadily improving. Still, it wasn't enough. I've got a long way to go, Atticus admitted. A long way. Ozeroth's voice returned, laced with amusement. I'd say an eternity. You've just figured out how to crawl, yet you dream of running a marathon. Atticus smirked faintly. I'll get there. Faster than you think. Optimism. Ozeroth's chuckle was deep and mocking. Don't worry, I'll be here to remind you when you trip and fall. Someone has to keep you grounded. Atticus closed his eyes again. Someone has to keep you entertained, old man. Ozeroth's laughter echoed in his mind as the room grew silent once more. Despite his taunts, even Ozeroth couldn't deny how shocking Atticus's rate of improvement was. After training through to the night, Atticus didn't sleep. He stood, his gaze cold and distant. Mom will be here soon, he realized. Anastasia always brought dinner at the same time every day, without fail. And when she arrived, there would be no escaping her care until late at night. But there was something Atticus needed to handle before she showed up. He quickly left his room, heading toward the underground prison. The air grew colder as he descended, the faint sound of rattling chains echoing through the chambers. When Atticus appeared, both Alvis and Elysia froze, their bodies reacting before their minds could catch up. Elysia shook violently, her voice trembling. Please, not again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alvis trembled as well, his face pale. What do you want? Haven't you done enough, you monster child? The torture from the day before was still fresh in their minds. Atticus wasn't just a torturer, he was a master of cruelty, someone they deeply regretted crossing. Their cries were loud, desperate, but Atticus said nothing. He didn't need to. Without a word, he moved. The screams that followed tore through the prison, raw and relentless. They echoed down the halls, piercing the stone walls. Elysia and Alvis begged, pleaded for mercy, but none came. And then, silence. Atticus emerged from the prison, calm and unbothered. Not a single drop of blood marred his form. His steps were steady as he made his way back to his room. When he arrived, Anastasia was already there, standing at his door with a tray of food in her hands. Her eyes met his, and Atticus immediately noticed the sadness in her gaze. Does she know? He wondered. Her expression was soft, but he could feel her intent without even trying. She was heartbroken. The only reason Atticus could think of for her sadness was the sight of her son torturing others. The cameras, he realized. He had seen them before but hadn't cared. His focus had been solely on making Alvis and Elysia feel unimaginable pain. It hadn't mattered to him that someone might be watching, especially since he assumed it would only be a Ravenstein. He smiled as he approached. Hey, Mom. Anastasia managed a weak smile. Hey, baby, she muttered softly. Atticus hugged her, and she held him tightly, her fingers clutching the fabric of his shirt as though she didn't want to let go. After a moment, they pulled apart, and Anastasia followed him into his room. Atticus tried to keep the conversation light, asking her about her day and making small talk. But the tension in the air was unmistakable. Her sadness was evident, and Atticus could feel her worry. When he finished eating, Anastasia picked up the tray and left the room, her mind clearly elsewhere. Atticus sighed heavily. I wonder how she feels. But he already knew the answer. Anastasia still saw him as her little boy. The sight of him torturing others would disturb any parent, especially her. To her, he was growing up too fast, doing things no child should ever have to do. But there's nothing I can do. This is who I am, Atticus thought, closing his eyes. He meditated for a while before finally lying down to sleep. The days passed. Atticus's training routine was relentless and focused. He worked tirelessly on improving his spiritual eye and refining his proficiency with omnicognition. Both abilities advanced significantly. His physical training, however, was light, simple exercises to warm up his body. Anastasia noticed this change and felt relieved. She didn't know the details of what he was working on, but she was just happy to see him pacing himself for once instead of pushing himself to his limits. For her, it was a small victory, a sense of balance she hadn't seen in him before. After that day, Anastasia no longer showed sadness when she brought him dinner, even though Atticus continued torturing Alvis and Elysia daily. It was as if she had accepted that her son had a cruel side. At least, that's what Atticus hoped. One evening, both Avalon and Anastasia came to his room. Anastasia looked hesitant, while Avalon seemed more relaxed. We need to tell you something, Avalon began, crossing his arms. The delegates from the other races are still here, and they've been pushing to meet you. Atticus frowned. He didn't like where this was going. Avalon reached out and ruffled his hair. You don't have to meet them, son. But it might be easier to just shake a few hands, smile, and let them leave. Anastasia nodded and added softly, it'll be quick, I promise. If it's too much, we can cancel it. Atticus shook his head. No, it's fine. I'll do it. Sorry, son, Avalon said with a shrug. It won't take long. Thank you, Anastasia added, her voice warm but apologetic. I know this isn't easy for you. After they left, Atticus sat down with a heavy sigh. The delegates from the other races had been pressuring humanity's leaders to arrange a meeting with him. Magnus had refused initially, because of Atticus's condition. But now that Atticus was awake and well, the leaders felt they couldn't risk angering the other races. Atticus understood the situation, but it didn't make him any less irritated. What truly annoyed him, though, wasn't the meeting itself. It was the fact that he would have to interrupt his training for something so trivial. Time was precious, and this felt like a waste. Looks like I have no choice, he thought, his gaze cold and unwavering. The next day, Atticus woke early and began his usual routine. The room was silent except for the faint hum of spiritual energy as he meditated, sharpening his omnicognition and refining his spiritual eye. He still remembered the conversation he had with his parents the day before and he couldn't help but frown. Still, his focus remained razor sharp, time slipping by unnoticed until he felt a familiar presence approaching his door. With a sigh, he stood up. Come in, he said, just as the person outside raised a hand to knock. The door creaked open slowly, revealing Arya. She hesitated in the doorway, frozen for a moment before steadying herself and stepping inside. Young master, she said softly, bowing formally. Arya. Atticus smiled, saying her name as though testing her reaction. She glanced at him briefly before looking away, fidgeting uncomfortably. Atticus's gaze didn't waver. Have you been avoiding me? Arya stiffened. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. The silence was heavy, tense. Atticus took a step forward. Arya instinctively backed away, her feet shuffling against the polished floor. He moved closer, and she retreated again, until her back hit the wall. Her breathing quickened as his glowing purple eyes bore into hers. Why are you avoiding me? Arya bit her lower lip, her fists clenching at her sides. She tried to respond, but the overwhelming aura radiating from Atticus pinned her in place. Memories of the past flashed in her mind. She remembered standing beside him years ago, promising, I'll protect you. But now he was stronger, unfathomably so. The gap between them was insurmountable. Who was she to protect him? She felt weak, useless. A knot tightened in her chest, but she couldn't admit the truth. What would he say? I wasn't avoiding you, young master, she said quickly. I've been attending to my lady. She overexerted herself looking after you. Atticus stared at her, unmoved. Now that he was in the first fold, awareness, he could sense a lie before it was even spoken. Arya was lying. But he let it go. All right, he nodded. So, what's up? Arya exhaled quietly, relieved. My lady asked me to inform you. The delegates are in the meeting room. They're waiting for you. Atticus sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. All right, I'll be there soon. Arya bowed again and left the room. Atticus walked into his bathroom to freshen up, letting the cold water wash over him. When he stepped out, he dressed simply, nothing elaborate or flashy. As he reached for the door, Ozeroth's voice echoed in his mind. What do you plan on doing? Atticus didn't flinch. I'm sure you can read my mind. There was a pause, then loud, booming laughter that seemed to reverberate through his entire being. I approve, Ozeroth bellowed. I love seeing this. Atticus's expression turned cold, unreadable. Then, without another word, he stepped out. In an expansive hall, tension filled the air. The delegates of various races sat around a circular table, each exuding overwhelming power. Their distinct features set them apart, different skin tones, glowing eyes, sharp claws, or otherworldly auras. The air trembled under the weight of their combined presence. At one end of the table sat Avalon, Anastasia, and a few Ravenstein elders. They were calm, observing the restless delegates with measured expressions. The delegates, however, were anything but calm. Frowns marred their faces as their auras fluctuated wildly, rising like crashing waves. The tension in the room was suffocating. They had been waiting for over a month to meet Atticus. Many had tried to force the human's hand, only to be denied time and time again. Now, finally given their chance, they were being made to wait again. The superior races, in particular, were furious. The lower races, who had initially joined the meeting to confirm the rumors about Atticus, had long since left. They lacked the authority to stand against the mid and superior races and knew they had no voice here. But the mid and superior races had stayed behind, refusing to leave the human domain. Their pride wouldn't allow it. For them, this wasn't just about meeting Atticus. It was about proving their dominance. They refused to leave because they couldn't accept that the humans would dare defy them. They were superior. How could the humans refuse their demands and expect them to leave without achieving their goals? Their pride wouldn't allow it. But now, their patience had worn thin. He's late, the Dimensari delegate growled, his frown deepening. The Vampiros delegate followed, his voice sharp and cutting. This is unacceptable. To keep us waiting like this, disrespectful, even for an apex. Avalon's expression remained calm, though his fingers twitched against the table. Anastasia frowned slightly but stayed silent. The elders exchanged glances, all of them acutely aware of the rising tension. The delegates' irritation was unwarranted, they had only just arrived, barely a minute ago. Yet, it was obvious that they disdained the very idea of being kept waiting by a human. Now I'm wishing I let Lyanna attend, Avalon thought to himself. He had insisted that Lyanna stay out of this meeting, knowing full well that her blunt and cold demeanor made her the worst choice for a diplomatic situation. Lyanna never tolerated arrogance and always spoke her mind, regardless of the consequences. But Lyanna and many others were still deeply interested in how the meeting would unfold. In the main control room of the Ravenstein estate, Lyanna, Sirius, Nathan, and dozens of family members watched the live feed with rapt attention. Lyanna's knuckles were white as she gripped the armrest of her chair. "Pretentious bastards," she hissed under her breath. "Easy, Lyanna," Sirius said, though his jaw was clenched. "Avalon told us to let it go." The room was cold, not from the air but from the icy gazes of the Ravensteins watching. Even those who weren't hot-tempered like Lyanna shared the same sentiment. These delegates had entered their domain and acted with blatant disrespect. Another minute passed. The Dimensari delegate opened his mouth to speak again, but the door swung open before he could utter a word. All heads turned toward the entrance. A single figure stepped in. The room froze. It was him, Atticus Ravenstein, the apex of humanity. The delegates' gazes sharpened instantly, like vultures circling prey. Their observational abilities were pushed to the limit as they scrutinized every detail of the young man who had caused such a stir. Atticus's steps were measured, deliberate, each one echoing across the now silent hall. But it wasn't his movements that commanded their attention. It was his aura. Dominant, overwhelming, absolute. He hid nothing. There was no restraint, no attempt to soften his presence. His aura blanketed the hall, pressing down on every individual like the weight of the world. The delegates' expressions shifted. Disbelief, shock. Mouths parted slightly, their confidence shaken. For over a month, they had debated the truth of the rumors. Could Atticus Ravenstein, a human, a member of a lower race, truly have faced a paragon? Could he have forced a paragon to retreat? None of them believed that. They had come to confirm what they believed must be lies. It could only be a lie. But now, as they faced him, those doubts began to crumble. And now, they knew. They had been right. Atticus wasn't a paragon. But that wasn't the source of their shock. The delegates were ancient beings, each over a century old, with lifetimes of experience and strength. Yet, as they sat there, under the weight of Atticus's aura, they felt small. Insignificant. Inadequate. Even Avalon, Anastasia, and the Ravenstein elders were stunned. They had interacted with Atticus since his awakening some time ago. They knew he had grown stronger than before. But this was the first time they had felt the full force of his aura. It was staggering. In the control room, Lyanna, Sirius, and Nathan grinned widely. The cold, tense atmosphere had shifted, replaced by an intense pride. They loved that boy so much. Atticus reached the circular table. Calmly, deliberately, he lowered himself into a seat. Silence. No words were spoken. None were needed. His presence alone had done more than any introduction ever could. The room remained quiet, every delegate frozen under his gaze. Although he was seated, Atticus didn't pull back his aura. Instead, it grew heavier, more overwhelming, pressing down on everyone in the room. The delegates felt it. They felt their pride and sense of superiority crushed under the weight of his presence. He said nothing. Atticus sat calmly, his eyes closed as though meditating, as if the powerful figures around him didn't exist. His only acknowledgement was a slight nod to his parents and the Ravenstein elders. He ignored the rest as though they didn't matter. The superior races seethed. Their frowns deepened. This was disrespect of the highest order. A human, a lowly human, daring to ignore them, daring to greet his family while disregarding their presence entirely. But none of them spoke. To be the first to break the silence would be an admission of weakness. A disgrace. And so, the room waited. Minutes passed. Atticus remained unmoved, his calm demeanor unshaken and palpable. The tension mounted, growing so thick it felt as if the table itself would crack under the strain. But as the time passed, finally, someone spoke, breaking the tense silence. Apex Atticus, the dragon delegate began, his tone measured and formal. "We heard of the events in Sector 8 and your condition afterward. The dragon race extends its well wishes to the apex of humanity and hopes for your full recovery." His words were polite, diplomatic. Another delegate followed immediately. The Aeonian representative spoke, his voice smooth and practiced. "The Aeonians would also like to express their best wishes for your recovery. Furthermore, we extend an open hand to the human domain and would be happy to assist in any way should the need arise." All eyes shifted to Atticus. His eyes opened slowly, glowing faintly with power. He turned his head toward the dragon delegate, then the Aeonian. Both flinched slightly under his gaze, despite their best efforts to hold steady. Such power. That was the only thought in their minds. Atticus felt like a living weapon, a being so far removed from their understanding that sharing the same space with him felt wrong. Finally, he spoke. Thank you for your thoughts, consideration, and well wishes, Atticus said, his tone calm but firm. As you can see, I've recovered fully. He turned to the Aeonian delegate, his piercing gaze pinning them in place. I appreciate your offer of assistance. If the human domain ever has need, I'll be sure to take you up on it. The Aeonian delegate nodded, though their composure faltered slightly under his gaze. The dragon delegate's lips curved into a polite smile as he spoke. It's good to see that you're well, Apex Atticus. The dragon race values its relationship with humanity and hopes to strengthen it further. Speaking of which, his gaze sharpened, and his tone grew pointed. We sent a token of goodwill to you after the Nexus event, a piece forged from the sturdiest Grandmaster plus dragon scales. It was our hope that it would serve you well. However, I notice it isn't here. Did it not meet your expectations? Atticus's lips curved into a faint smile, his tone unreadable. Not at all. It served me well. The dragon delegate's expression relaxed slightly, but Atticus wasn't finished. But it was destroyed during the battle at Sector 8. The room fell silent. The shock that rippled through the hall was palpable. Destroyed. One delegate muttered, their voice barely audible but filled with disbelief. Dragon scales forged into a Grandmaster Plus artifact were renowned for their durability. They were considered almost indestructible by anyone below the Paragon rank. For it to be destroyed meant only one thing. Only a Paragon, or something equally powerful, could have achieved such a feat. Were the rumors true? Destroyed. The dragon delegate's voice was filled with disbelief. It wasn't a small claim. The dragon race prided themselves on the durability of their scales. Grandmaster Plus rank dragon scales were among the hardest materials on the planet. For anyone below a Paragon rank, it was nearly impossible to destroy them. Yet, what was he hearing now? Destroyed. It was hard to believe, especially when they had just dismissed the rumors of Atticus battling a Paragon as exaggerations. At this point, the other delegates leaned forward, listening with rapt attention. None of them were strangers to the strength of dragon scales, and their shock mirrored the dragon delegates. Atticus's expression remained calm, unchanging. Yes, during my fight in Sector 8, it unfortunately couldn't withstand the intensity, he said evenly. The tension in the room shifted. Delegates exchanged glances, their expressions narrowing. If the artifact had been destroyed, then perhaps the rumors weren't just baseless. Such destruction could only occur in a battle above the Grandmaster Plus level. If this were true, did it mean the rumors of Atticus forcing a Paragon to retreat were real? They were torn. The room fell into a heavy silence, each breath weighed down by the uncertainty and tension. Then, the Dimensari delegate scoffed, breaking the stillness. Why don't you shed more light on the incident at Sector 8? He asked, his tone sharp and dismissive. We heard the damage caused was devastating. There was no respect in his voice, no attempt at diplomacy. It was a command, laced with condescension, as though addressing someone beneath him. The other delegates listened in, their curiosity piqued. Avalon and Anastasia's expressions darkened, their frowns mirroring those of the Ravensteins watching from the control room. Liana's gaze narrowed as she tilted her head to the side. Did they suspect something? The Ravensteins knew the truth of what had happened in Sector 8. It wasn't just the Obsidian Order's attack. It was the emergence of a greater threat tied to the Starhaven lineage. A secret the Paragons had fought to bury, and were still fighting to contain. All eyes turned to Atticus, waiting for his response. It came without hesitation. Why? His response was a single word, but it carried immense weight. The Dimensari delegate's brow furrowed further, his frown deepening. He didn't like the tone. He didn't like the audacity of the boy sitting across from him. From what I've heard, the Obsidian Order was involved, the delegate said, his voice sharper now, laced with irritation as if he couldn't believe he needed to explain himself. They're a global threat, a terrorist plague across all domains. Any information regarding their movements must be shared, for the greater good. His gaze swept across the Ravensteins at the table, his annoyance clear. Allowing the Obsidian Order to attack your domain shows incompetence. Weakness. It's no wonder they see humanity as an easy target. The Ravenstein's expressions turned colder. The words weren't just an observation, they were a direct insult. In the control room, Liana's lips curled into a snarl. I'd freeze his tongue before he finished that sentence if I were there, she muttered, her grip tightening on the chair's armrest. The temperature in the control room dropped noticeably. But no one at the table spoke. The Dimensari delegates' words, harsh as they were, weren't completely wrong. Allowing the Obsidian Order to attack the human domain had indeed been a failure. Sharing information about their movements could potentially help the other races in their mutual fight against the organization. The Dimensari delegate leaned back slightly, watching Atticus. He was counting on the Vampiros delegate's ability to sense intent to gauge whether the young apex was lying. Atticus's response, however, came calmly, his expression unchanging. But the question wasn't about right or wrong. In Eldoralf, it had never been about that. It was about power. And Atticus, he held all the power in the room. His response was simple, his tone measured. They attacked Sector 8. I fought them. They ran. Silence. The delegates stared at him, waiting for more. But nothing came. The tension in the room rose sharply, a wave of unspoken emotions pressing down on everyone. The Dimensari delegate's face twisted in anger. His eyes narrowed, his expression almost feral. The audacity. The arrogance. Just what did this boy think of them? Before he could voice his outrage, another voice cut through the silence. You're being too much, boy, the Vampiros delegate said coldly, his words like ice. Do you think because you won some competition by sheer luck, you're now untouchable? Know your place. The air grew colder. A deadly aura seeped from the Vampiros delegate, spreading through the room like a creeping shadow. His killing intent was suffocating, wrapping around everyone like a shroud. The Vampiros were known for their cold-blooded nature, and their delegate was no exception. The other delegates exchanged glances but chose not to intervene. They weren't here to make alliances or settle disputes, they were here for answers. At the Ravenstein side of the table, Anastasia moved slightly, as if about to speak. Her anger was clear. But Avalon reached out, gripping her hand firmly, stopping her. She turned to him, her eyes filled with questions. Avalon shook his head, mouthing silently, leave it to him. Anastasia hesitated, her frown deepening. She didn't like it, but she trusted her husband's judgment. Taking a deep breath, she leaned back, though her gaze remained fixed on her son. Avalon shifted his attention back to Atticus, his thoughts swirling. What will he do? Atticus was his son, but Avalon couldn't claim to understand him completely. There was always something about Atticus, his depth, his resolve, that seemed just out of reach. Only recently had Avalon begun to glimpse his son's true perspective on life, death, and power. Now, like everyone else in the room, Avalon waited. Atticus's expression remained calm, his face unreadable. His glowing purple eyes locked onto the Vampiros delegate. The shift in his aura was subtle, but unmistakable. A predator staring down its prey. The room held its collective breath. The apex of humanity was about to speak. The hall was filled with tension, every delegate listening as Atticus's voice rose. Calm, steady, but expansive. Then let me ask you something, Atticus said, titling Huss' head to the side slowly, how would you deal with pests? Pests that keep pestering you even though you've made it clear they're not wanted. In case you've forgotten, this is the human domain. His aura surged like a storm, rippling across the room. The walls groaned under the pressure, the sound echoing ominously. You have no demands here. You have no voice. I will treat you as you are. Pests, his gaze sharpened. What are you going to do about it? The room froze, the weight of his words sinking in. In the control room, silent excitement filled the air as the Ravensteins watching the live feed grinned widely. None of them spoke, but their clenched fists and proud expressions said it all. He said it. Atticus had voiced exactly what they all wanted to say. Those arrogant delegates had overstepped, and he had put them in their place. He was a true Ravenstein. Avalon allowed a small smile to cross his face, despite the current tension in the hall. But the delegates weren't smiling. The Dimensari and Vampiros delegates froze. A human child had just called them pests. Their blood boiled, their pride shattered. The atmosphere darkened, a suffocating killing intent exploding from the two delegates. It washed over the room like a tidal wave, oppressive and heavy. The Dimensari and Vampiros delegates shot up from their seats, their auras flaring like wildfire. The tension reached its breaking point. Then, It happened. Atticus's aura erupted like a nuclear explosion. The force of it cracked the circular table, spreading fissures through the polished stone. The entire room shook violently. Both delegates, mid-motion, were slammed back into their seats as though an invisible hand had forced them down. The weight of Atticus's aura crushed them, smothering their killing intent like a fire being doused. The Demensari and Vampiros delegates locked eyes with Atticus. His glowing purple gaze burned into them, unyielding, as if daring them to move again. Their hearts trembled. Fear. The Vampiros delegate despised the feeling. He had spent centuries being the one to inflict fear, never the one to feel it. And now, this boy, this human, had made him feel small. His anger surged. Blood-red veins crawled across his face, his crimson eyes glowing fiercely. The metallic scent of blood filled the air as a faint pull tugged at everyone's veins, as though their blood was being summoned. The room grew colder. Then, the Vampiros delegate moved. The world seemed to freeze. In the control room, the Ravensteins watching the live feed froze, their eyes widening in shock. He wouldn't dare, Lyanna muttered, her voice trailing off. But he had. The Vampiros delegate lunged, his movements faster than the eye could follow. His killing intent spiked, sharp and deadly, filling the hall with a chilling intensity. But before he could reach Atticus, everything stopped. Atticus didn't react. His expression remained cold and indifferent, as if the delegate's approach wasn't worth acknowledging. The air changed, charged with electricity. Thunder rumbled. Then, in a single, decisive moment, it happened. A bolt of lightning struck down from above, instantaneous and blinding. It pierced through the Vampiros delegate, enveloping his body in an electric glow. There was no explosion, no dramatic shockwave. The lightning and the Vampiros delegate vanished together, disappearing without a trace. The hall fell into absolute silence. The delegates froze, their shock palpable. Even the Demensari delegate, who had been supposed to join the Vampiros in attacking, immediately sat back down. His face was pale, his previous arrogance gone. Everyone in the room knew exactly what had happened. Magnus. The Ravensteins didn't need to say a word. The energy left behind was unmistakable. The Vampiros delegate wasn't dead, he had been transported, removed from the human domain entirely. It was a warning. A loud, clear, unmistakable warning. The Demensari delegate's jaw clenched tightly as he stood again, but this time, he didn't attack. His cold gaze lingered on Atticus, filled with hostility. Then, with a sharp turn, he began walking toward the exit. The other delegates exchanged uneasy glances. They had come to the human domain with a purpose, to confirm the rumors about Atticus. Was he truly a paragon-level force? From what they had seen, it was clear he wasn't. But something else was at play, and it left them deeply unsettled. Having confirmed their agenda, staying any longer felt foolish. One by one, the delegates followed the Demensari representative. Some exchanged whispered threats about informing their races of the humans' audacity. But not all of them left with hostility. The Dragon and Eonian delegates maintained their diplomatic poise, nodding politely toward Atticus and the Ravenstein representatives as they departed. Their smiles were calm, their words courteous, but their wariness was clear. The hall emptied slowly, leaving behind a heavy silence that was shattered in the next second. Avalon's loud laughter broke through like thunder. "My boy," he exclaimed, his voice booming. He walked over to Atticus and pulled him into a tight hug. "You, my boy, are a Ravenstein through and through. You didn't just put them in their place, you buried them under it." Avalon clapped him on the back. Atticus allowed the embrace, his expression softening slightly as a smile appeared on his face. Anastasia approached the duo, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. She seemed happy and at the same time she felt a hint of unease. Atticus had been incredible, but he was completely different compared to the way he addressed her and the other family members. It was as though he was a different person. In the control room, the Ravensteins watching erupted in cheers and grins. Atticus had put the delegates of the other races in their place, and while it was certain there would be consequences, none of the Ravensteins cared about that for now. They were focused only on the satisfaction of asserting their strength and dominance. The future could bring whatever challenges it wanted, they would deal with it when the time came. For now, they were content, knowing they had shown the other races exactly where they stood. The day passed quickly, and life within the Ravenstein estate returned to its usual rhythm. Atticus resumed his rigorous training. He observed the Ravenstein youths sparring and honed his omnicognition further, pushing the limits of his ability to replicate mana signatures. At the same time, he continued refining his spiritual eye, growing more precise and efficient with every passing day. Time moved swiftly, and soon the consequences of the meeting with the delegates began to manifest. Trade agreements with other races were halted, one after another. Goods that once flowed freely into the human domain stopped. At the borders, tensions rose to dangerous levels. Patrols became more frequent, and the risk of petty skirmishes increased. The superior and mid-tier races made it clear, they were attempting to isolate the human domain. Despite the growing unrest, Atticus remained unbothered. His focus never wavered. To him, power was the only solution to their problems. Strength would protect humanity. Strength would answer every challenge. Months passed. Atticus stood in the center of the Aegis airship's control room, his presence commanding. Beside him were Amara and several crew members, each busy with their tasks. Through the large glass window, a towering fortress loomed on the horizon, its spires piercing the sky like jagged blades. A towering fortress stood tall under the heavy and serious gazes of its gathered occupants. In the center of the open courtyard, surrounded by the fortress's walls, less than 10 individuals stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the sky above. Encircling the courtyard, from windows, ledges, and rooftops of the surrounding buildings, countless warriors watched silently, the air filled with anticipation. Some leaned casually against windowsills, arms folded, while others perched on ledges, whispering in hushed tones. Many craned their necks, their faces filled with eagerness. Every gaze was turned upward, waiting. Among the spectators, most bore the distinct features of the Resonera family, vibrant green hair and bulky headsets covering their oversized ears. At the forefront of the group, standing in the middle of the courtyard, was a man whose presence radiated authority and power. His aura filled the courtyard like an approaching storm. Candence Resonera. He was the commander of Fort Echohelm, the Resonera family's stronghold in Sector 10. His sharp features and green hair marked his Resonera bloodline, though he was not a direct descendant. Candence's frown deepened as his gaze swept across the warriors surrounding him. Excitement buzzed through the crowd, but their focus wasn't on him. It was on what, or rather, who, they were waiting for. How annoying, Candence thought, clicking his tongue in irritation. This day was among the worst of his life. Possibly the worst. From a young age, Candence had been hailed as a genius. Despite not being a direct descendant of the Resonera family, he had far exceeded expectations. At 66 years old, he achieved the Grandmaster Plus rank, a feat celebrated across the human domain. When he was named commander of Fort Echohelm, the people practically worshipped him. Wherever he went, all eyes were on him. He was the center of attention. But a few days ago, everything had changed. The news came abruptly. Atticus Ravenstein, the apex of humanity, was coming to the fortress. No explanation was given. It was as if they didn't consider Candence important enough to deserve one, or worse, as if Atticus himself hadn't cared to provide one. The fortress erupted with excitement. The attention Candence had always commanded shifted in an instant to someone who hadn't even arrived yet. He's not even here. The bitter thought gnawed at him as he turned his head slightly, catching sight of a young boy. Lyric, his son, stood just behind him, staring at the sky with wide eyes and a grin so bright it made Candence's frown deepen further. Usually, Lyric was composed, trying to copy his father's calm and commanding demeanor. He admired Candence deeply, looking up to him in every way. But ever since hearing about Atticus's arrival, Lyric couldn't stop talking about the 17-year-old apex. Candence's jaw tightened as he recalled their recent conversation. Atticus Ravenstein, my role model. Lyric had exclaimed, nearly bouncing on his feet. Candence had stared at him, his face twitching. I'm supposed to be your role model, he muttered under his breath. But Lyric, oblivious, had continued. He's just so cool, Dad. He's fought paragons, won the Nexus, what can't he do? Candence groaned inwardly. What can't he do? How about stealing my son's admiration? As he stewed in his thoughts, a calm, knowing voice snapped him out of his brooding. Master Candence, you seem troubled, came the tone of an aged man standing to his right. Candence turned, meeting the sharp gaze of Vyn, a Resonera man with a scholarly air. His long green beard swayed slightly as he stroked it, his piercing eyes unyielding. It's nothing, Vyn, Candence said quickly, brushing off the inquiry. Just a lot on my mind. Vyn raised an eyebrow, his expression thoughtful but probing. You're worried about him, aren't you? Candence paused for a brief moment, but his hesitation quickly turned to deflection. Not worried, just cautious. Vyn chuckled softly, stroking his beard as his gaze turned upward. There's nothing to worry about. From all reports, Atticus Ravenstein is straightforward. Respectful, even. Not the arrogant type people fear he might be. Candence gave a slight nod, but his jaw tightened. He wasn't concerned about Atticus's personality or character. What ate at him was the shift in attention. The excitement. The hero worship. Jealousy, he admitted to himself bitterly, though he'd never say it aloud. Even thinking it felt humiliating. Clearing his throat, Candence turned back to the sky and chose silence. But the quiet didn't last. Minutes passed. A massive airship appeared on the horizon. The fortress stirred as excitement rippled through the gathered warriors like an electric current. Murmurs filled the air, growing louder as the Aegis airship drew closer. Candence's frown deepened, frustration bubbling to the surface. He could already feel his command over the atmosphere slipping away. Silence, he barked. His voice boomed through the courtyard like a crack of thunder. The murmurs stopped instantly, every warrior falling into silence as though his voice had struck them directly. The airship descended slowly, its sleek, imposing frame catching the sunlight. Its size casted a long shadow over the fortress and the gathered crowd. As the Aegis airship landed with a low, controlled hum, the fortress fell into a deafening silence. Hearts pounded like drums in the chests of the warriors. Atticus Ravenstein, a name immortalized in the human domain, was about to step out. To them, he was no longer just a boy. He was a legend, a force of nature, the apex of humanity. The hull lowered with slowness, touching the ground with a faint thud. Even that sound was almost drowned by the sheer anticipation weighing in the air. A single footstep echoed, then another. It felt as though time slowed to a crawl. Every head turned, every eye fixed on the figure descending the ramp. Atticus. His steps were measured, his expression calm and unreadable. But his aura, it was anything but calm. It swept over the fortress like an unstoppable tide, pressing down on every soul present. Warriors who had spent years training under grueling conditions felt their knees weaken. Some couldn't even lift their heads, unable to defy the invisible weight radiating from the 17-year-old. Candence's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart pounding. What the hell is this? He had prepared himself for Atticus's arrival. He had read the reports, watched the Nexus event, and expected someone strong. But this wasn't strength, it was something far beyond that. It was overwhelming. Monstrous. Impossible, he muttered under his breath. Atticus's glowing purple gaze swept across the area. It didn't linger on anyone, yet each person felt as though he was staring directly into their very soul. His presence wasn't just physical, it was everywhere. Seconds dragged on like hours, the oppressive silence heavier than ever. Vyn, standing just behind Candence, suddenly tapped him lightly on the shoulder. The fortress commander jolted out of his stunned state, realizing that Atticus was steadily approaching. Shit, Candence thought, his chest tightening. This wasn't just any visitor, this was the apex of humanity. His importance far outweighed anyone else in the fortress. Allowing him to approach without a proper greeting wasn't just disrespectful, it was outright unacceptable. Candence moved quickly, followed closely by Vyn and the other commanders. Within seconds, they met Atticus halfway. Candence lowered his head into a deep bow, surprising even himself. Apex Atticus, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil raging inside him. Welcome to Fort Echohelm. Behind him, the commanders followed suit, bowing deeply. The warriors scattered across the courtyard mirrored the gesture, their respect and awe palpable. Candence couldn't explain it. He had planned to offer a small bow. As the fortress commander he still had to save face, but his body had acted on its own. The annoyance, the jealousy, everything he'd felt before, was gone, replaced by something much greater, awe. Atticus stopped before them, his piercing gaze settling on Candence and the commanders. The weight of his presence alone made their hearts race. After a brief pause, Atticus finally spoke. Thank you for the thoughtful welcome, he said, his voice calm but piercing. I look forward to fighting alongside you all in the coming days. Candence's lips parted, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. The respect in Atticus's tone contrasted sharply with the overwhelming aura he exuded. It felt surreal. It was akin to a king addressing peasants with a formal tone. He managed a nod after a second, forcing his voice to remain steady. The honor is ours, Apex Atticus. Gathering himself, Candance gestured to the aged man at his side. This is Vyn, our chief strategist, he said. And these are my commanders. Atticus's gaze shifted, briefly scanning each face before landing on Vyn. And then everything stilled. His purple eyes narrowed slightly as they rested on the strategist. The air grew heavier, and even Vyn, who had lived decades immersed in the chaos of war, felt his composure falter. Vyn bowed slightly, his expression cautious. Is there something the matter, Apex Atticus? The other commanders exchanged nervous glances, wondering if something had gone wrong. The last thing any of them wanted was to offend the apex of humanity. Even Candance frowned, trying to read the situation. Atticus held Vin's gaze for a moment longer before finally speaking. It's nothing. His tone was final, leaving no room for further questions. The tension lingered for a few seconds before it was clear that Atticus had no intention of elaborating. Candance cleared his throat, breaking the silence. You must be tired, Apex Atticus, he said quickly, seizing the opportunity to move things along. Allow my son to escort you to your chambers. Turning slightly, he barked, Lyric. Come forward and introduce yourself. At the back of the group, Lyric flinched. See coming, he stammered, stumbling forward and stopping in front of Atticus. His eyes widened as he stared, clearly awestruck. Lyric, Candance said sharply, snapping his son out of his daze. All right, Lyric straightened, bowing so deeply it was almost comical. My name is Lyric Resonera. It's an honor to meet you, Apex Atticus. His voice cracked slightly as he spoke, and he looked up nervously, his admiration shining through despite his obvious nerves. Moments later, Atticus stood in a luxurious room filled with every amenity and more. It was clear they had gone to great lengths to prepare for his arrival. Bond, Ozeroth's voice echoed in his head, low and questioning. Atticus's eyes turned cold as he responded silently. I know. A slight pause followed before Ozeroth spoke again. Then why didn't you do anything? This isn't like you. Atticus walked toward the large window, drawing back the curtains and letting sunlight flood the room. Ozeroth could have plucked the answer directly from Atticus's mind, but his ego wouldn't let him. He would never rely on shortcuts unless absolutely necessary. I wanted to, Atticus replied calmly. But I decided to wait. I need to fully understand the situation before I act. Besides, he's not the only one. That sounds boring and stupid. You should just round them all up and kill them, Ozeroth said, his tone filled with annoyance. A faint smile tugged at Atticus's lips. That's exactly what I'll do, eventually. Just give me a day. Ozeroth went silent, clearly dissatisfied, leaving Atticus to his thoughts. He stood by the open window, gazing out. His chambers were on the top floor of one of the fortress towers, offering a sweeping view of the entire fort. How surprising, he muttered to himself. If he were honest, Atticus was a bit shocked. He had come to the Resonera fortress with two purposes. The first was to visit the location Whisker had instructed him to, and the second was to study the Resonera mana signature. Of all the Tier 1 bloodlines in the human domain, the Resonera's ability to control sound and the Stellaris family's solar energy manipulation were the only ones Atticus hadn't explored, the ones that had to do with energy manipulation anyways. After bonding with Ozeroth and discovering the potential of omnicognition, he had made it his goal to learn the unique abilities of every Tier 1 family. It was a daunting task, but he was confident he could achieve it. Coming to the Resonera fortress was supposed to be straightforward, a chance to accomplish two goals at once. The fort was close to Whisker's location, and he could use the opportunity to study the Resonera's sound ability. It was meant to be quick and efficient. What he hadn't expected was drama or complications. Yet, from the moment he arrived, trouble had greeted him. Through his spiritual eye, Atticus had discovered multiple spies from the Vampiros race hidden within the fortress. And one of them was none other than the chief strategist of the entire fort. The day passed quickly, and the fortress was filled with excitement over the arrival of the apex of humanity. Ever since the Nexus event, Atticus Ravenstein had become a figure of legend, someone everyone wanted to meet, even if only once in their lives. For many, what they had witnessed today would likely be the closest they would ever get to him. But none were complaining. Atticus spent most of his time in his room, meditating in silence. He had arrived in the mid-afternoon and politely declined any food or amenities, claiming he had already eaten before coming to the fortress. However, as night fell, he decided to accept one act of hospitality. A knock at his door broke his focus. The fortress commander would like to respectfully invite you to dinner, Apex Atticus, said the maid kneeling before him. Atticus's eyes flickered open, landing on her. His gaze was sharp but calm. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly. Inform him I'll join him shortly. The maid bowed deeply before leaving the room. As the door closed, Atticus let out a soft exhale and rose from his cross-legged position. He walked over to the open window, staring out at the fortress below. How annoying, he muttered under his breath. The fortress was still alive with activity. Despite the late hour, it was brightly lit, with warriors moving purposefully through the grounds, each engaged in their own tasks. Atticus watched them for a moment, feeling torn. These past few months had left him confused about how to live his life and what to plan for the future. After his confrontation with the delegates of the other races, he noticed a subtle but significant change in how the other Tier 1 families treated him. Before, even after his victory in the Nexus, their support had been cautious. They had sent valuable gifts, but not enough to display unwavering loyalty or full trust. Atticus had understood this perfectly and hadn't expected more from them. But now, things were different. The support from the Tier 1 families was overwhelming. The Alvarians had sent an immense supply of potions. The Emberforge family had delivered a mountain of weapons and armor. The Enigmalinks had sent a truckload of runes and artifacts, each designed for specific uses. Even the Stormrider family had contributed. The gifts were staggering not just in quantity but in quality. Every weapon, potion, rune, and artifact was at least Grandmaster plus rank, with many reaching the Paragon rank. And it didn't stop there. Every Tier 1 family had personally visited the Ravenstein estate, publicly declaring their support and loyalty to him. At first, Atticus had been overwhelmed. To be honest, he hadn't known how to handle the situation. The sheer amount of support, gifts, and declarations had left him unsure of where to even begin. As he received these tokens of loyalty, his mind grew more muddled. Things are getting more complicated, he muttered. He had never wanted to take on any kind of leadership role in the human domain. To him, it felt like too much effort for too little reward. His only goal had been to grow strong enough to protect his family. That was supposed to be it. But now, with all these complications, it felt as though he was inheriting a responsibility he hadn't asked for. Atticus wasn't a hero, but he wasn't a villain either. He let out another breath, his gaze lingering on the bustling fortress below. It's too much, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Atticus treated people the way they treated him. Right now, the human domain was treating him well. If something were to happen in the future, ignoring their plight wouldn't sit well with him. He wouldn't be able to. Now you can be quiet, Atticus directed inwardly at Ozeroth, though the spirit remained silent, apparently unwilling to respond. Atticus shook his head. Advice from the old man would have been welcome, but it seemed none was coming. After pondering for a bit, Atticus stopped overthinking and decided to head to dinner. After wandering through the fortress for a short time, Atticus finally found the dining room. The sound of muffled conversations greeted him as he approached. The moment he stepped inside, the brightly lit room fell silent. Seated around a long mahogany table were Candance, Vyn, and the fortress commanders. Their casual chatter ceased abruptly as their gazes locked on him. One by one, they stood, their movements stiff. Welcome, Apex Atticus, Candance greeted, his voice steady, though his posture betrayed the weight Atticus' presence. The others echoed his greeting, bowing slightly. Despite their composed appearances, none could fully mask the unease Atticus's presence brought. Atticus nodded his head slightly. Thank you. Candance gestured toward the seat at the opposite head of the table. Without hesitation, Atticus walked forward and took his place. Candance resumed his seat at the other end, with Vyn on his right and the other commanders lined along the sides. A heavy silence settled over the room. The table was laden with food, steaming and artfully prepared, but no one reached for it. The tension in the air was palpable. Candance cleared his throat, attempting to shake off the oppressive weight of Atticus's aura. His thoughts churned. He's just 17. I've lived more than 4 of his lifetimes. But the knowledge that Atticus was stronger than anyone present, including himself, rendered the attempt to bolster his confidence hollow. Finally, Candace broke the silence, carefully choosing his words. Apex Atticus, your presence here is an honor. Please, enjoy the meal we've prepared for you. Atticus didn't respond immediately. Instead, he picked up his fork and began eating in silence. The commanders exchanged hesitant glances before tentatively following his lead. The quiet clatter of utensils against plates filled the room, the only sound breaking the tension. Dinner continued this way, the commanders too intimidated to speak. When the meal concluded, the maids entered to clear the table, and the already heavy air grew denser. It was Vyn who finally broke the silence. His sharp, measured voice cut through the tension. Apex Atticus, I hope you've found the fortress to your satisfaction. It's not much compared to the luxuries of the Ravenstein estate, but we've done our best to make it comfortable. All eyes shifted to Atticus, awaiting his response. Candace turned to Atticus, his expression tense. Fort Echohelm wasn't designed for luxury. It was a battle zone, functional, fortified, and practical. Yet, they had gone to great lengths to accommodate someone of Atticus's status. Atticus's gaze shifted to Vyn, lingering just long enough to make the aged man visibly uncomfortable. It has been a pleasant experience. Thank you for your concern, Atticus said evenly, his tone calm. Then, with a slight pause, he asked, by the way, how long have you been stationed here? The commanders exchanged surprised glances. Atticus's focus on Vyn was unexpected. Vyn quickly composed himself. I've served at Fort Echohelm for decades now, he began, but Candace interrupted. Vyn is one of our most trusted strategists, Candace said. He's been here longer than I have, and his counsel has been invaluable to the fort's operations. Atticus nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. Vyn offered a polite smile. We're glad everything is to your liking, Apex Atticus. He hesitated briefly before continuing. To better serve you, it would help to understand the purpose of your visit. The situation at the fortress has grown increasingly dangerous, especially with the recent hostilities from the Vampiros race. At the mention of the Vampiros, the atmosphere shifted. The commanders' expressions hardened, their discomfort evident. They've been attacking the fort? Atticus asked calmly. Not directly, Vyn admitted. But we've lost several scouting parties in recent months. All evidence points to the Vampiros, though they deny any involvement. Atticus's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind working quickly. He's trying to gauge my intentions. That's fine, Atticus said dismissively. I can handle myself. Don't worry. His gaze shifted to Candace. Speaking of those scouting parties, I'd like to join one. The table froze. Candace's eyes widened in shock, and the other commanders exchanged incredulous looks. Outside the border is dangerous, Candace said quickly, trying to dissuade him. It's completely lawless. Anything could happen out there. The last thing anyone wanted was for Atticus to die on their watch. The consequences would be catastrophic for them all. Atticus's gaze locked onto Candace's, unmoving and unrelenting. The fortress commander hesitated, his words faltering. Just from Atticus's expression, he knew there was no refusing this request. With a resigned sigh, Candace nodded. Very well, I'll arrange it. Seeing no further matters to discuss, Atticus stood, offering the table a brief nod. The commanders rose in unison, bowing slightly as he left the room. The moment the door closed behind him, the tension in the room finally broke. Candace leaned back in his chair, exhaling heavily. He's something else. Vyn stroked his beard, his expression unreadable. Yes, he is. The commanders silently nodded, their exhaled breaths showing their shared relief. After dinner, Atticus returned to his room. I still think you should have just killed him, Ozeroth's voice echoed in his mind. Atticus scoffed. Oh, now you have something to say. But Ozeroth went silent again, leaving Atticus to shake his head. If my actions earlier weren't clear, they are now. He knows I suspect something. Let's see how he responds. With that thought, Atticus meditated in the stillness of his room, centering himself before falling into a deep sleep. The next day arrived quickly. As Atticus walked through the fortress, he was joined by an overly excited Lyric. Apex Atticus, isn't this fortress amazing? It's been standing for over a century. The Resonera warriors have such strict routines. They start training at dawn and patrol in shifts to ensure we're always ready for an attack. Oh, and the wall defense systems. They're top tier. Lyric's voice was filled with enthusiasm, his words spilling out rapidly. Lyric didn't stop talking, pointing out various structures and explaining their purposes. He even shared stories about past border skirmishes. He talks too much, Atticus thought, sighing inwardly. Just yesterday, the boy had been too shy to speak. But things had changed. After Atticus left his room, he had run into Lyric again. Despite a few awkward moments, Lyric eventually showed his excitable side. Yet, a faint smile crossed Atticus's face. Lyric's enthusiasm wasn't annoying, it was refreshing. His admiration felt genuine, his mind pure and untainted. Eventually, Lyric stopped in front of a tall building integrated into the fortress wall, facing the border. "I want to show you something," Lyric exclaimed, his excitement intense. Atticus followed him inside. They took an elevator to the top floor, entering a control room bustling with activity. The room was filled with segmented stations, each with screens displaying live feeds of the border. As Atticus stepped inside, the energy in the room shifted. The warriors manning the stations immediately noticed his presence. They stood and bowed deeply. "Apex Atticus," they greeted in unison. Atticus acknowledged them with a slight nod, his gaze scanning the room before following Lyric to a large screen. "This is my station," Lyric said proudly, gesturing to the screen. "I usually monitor the perimeter after training. My father doesn't let me patrol the border yet, especially now, with the vampiros acting up and all the weird movements." Atticus's eyes flickered. Weird movements? Lyric froze, his face paling as though he had just said something forbidden. No, it's nothing. Just a slip of the tongue," he stammered, attempting to backtrack. But Atticus wasn't buying it. "Tell me," he said, his tone firm and commanding. Lyric tensed, the weight of Atticus's authority too overwhelming to resist. His eyes darted nervously around the room. Atticus raised a hand, creating an air and space barrier around them to block all sound from escaping. His gaze was sharp. "Speak." Lyric sighed, his shoulders slumping. "It started months ago. The vampiros have been crossing into our territory more frequently. At first, it was just small groups. But then we noticed a pattern. It feels like they're searching for something. I tried telling my father, but he wouldn't believe me. Master Vyn convinced him it was just the vampiros asserting dominance. But I know they're after something." Atticus's mind raced. This could be a coincidence, but he wasn't naive. He had to take it seriously. Could they be after the same thing I'm searching for? If so, it must be important. He released the barrier, his gaze softening slightly as he noticed Lyric's panicked expression. "You did well to tell me. Stay calm, and don't speak of this to anyone else." Lyric nodded, relieved but still visibly shaken. Before Atticus could leave, a fortress warrior entered the control room, bowing deeply. "Apex Atticus, the commander has requested your presence in the main hall." Atticus's expression flickered. "It's time," he thought, before nodding to the warrior and making his way out. After receiving the news from the warrior, Atticus immediately left the observation tower and headed toward the meeting room. He told Lyric to remain behind, as the boy wasn't allowed to join the scouting team outside the fortress in the first place. Lyric had wanted to beg Atticus to convince his father to let him join, believing the Apex's support could sway Candance's decision. But Atticus shot the idea down without hesitation. He had no intention of bringing along someone who would be a liability. Moreover, not even he could guarantee anyone's safety in an environment like this. The vampiros were a race notorious for their precision in killing and brutal tactics. Atticus couldn't afford to split his focus during battle. He had never fought while worrying about others, and when he fought, he went all out. Determined to get to the root of the vampiros' strange activities, Atticus walked straight to the meeting room, ignoring everything else around him. As he entered the room, his sharp gaze immediately locked onto Candance, Vyn, and three individuals standing behind them. Master plus ranks, Atticus thought, recognizing their mana levels at a glance. Their ages also added to his assessment. During his training, he'd learned that reaching master rank in one's late 30s or 40s was considered exceptional, indicative of individuals with potential to reach the Grandmaster plus rank. They were valuable assets. As Atticus's presence filled the hall, all eyes turned to him. His aura blanketed the room like a tidal wave, commanding their full attention. Candance stepped forward quickly, offering a formal nod. "Apex Atticus, thank you for joining us. I hope your stay at the fortress has been pleasant." Atticus gave a curt nod, his tone even. "It's been fine." His gaze shifted briefly to Vyn. The man smiled politely and bowed, as though everything was normal. Playing it cool, huh? Atticus thought, but he said nothing. Instead, his sharp eyes moved to the three individuals standing behind Candace. The trio flinched under his piercing stare, their composure cracking. They had only seen him from afar the day before, but standing this close now, they could feel the weight of his overwhelming aura. Noticing their unease, Candace stepped in to break the tension. Apex Atticus, these three are some of our finest scouts. They will assist you with your mission, guide you, or accompany you, whatever you prefer. He turned to the group. Introduce yourselves. The first to step forward was a woman with sharp green eyes and the vibrant hair typical of the Resonera family. She wore a headset that wrapped around her large ears. Bowing deeply, she spoke respectfully. Apex Atticus, my name is Jenna. It's an honor to meet you. The second, a tall man with a lean build and calm demeanor, followed. His voice was steady, polite. I am Crescendo. I look forward to working with you. The last was a muscular woman with scars running along her arms. Her hardened face showed experience, but her tone was blunt. Her bow was barely a nod. Mira, she said simply. For a moment, the room fell silent. Candace's frown deepened at Myra's lack of respect, and Jenna shot her a sharp glare. Before anyone could comment, Atticus spoke. My name is Atticus, he said, his tone neutral. Pleased to meet you all. Turning back to Candace, he added, I'm ready to leave now. Candace hesitated, grateful that Atticus had ignored Myra's behavior. He gave a firm nod. Understood. Be careful out there, Apex Atticus. He bowed deeply, then gestured for the scouts to follow. The group moved in unison, trailing behind Atticus as he walked out of the hall. Once the doors closed behind them, Candace let out a long exhale. I hope he'll be okay, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Beside him, Vin's expression flickered coldly for a split second before returning to its usual composed demeanor. He said nothing, but his sharp eyes lingered on the now closed doors. As the group left the meeting room, they walked down a dimly lit corridor deep within the fortress. At the end of the hall, they came to a large, reinforced door. Crescendo stepped forward and unlocked it, revealing a large room. The room was filled with neatly arranged weapons and armor of all kinds. Swords engraved with glowing runes hung beside shields, and Atticus even noticed bows and other specialized weapons. In the center of the room was a table covered with artifacts of various shapes and sizes. An armory, Atticus thought, his eyes scanning the space. Jenna noticed his curiosity and spoke up. The area beyond the border is extremely dangerous. We always make sure we're fully equipped to handle anything. As she spoke, Crescendo and Mira began gearing up. They strapped on armor adorned with glowing runes and selected weapons from the walls. Jenna followed suit, carefully donning her own gear. The room was silent except for the sound of buckles being fastened and weapons being adjusted. Mira shot Atticus a few hostile glances, but he ignored her completely. If this had been the past, Atticus would have confronted such behavior immediately. He had always believed in addressing issues head-on. However, his training in spiritual energy and the vampiro's techniques had sharpened his ability to sense intent. He could now distinguish between genuine threats and emotions that were meaningless and could be ignored. Myra's hostility wasn't active, it was a quiet hatred directed not at him personally but at what he represented. It felt helpless and stagnant, something she wouldn't act on. She probably just hates people with power, Atticus concluded. It was the most logical explanation, and because of that, he dismissed it entirely. Not worth addressing. After some time, the group finished equipping themselves. Fully armored, they looked like professional soldiers prepared for battle. Atticus, however, stood as he had been, unarmed and without armor. Jenna glanced at him, her confusion clear. Apex Atticus, why haven't you chosen anything? Are the weapons not to your liking? Atticus looked at their heavily equipped appearances and shook his head inwardly. I prefer to move this way, he said calmly. Jenna and the others exchanged surprised glances. Mira, however, clicked her tongue and spoke bluntly. These aren't just for protection. They're designed to counter the vampiros, blood manipulation and energy draining abilities. Not using them could be dangerous. Mira, Jenna snapped, glaring at her. Atticus's gaze shifted to Mira, his sharp eyes freezing her in place. Mind your business, he said flatly. Mira stiffened, unable to meet his gaze. She quickly looked away, breaking eye contact. Atticus let the moment linger for a second before turning toward the door. Let's go, he said. Without another word, the group left the armory. As they moved through the fortress, warriors stopped to watch them pass. Some cast envious glances, their jealousy obvious as they eyed the team accompanying the apex of humanity. After navigating the fortress, they reached the top of the wall overlooking the border. The fortress, perched high on a mountain, provided a commanding view of the vast forest below. Beyond the wall stretched an endless expanse of trees, their dark green canopy blending into the distant horizon. This is it, Jenna said, gesturing toward the forest below. Without hesitation, the group leapt from the wall. The wind howled as they descended, but Atticus remained unshaken. The air bent around him, stabilizing his descent effortlessly. Below, the others acted. Their headsets glowed with a soft blue light, creating invisible sound barriers around their bodies that slowed their fall. They landed without a sound, their armored boots barely disturbing the forest floor. Jenna turned to Atticus. Apex Atticus, please stay within our sound barrier. We can't risk getting detected. Atticus's gaze flicked to the barrier as it expanded to encompass the group. His purple eyes glowed faintly as he examined its structure. So this is sound, he thought, analyzing every aspect of the barrier. Vibrations hummed within the invisible shield, perfectly contained to create an eerie silence. The intricacy of the Resonera ability intrigued him. Learning this technique was still a priority. He gave Jenna a slight nod, signaling his understanding. She returned the gesture and motioned for the group to move. The team moved swiftly through the forest, their steps heavy yet utterly silent within the sound barrier. The stillness was unsettling, as if even the forest recognized their presence and held its breath. Atticus kept pace effortlessly, his sharp mind dissecting every aspect of their movement. The Resonera warriors moved with fluidity, their movement seamless and synchronized. It was obvious that they had been doing this for years. No sound escapes the barrier, he noted, studying the flow of their sound manipulation. He mentally deconstructed the unique mana signature, observing how the barrier absorbed vibrations. Deep within the forest, three figures crouched in the dense canopy of trees, motionless and still. Each was clad in tight, black suits that fit like a second skin. Their faces were hidden behind masks, but their glowing crimson eyes pierced through them, cold and unsettling. A faint metallic tang of blood hung in the air around them, exuding a lethal aura. Every movement they made was calculated and silent, their predatory stillness radiating an oppressive energy. Each of them was Grandmaster plus rank, their power heavy in the atmosphere. The silence stretched until one of them spoke, his voice low and emotionless. The target is in the forest, accompanied by three others. 4 bodies in total. We move quickly, silent and clean. The bloodlust was thick in the air as the three figures stood poised within the canopy of trees, their crimson eyes glowing brightly through their masks. The forest felt eerily still, as though nature itself feared their presence. The target is in the forest, accompanied by 3 others. 4 bodies in total. We move quickly, silent and clean, Caliph, one of the individuals, said, his slender frame barely shifting as he spoke. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion. A soft, sadistic chuckle sounded next. Celira, the feminine figure of the group, twirled a small shard of blood between her fingers like a toy. Oh, Caliph, she purred. Where's the fun in that? I say we take our sweet time. Especially with him. Her crimson eyes shone as she replayed the image of Atticus from the nexus in her mind. Her body shuddered, and a low groan escaped her lips. I want to savor every moment. Enough. Draven's voice was firm, cutting through her laughter like a blade. His bulkier figure exuded authority, and his aura radiated a chilling feeling. This isn't a hunt for your amusement, Celira. It's an assignment from a Grand Elder. We're here to eliminate a threat, not indulge your twisted tendencies. His glare behind the mask was as sharp as the daggers strapped to his belt. Draven turned to Caliph. You strike first as planned. I'll cover the perimeter. Celira. He paused, his voice filled with warning. Control yourself. The Grand Elder was clear. This incident must not trace back to the vampiros in any way. No mistakes. Celira smirked, her eyes mocking. Draven, you're no fun. Always so serious. Maybe you're scared he's more than we can handle. Her voice dropped, taunting. The Great Blood Reaper, scared of a human. Draven's gaze snapped toward her, his voice like ice. Watch your mouth. The air grew heavier as his presence darkened. You think I fear that boy? The old man's report was nothing but the ramblings of someone near the end of his life. His mind replayed the Vampiros delegate's recount of Atticus. After his meeting at the human domain, the delegate had returned and relayed everything that had happened. The Blood Council and the Grand Elders had dismissed his story as the ramblings of an old man. They had seen Atticus battle at the Nexus, and although it was truly impressive, what the delegate had explained was overly exaggerated. At that time, the races knew the power of their apex well. They were as powerful as Grandmaster plus ranks, however, it wasn't above this. In fact, the other races expected their apex to lose should they fight a powerful and experienced Grandmaster plus rank individual. The fact that they had selected 3 very powerful Grandmaster plus ranks for the mission of taking care of Atticus spoke volumes as to how much they wanted him dead. Draven sneered. That boy will die today, just like the rest. Stay focused, Celera, or I'll make sure you don't walk away from this mission. Before Celera could respond, Calith raised his hand, his voice cutting through the growing tension. They're here. All 3 assassins stiffened. Their glowing eyes narrowed as they focused on the faint movements ahead. Finally, Celera murmured, her voice filled with anticipation. This is going to be delicious. Draven's aura shifted, becoming an oppressive force that made the air feel like a weighted blanket. The leaves around him trembled as his killing intent seeped into the atmosphere. Enough talk. His tone was final. We strike as planned. The group's aura transformed. The oppressive lethality they exuded condensed, becoming focused and sharp. Move. No sound was made, but in an instant, they were gone. Atticus and the Resonera scouts moved swiftly through the forest. Atticus hadn't told them what it was that he wanted to do, however, he had given them a rough estimate of where he was headed along with the direction. Skeptical could not begin to describe how the scouts felt. Where Atticus had directed them was towards the Vampiros domain. The buffer zone, which was the zone between the 2 domains, was shared equally between the 2 parties. Where Atticus wanted to go was dangerously close to the Vampiros side of the buffer zone. Considering the current situation with the Vampiros race, it sounded like a bad idea no matter how much they thought about it. However, none of them could refuse Atticus's commands, especially when the fortress commander had ordered them to follow his words. They reached a compromise that, as long as it was safe, they would continue. Atticus had no issues with that. In fact, he welcomed it. Should he reach his goal, he had to find a way to ditch them in the first place, as Whisker had specified that he go alone. The run through the forest was eerily silent, and although Atticus was having the time of his life learning the signature of the Resonera sound techniques, it was very awkward for the scouts. The silence was soon broken as Jenna turned toward him and spoke. Apex Atticus, would you like to hear about the current situation at Fort Echohelm? Though no sound was heard within the barrier, her voice reached him clearly, cutting through the stillness. Atticus thought about it for a second and gave a brief nod. Listening wouldn't disrupt his training. Jenna smiled. As you know, Fort Echohelm borders the Vampiros domain. In the past, there have hardly been any altercations with them. Our side of the buffer zone has no valuable resources, and they're too prideful to bother with us. But lately, things have changed. They've been crossing the border more frequently. Scouts have gone missing, teams of 3 or more, gone without a trace. We've even had to reduce the size of our scouting parties to lower the risk of detection. Her voice paused, and Atticus instantly caught the flicker of fear beneath her composed exterior. This wasn't just a problem. It was a crisis. We're hiding in our own domain, Atticus thought, feeling a wave of emotions. It was a thought so absurd it felt wrong to even say it out loud. It was utterly insane. They had reduced the scouting teams so they wouldn't be spotted by the Vampiros race. In their own domain. Atticus shook his head. He already knew the answer, but he still wanted to ask. Have the higher-ups been informed? A scoff broke the silence. Useless, Mira muttered from the side, her tone dripping with contempt. Jenna turned, shooting a glare and silencing Mira, who clicked her tongue and looked away. Then, with a sigh, Jenna addressed Atticus again. I apologize for her rudeness, Apex Atticus. Atticus gestured for Jenna to continue, not caring about Mira's actions, and she obliged. The higher-ups are wary of the political fallout. They're avoiding any action that might give the Vampiros an excuse to declare war on the human domain. Instead, they've ordered us to observe. Nothing more. Meanwhile, our scouts are dying, our people are dying, and they do nothing. Myra's fists clenched, and Atticus could feel her anger radiating through the air. Grief and rage rolled off her like a storm. So that's the cause of her hostility, Atticus thought. It made sense that the reason Mira hated the higher-ups was because their actions in this situation had caused her to lose people she loved. Cowards, Ozeroth's voice growled in his mind, and Atticus silently agreed. Humans had been reduced to hiding in their own territory, allowing their people to be slaughtered while their leaders kissed the asses of the vampiros. But he brushed the thought aside. This wasn't the time to ponder it. Why have the vampiros been crossing the border? He asked. Although Lyric had told him his thoughts about the situation, he still thought it best to hear another's perspective. Jenna hesitated for a bit, her brow furrowed in thought. I can't say for sure. But Master Vyn believes they're asserting dominance. For what reason, we don't know. Vyn, Atticus filed the name away as silence fell over the group. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the quiet stretching into something oppressive. Jenna fidgeted, the awkwardness growing. She glanced at Atticus, as if to start another conversation. But her words caught in her throat. Her eyes widened. Where did he go? Jenna's voice trembled as the group instantly stopped. Their eyes darted wildly. Confusion. Panic. Atticus had been running alongside them, and now he was gone. But there was no time to process. They heard it, the sound of the air tearing, and then. Crack. A deafening collision tore through the forest. The world froze. Time itself seemed to stop. And then. Boom. The ground quaked violently as a cataclysmic shockwave erupted. Trees were uprooted, sent flying like brittle sticks. The forest canopy was shredded apart, a whirlwind of debris spiraling into the air. A blinding flash followed, white hot, searing. A mushroom cloud of dirt and ash billowed upward, swallowing the sky. The sound hit next, a guttural roar of force that slammed into the group, knocking them off their feet. Jenna cried out as she was hurled into the trunk of a tree. Mira and Crescendo rolled across the ground, coughing as dust filled their lungs. What the hell is going on? Jenna shouted, struggling to stand. But. Boom. Another collision. This one louder. Closer. A second shockwave blasted through the forest. The earth cracked under the force, massive fissures splitting the ground. Splintered wood and shattered rock rained down like artillery fire. Jenna and the others forced themselves upright, their hearts pounding hard against their chests. Their gazes darted toward the source. What? She murmured, barely able to make out two figures through the storm of chaos. The first was a figure clad in crimson blood armor radiating an ominous glow that encased his body. The air around him seemed to vibrate, charged with a bloodthirsty aura so intense that even from a distance, Jenna and the others felt their legs weaken and their bodies turn cold. There was no mistaking it. This was Vampiros. And not just any Vampiros, this was a Grand Master Plus, a monstrous being that none of them had ever dreamed of coming into contact with in their lives. Jenna's breath froze, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. Every instinct in her body screamed at her to flee, to run as far as she could. And it wasn't just her. Both Mira and Crescendo's bodies were trembling. But then, they saw the second figure. At first, it was hard to comprehend. The sheer presence emanating from him rivaled, no, surpassed the Vampiros. Jenna's eyes widened, her voice trembling as realization set in. At this point, there was no mistaking it. It was Atticus. It was. Jenna and the other scouts were shocked. Not by the Vampiros. No. But by the boy facing him. They had seen Atticus fight at the Nexus, and it was nothing compared to what they were witnessing now. This would be the first time they would witness him fight in real life, and it was nothing short of incredible. The aura pouring off him was suffocating. A bloodlust so overwhelming it blanketed the entire area, suppressing the Vampiros, bloodlust as though it were insignificant. He moved. Fast. Too fast. One moment he was still, the next he was in front of the Vampiros. His fist shot upward, bypassing the monster's defenses like they were nothing. The crimson gaze of the Vampiros shone brightly, displaying one emotion, utter shock. But there was no time. Crack. The uppercut connected, slamming into the Vampiros's chin with a force that shook the air. The impact sent the creature hurtling skyward, its crimson armor splintering under the blow. Sarala. An icy voice ripped through the chaos as Draven's shout cut through the battlefield like a blade. Before anyone could react, a sharp, manic laugh echoed from above. Ha 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 ha. All eyes snapped skyward. A woman appeared high in the air. Her crimson eyes glowed with an eerie light, even through the mask covering her face. Her creepy smile shone. She pointed her arms downward, her voice dripping with sadistic glee as she muttered, "Blood Dominion." The air shifted instantly. Thick, heavy, oppressive. Jenna gasped, her chest tightening. The sound of her heartbeat thundered in her ears. No, everyone's heartbeat. It was as if the world itself pulsed in perfect synchrony. And then it hit. A strange force pulled at their blood. A suffocating, inescapable command. Jenna staggered, panic flashing across her face. Her vision blurred. She felt it. Her blood, leaving. No, she cried out, clutching her chest, but her body didn't listen. Her feet moved on their own. Her legs shot forward, dragged against her will. Not just her. The bodies of her and the other scouts hurtled toward Sarala like marionettes pulled by invisible strings. They struggled, but none of it mattered. The force was absolute. Sarala's grin widened as she saw Jenna and the others being pulled toward her, her laughter rising above the sound of their cries. But then, a blinding crimson light pierced the sky. It wasn't just light, it was will. A force so strong it tore through Sarala's control like paper, shattering the hold she had on their blood. The pull stopped. Jenna and the others collapsed to their knees, gasping for air, their bodies trembling. Sarala froze, her manic grin straining. Her crimson eyes darted toward the source of the light. Atticus. He stood amidst the chaos, his gaze locked onto her, his presence crushing. Sarala's gaze trembled. Her bloodlust faltered, drowned beneath the wave of his will. But there was no respite. Atticus moved. Fast. Too fast. One moment he was on the ground. The next, he was in the air, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. The vampiros were a race with dominion over blood. This racial trait had turned them into beings that were hunters by nature, bloodthirsty creatures who were cruel to the very depths of their beings. Out of all the races in Eldoralf, no race could match the vampiros in cruelty. They left no survivors, they had no mercy. Once they set their sights on their prey, they would hunt. The Blood Shadows. This was an elite force within the vampiros race, trained directly from birth with one purpose, to serve the Blood Council. They were the most elite force within the vampiros race, and it was said that any one of them could assassinate anyone below the paragon rank on Eldoralf. They were that revered, and their members backed up their reputation with pure skill. They were well aware of their power, which was why the current situation was hard to comprehend. Calith was the type who hardly ever spoke, except when necessary. His expressions rarely ever changed, especially during missions. He had a 99% one-hit kill rate for every target he had ever been given. On the first attack, he more often than not killed his targets. If he had to be completely truthful, Calith had assumed the same would play out here. Atticus was powerful, but at the end of the day, he was still a kid, inexperienced and naive. Or so Calith thought. However, what occurred had been a possibility Calith had never seen happening. Even without using a technique, the vampiros could subtly influence the movements of a person through their control of blood. Calith had tried to use it to immobilize Atticus for a brief moment, but it had been as though he was committing a divine sin. Atticus's blood did not answer his call. Atticus had received his attacks head-on as though they were nothing. Atticus had moved, and Calith had ended up with a completely shattered chin and face, his body hurtling headfirst into the sky as though he were a rocket being shot into space. Of the three vampiros, Calith hadn't been the only shocked one. In fact, Sarala had been even more shocked. Calith hadn't used a technique, but Sarala had. And yet, Atticus had broken through her control easily and appeared high in the sky. What? Sarala's gaze widened, her mouth frozen in shock. But she wasn't allowed to finish. Atticus's foot connected with her left cheek, her cheekbone and face deforming under the weight of the blow. Her figure plummeted from the sky, streaking through the air and colliding with the forest floor with a force that sent a shockwave through the forest. The world seemed to pause as Atticus floated high in the air, his body untouched, his expression calm. His gaze swept the entire area. There are three of them. At that moment, the last of the vampiros appeared hundreds of meters away from Atticus, his figure emitting a lethal aura that made the air shudder. Draven's intense crimson gaze landed on Atticus's calm purple gaze, and it was as though the world froze. His heart slammed against his chest like a war drum as a single thought echoed in his mind: what the hell is this human? His entire existence felt bare under the calm gaze of Atticus, as though Atticus could see things even he didn't know were there. It was then that Draven knew, they had miscalculated. They had to go all out. His crimson gaze burned as his blood aura thickened, spreading outward like a suffocating wave. Blood domain. The words echoed like thunder, tearing through the stillness. Sarala, still embedded in the earth, struggled to raise herself. Blood dripped from her broken face as she muttered through gritted teeth. Blood domain. Caliph, tumbling through the air, snarled, his broken jaw cracking as his blood aura surged. Blood domain. The world froze. The air turned icy, a bone-chilling cold spreading across the forest. The oppressive weight of their combined power was undeniable. Atticus didn't move. His calm, piercing gaze swept over the battlefield. His will expanded outward in a flash, encompassing Jenna and the trembling scouts. He knew what was coming. During their run in the forest, Atticus hadn't come across any magical beasts because of the excellent navigation of the scouts. However, that didn't mean there weren't any. Atticus had felt them, and they were staggering. As the vampiros spoke, every magical beast for kilometers around froze. Then, blood surged from the beasts, bodies in torrents, painting the forest floor crimson. Their muscles shriveled, their life force ripped away as if by an unseen hand. In moments, flesh turned to husks, and husks to dust. From kilometers away, blood erupted. Birds fell from the sky, their lifeless bodies dissolving midair into torrents of crimson. Creatures hidden in dens and burrows were drained, their blood ripped from their bodies in an instant. Even the trees weren't spared. Their life force was sucked out, their once imposing forms withering into brittle husks. The earth cracked as a crimson tsunami surged across the land, converging into a monstrous cyclone of blood. The metallic smell was overwhelming, the thick red mist blotting out the sun. The vampiros stood at the heart of it all, their forms now encased in a thin, glistening layer of blood that hardened like armor. It gleamed unnaturally, its surface emanating a deadly energy. Their bloodlust was suffocating. The temperature plummeted, the air filled with killing intent. At this point, Jenna and the scouts couldn't move. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as three predatory eyes shone through the crimson fog. This was the vampiros' domain. Unlike other domains that erupted with light and force, theirs was silent. Lethal. Subtle. For kilometers, everything living was drained dry. Blood came under their control, bending to their will. Even the shards of crimson floating around them in the air were shaped from the blood of the land. Thousands of razor-sharp shards hovered, blotting out the sky like a sea of red. For any other opponent, just the activation of their domain would have been the end. They wouldn't have been able to stop the vampiros from taking control over their blood. But Atticus was different. His will was strong. Nothing could pierce it. Jenna and the others' hearts pounded as they stared at his broad, calm back. Despite the overwhelming terror they were all feeling, somehow, they felt a spark of trust. He was their apex. The vampiros attacked. Thousands of blood shards shot forward like a crimson storm, hurtling toward Atticus with impossible speed. But Atticus remained still. Humans had never stood a chance against the vampiros. This was because, to humans, the vampiros' blood powers were absolute, as humanity lacked any true counter against them. Not even the Enigmom, with their high will, could nullify such abilities. Atticus's use of his will was still unprecedented in Eldoralf, and only he could remain unaffected by their ability in this way. Because of this, Atticus's mind had the opportunity to focus on one element that could counter the vampiros' ability. They weren't the only ones who could form a domain. Atticus's lips parted, his voice booming like thunder. Water domain. The world shook. A blinding blue light erupted, piercing through the crimson fog. In the next instant, a world of blue formed, encompassing everything. The storm of blood shards froze midair. Suspended. Motionless. The vampiros froze. Their crimson gazes trembled, and utter confusion filled their faces. What? Draven muttered, unable to understand. No matter how he tried, he couldn't move any of the blood shards. It was as though there was an invisible force stopping them from moving. The realization hit them like a tidal wave. Their dominion over blood had been countered. The absolute control they wielded was gone. Atticus had taken it. Water. It was the water. They had absolute dominion over blood. But Atticus had dominion over water. The water within the blood, he had taken control of it. It was hard to comprehend. Draven, Caliph, and Sarala had fought multiple water elementalists before. Most wouldn't even last long enough to think of doing something like this. And even if they had, said person would still have to wrestle control of the blood with them. It was inconceivable. They were 3, and he was 1. And yet, he had taken control of every single shard. Draven's eyes widened, his heart slamming against his chest. We can't win. The same thought echoed in Sarala and Calith's minds, and they reached the same conclusion. They had fought hundreds of battles and knew the instant a situation was above their power. They had to escape. Draven turned, his body ready to vanish into the mist. But he couldn't move. None of them could. Their gazes snapped to Atticus, who stood calmly below them, his arm raised. His will encompassed the water around them, holding them in place like marionettes. Panic flashed in Draven's eyes as he struggled. But Atticus's voice was calm, chilling. Come. The vampiros were pulled from the sky, plummeting like meteors. Boom. The ground shattered as they crashed, their armored forms slamming into the earth with cataclysmic force. Dust and debris erupted into the air, obscuring everything for a moment. When the dust cleared, Atticus stood before their broken forms. Their hearts skipped a beat as they discovered that they couldn't move. No matter how much they willed their bodies to act, they were completely immobilized. 3 Grandmaster plus vampiros, immobilized with a single thought. Draven's heart pounded. His mind raced. He didn't understand. What kind of monster was this human? Atticus's voice broke the silence. Cold. Direct. Who sent you? The vampiros' gazes narrowed. Their trembling eyes met Atticus's unyielding stare, and for a brief moment, silence reigned. Then, Sarala laughed. At first, it was low, a soft chuckle that echoed in the stillness. But it grew louder, more unhinged. Her voice was filled with mockery and disdain as she forced her gaze to meet his. You think you can harm us? Her laughter grew, as though she had turned mad. Kill us, and the vampiros will declare war on your pathetic race. The entire human domain will be wiped off the map. Every human slaughtered. Your kind are nothing more than bugs to be squished. Jenna, Mira, and Crescendo froze. Her words hit like a hammer. The reality of it was undeniable. The vampiros were a nightmare. One that humanity had been trying its best to avoid fighting. If war broke out. Jenna's fists clenched. Her body trembled as the truth of the situation sank in. She turned to Atticus, her gaze darkening. Would he let them go? He would have to. Wouldn't he? A wave of anger surged through Mira. They were still shocked by Atticus's prowess, but the thought of letting the vampiros escape made her seethe. They had wanted to kill them. Draven instantly noticed the shift in mood, and his confidence grew. His gaze turned to Sarala, who was still laughing manically, her voice echoing through the forest. Then he looked at Atticus. And froze. Those eyes. Calm. Unbothered. They weren't the eyes of someone who had no options. They weren't the eyes of someone who cared about consequences. Shink. A streak of silver cut through the air. The laughter stopped. Thud. Sarala's head hit the ground, rolling lifelessly across the dirt. Draven's breath caught in his throat. Calith's eyes widened in shock. Atticus had done it. He had killed her. The air grew colder. The metallic scent of blood thickened, choking the forest in silence. Jenna gasped audibly, her body stiff. Even Mira, who hadn't wanted the vampiros to escape in the first place, took a step back. War. The devastation. The deaths. The carnage. They all flashed in their minds. Atticus had just killed a vampiros. Not just any one, a Grandmaster plus. If word got back to the vampiros, they shuddered to imagine the consequences. But Atticus's expression didn't change. Calm. Collected. Uncaring. He turned to the remaining vampiros, his voice slicing through the tension. Who sent you? Draven and Calith's gazes snapped to him, and they realized. They knew. They weren't getting out of this alive. You don't know what you've done. The Blood Council. Atticus stepped forward. Calith's words died in his throat. The Blood Council isn't here. He raised his blade, the silver edge glinting ominously in the crimson haze. You'll regret this. You'll. Wrong answer. Slash. Calith's head hit the ground with a sickening thud, blood pooling beneath him. Draven froze, his crimson eyes staring calmly at Calith's lifeless head. He was the last one standing. And yet, he had suddenly turned calm and composed. Atticus turned to him, his blade still dripping with blood. Who sent you? Draven met Atticus's gaze for a moment before he spoke calmly. It was the Blood Council. Atticus tilted his head slightly. His gaze bore into Draven's, cold and calculating. We were ordered to assess your strength. We never intended to harm you. Atticus didn't respond. The silence stretched, suffocating. Is he buying it? Draven wondered. Then, Atticus finally spoke, his tone flat. You lied. Draven's eyes widened. No, The final blow was swift. Draven's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Atticus calmly sheathed his katana and turned his gaze back toward the frozen scouts. You should all head back. You should all head back. The scouts froze, their gazes meeting Atticus's cold one. After everything he had just shown and done, the bloodlust that radiated from him was still thick. They each instinctively took a step back. It took a second for the statement to register, and when it finally did, Apex Atticus, you mean without you? It went without saying that after everything that had just occurred, the scouts were beyond scared. What if they ran into another Vampiro's Grandmaster on the way? What the hell were they supposed to do? Atticus's presence was currently beyond terrifying, but it was still better than facing a Vampiro's. Atticus sensed their intent and addressed them calmly. I still have to continue moving forward, and I can't guarantee that more won't attack. I'll be blunt. You all slow me down. Head back to the fortress. I can assure you that there are no Vampiros on the way back. Atticus didn't wait for a response. As quickly as he spoke, he disappeared from their view, shocking the scouts. They each took a moment to gain their bearings before turning and running back toward the fortress at full speed. There was trouble brewing. On the other side of the buffer zone, in a towering fortress made of blackened materials, the atmosphere was filled with the metallic scent of blood. Within this fortress, a room that was utterly simple yet sophisticated stood. Dark wooden shelves lined the walls, filled with ancient-looking tomes and scrolls. A single crimson chandelier cast a dim light across the study. At the center of the room sat an elderly man. His posture was upright, commanding. He had a cleanly shaven beard, and his piercing blood-red eyes flickered with intelligence and cruelty. His long black robe, trimmed with dark silver embroidery, draped over his wiry frame, and a black cane rested by the polished table in front of him, its handle shaped like a coiled serpent. He was Grand Elder Yorwin. The only sound in the room was the soft flipping of a page as he read. His fingers moved rhythmically, his expression calm and calculated. The silence broke as he suddenly paused. He raised his eyes, closed the book slowly, and reached for his cane. His eyes shut for a brief moment, as if waiting. It came. A knock at the door. Enter. His voice commanded, sharp yet quiet. The door creaked open, revealing a kneeling figure clad in red armor. The warrior bowed deeply, his head nearly touching the floor. Grand Elder Yorwin, the warrior said, his voice filled with reverence. Yorwin opened his eyes, their crimson glow piercing through the dim light. Speak, he said coldly. And this better be good. The warrior hesitated, bowing even lower. The three blood shadow warriors, my lord, they're dead. The room's temperature plummeted. Frost crept along the edges of the table. Yorwin's piercing gaze darkened, and his cane struck the floor once. Crack. Are you sure? His voice was soft, but it cut like ice. The warrior nodded quickly. They're life crystals, my lord. They have shattered. Yorwin didn't respond immediately. He tapped his cane against the floor rhythmically, the sound reverberating through the room like a heartbeat. The frost thickened, spreading across the walls. Who? The warrior hesitated, his voice cracking. We believe it was the target, my lord. The other escorts were too weak to pose any threat to blood shadows of their caliber. The tapping stopped. The room trembled. The air grew heavier, colder. Where is he now? Yorwin asked, his voice even softer, yet it carried a weight that made the warrior shudder. The kneeling figure didn't dare lift his head. We believe he's heading northeast, my lord. Toward our side of the buffer zone. Yorwin's grip on the cane tightened. His crimson eyes glinted with cold intent. How many blood shadows remain in the fortress? 40, my lord. The elder's expression didn't change. Send half, he ordered. Kill him. Do not fail me. The warrior bowed lower, his forehead nearly touching the icy floor. By your orders, my lord. Yorwin didn't move, his cold gaze fixed on the retreating figure as the warrior exited the room. The door shut softly, leaving the elder alone. His cane struck the floor once more. His crimson eyes flickered dangerously. A thought crossed his mind, sharp and calculating. He's dangerous. A figure zipped through the green forest with impossible speed. Atticus's presence was non-existent. He made not a single sound as he moved. If not for the white streak, It was as though he wasn't even in the forest. They're very bold, Atticus thought. That's what happens when you leave your enemies alive the instant you identify them. Atticus went silent. He didn't even try to refute Ozeroth's words. In all honesty, the spirit was speaking nothing but the truth. The only reason the vampiros knew of his arrival and plans was because he had allowed it. If he had taken care of Vyn and the others the instant he spotted them, none of this would have happened. I've started getting cocky, Atticus realized. You have. It's a terrible feeling. Get rid of it, or else it'll get you killed. Atticus exhaled deeply as he thought about his thought process at the time. He had assumed that he was near invincible below the Paragon rank and that anything they could throw at him could be easily handled. That hadn't been wrong, but it was a very wrong way to think, and as Ozeroth said, it could get him killed. Now, Atticus had no idea who had sent those assassins after him. He knew that the last vampiros who blamed the Blood Council had lied, he had felt it. He didn't even bother trying to torture them. At this point, it was well known, anyone trying to torture a vampiros was just wasting their time. To truly find this person, he would have to bait them out. Atticus inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. It's fine. Silently plotting has never been my thing in the first place. I'll handle it as I see it. Bond. His gaze snapped open, his eyes turning icy. I know. The forest blurred around Atticus, the trees little more than streaks of green as he moved at an impossible speed. His figure was reduced to a faint white streak cutting through the dense foliage. No sound. No presence. It was as though he didn't exist. But he knew. They were coming. 20 of them, Atticus thought. Grandmaster plus. Vampiros warriors. I can feel them. The intent was suffocating. Bloodthirsty. Their presence polluted the forest, spreading like a wave of rot. His mana swirled, rising to the surface as his center of balance shifted. And then, he disappeared. The blood shadows moved through the forest like predators, their crimson eyes scanning for any sign of their target. 20 Grandmaster plus blood shadows. Each of them radiated power, their forms cloaked in a thin sheen of blood armor that brimmed with intense power. They weren't just strong. They were elite. And they had one mission: kill the apex of humanity. But something was wrong. They could feel it. At this point, they should have picked up some trace of their target, some clue. They had split up into groups to cover a larger area, but they saw nothing. It was as though he didn't exist in the first place. The leader of the group, the warrior who had reported to the Grand Elder, Kaner, suddenly froze. His eyes narrowed. A chill ran down his spine. Wait, he hissed, holding up a hand. The forest grew still, too still, and then it began. Shink. A streak of white cut through the air, and one of the vampiros warriors fell, his head rolling across the ground before his body crumpled. What? Slash. Another fell. Then another. The warriors barely had time to react. Atticus moved like a phantom. One moment he was nowhere, the next he was among them, his blade flashing. Blood spurted into the air as his strikes landed without fail. They tried to retaliate, tried to use their blood control to immobilize him. But it was futile. Atticus's blood didn't answer their call. Kaner's eyes widened as another warrior fell not far from him, his neck sliced cleanly. He spun, trying to find their attacker, but there was nothing. Just the blur of white streaks and the sound of death. Alert the others, he roared, his voice booming. In no time, the remaining vampiros, now only 11, regrouped. Their movements were swift and sharp, converging in the middle of a clearing in the forest. They formed a tight circle, their eyes scanning every shadow, every direction, every flicker of movement. Silence. The tension was intense. And then, tap. A single footstep echoed through the forest. Tap, tap. The sound grew louder, steady. The vampiros turned as one, their hearts trembling despite their countless experiences with life and death. Atticus soon stepped into view. His movements were calm, unhurried. His cold purple eyes locked onto them, unblinking. His blade hung loosely at his side, drops of crimson tracing along its edges. The air around him seemed to drop in temperature. His presence wasn't overwhelming, it was crushing. For the first time, the vampiros warriors felt their heartbeats quicken. Not from excitement, but from fear. Atticus stopped, his gaze sweeping over them like they were nothing more than insects. They reacted instinctively. Blood domain. The air exploded. Blood erupted from every corner of the forest, surging like a tidal wave. The metallic stench was overpowering, the crimson flood drowning everything in its path. Trees withered, their life force sucked dry. The ground cracked as the blood flowed, pooling around the vampiros' warriors. Atticus stood still, the crimson tide rushing toward him. Then, he muttered, "Water domain fusion." The world quaked. A brilliant blue light pierced the crimson haze, blinding for a moment before it was absorbed into Atticus's form. The blood tide froze. Atticus disappeared. What followed was chaos. Thud. A body crumpled to the ground, blood spraying from a clean gash. Crack. Another warrior's chest caved in, his lifeless body slumping forward. The remaining warriors swung wildly, their eyes darting in every direction. But Atticus was everywhere, and nowhere. Their blood shards hovered uselessly in the air, unable to strike. Kaner's voice broke as he shouted, "Where is he? Fight back!" But his words were drowned out by the brutal sounds of death. Atticus reappeared, his blade flashing as he drove it through the chest of another vampiros. The clearing was silent again. Only Kaner remained, his knees trembling, his breath ragged. He turned, his gaze locking onto Atticus, who stood before him, his expression cold and unreadable. Kaner's lips trembled, and he clenched his fists hard, forcing himself to stare at Atticus intensely. "You may have killed us, but more will come. The vampiros will never stop. The hunt will not end until their prey is obliterated." No response came. Atticus raised his blade, and then it was over. The forest fell silent once more. Atticus tapped his foot on the ground, and a wave of fire erupted from beneath him, spreading out in every direction and engulfing the bodies of the vampiros he had just killed. His cold eyes scanned the forest for a brief moment before he turned toward the northeast and shot forward. Atticus streaked through the forest for a while before he suddenly came to a stop. "Looks like there's also a boundary here." He had wondered how they had divided the buffer zone between the two races. Did it mean there was another wall or stronghold? He had been half right. There was a boundary, but it wasn't visible. As he stood, Atticus could feel that the air in front of him was different. It screamed vampiros. Their bloodthirsty aura was enough to discourage most from entering, and Atticus wouldn't have been surprised if there were no beasts in their part of the buffer zone. The pause only lasted for a second, driven purely by intrigue. Afterward, Atticus continued his movement, crossing through the invisible boundary. His movements didn't slow, and after some time, Atticus brought out the artifact Whisker had given him. There, a holographic arrow appeared above it, pointing him in a specific direction. Without wasting time, Atticus followed the map and soon arrived at a small clearing. Here, the holographic arrow started pointing downward toward the ground, as if telling him to enter through the earth. Atticus was tempted to call the artifact defective, but fortunately, he knew better. Atticus focused on the ground, and his eyes flickered. "There's a thin layer of dust covering something hard." With a thought, a burst of air erupted from Atticus, clearing the earth off the surface. In the next second, Atticus's expression turned serious as he stared at the revealed surface. It looked like an ancient circular stone, etched with faded symbols and strange words he couldn't understand. "I don't know what they say." "Do you?" "No," Ozeroth admitted, "but you should be able to generally guess their meaning. Check for a pattern." Atticus had been staring at the symbols etched on the circular stone's body. Despite the fact that he had memorized practically every language in Eldoralf, he couldn't recognize these symbols. Where is he sending me to? This was the thought that came to Atticus's mind. He couldn't understand it. A language that was different from the known races, languages. It was very suspicious and, at the same time, dangerous. "What do you think?" Ozeroth fell silent for a moment. "Bond. It's impossible to truly and completely know a person's intent. In this case, you should look at the facts." Atticus nodded, his mind swirling. "He wouldn't want to kill me. Not now, at least. All his previous actions indicate that he wants me to reach the peak," Atticus pondered, his gaze flickering. "Then this could only be beneficial." Ozeroth silently agreed. "Be cautious." Atticus smiled. "Since when do you start caring so much?" "TCH. I just wouldn't want you to die a foolish death. I have a reputation to protect, Bond." Atticus laughed. Right. He could feel Ozeroth's intense gaze boring into him from his mind, but he ignored it. Reaching this conclusion, Atticus decided to follow Ozeroth's advice and thoroughly scan the markings on the circular stone. He allowed Ozeroth's voice to fade into the background, his mind utterly honed in on the task. Patterns. Look for the patterns. The circular stone wasn't random. Symbols were etched in clusters, repeating every few inches. Atticus was sure they were deliberate. Each cluster was different. Some were more intricate, others simple, but they all shared one thing. He could see it. The races of Eldorolf. In a circular fashion all around the stone were different images representing the races of Eldorolf. He could see the defining features of each race. This isn't a language. It's a message. An instruction, Atticus realized. His mind raced, trying to piece everything together. There are more than I know. The races depicted on the circular stone were numerous, more than the 16 races of Eldorolf. That's right. From history, the Zorvans annihilated some races. From what Atticus could see, aside from the 16 races, there were 3 more images on the stone, which he suspected represented the other, now extinct races. 5 spots. The images of the 19 races were etched at the edge of the circular stone, with intricate lines tracing toward 5 small, empty circles in the inner part of the stone. These 5 circles surrounded one with 2-foot indentations. Atticus was beginning to understand what the markings meant. I guess that's where I stand. He approached the 2-foot indentations and fit his legs into them. Then, he closed his eyes and entered an absolute state of focus. The symbols were a language Atticus couldn't understand. But luckily, they weren't the only thing there. The images alone were explanatory enough. 19 races, but only 5 are necessary. This had been Atticus's thought process, and he had reached this conclusion in less than a second. If it had been the Atticus of before, he would have been lost even after figuring this out. It was far too vague. Did it mean he needed 5 races to activate whatever this was? This would have been his thought before. But now, not so much. Atticus's mana churned as he focused. He didn't need 5 different races. Not while he could mimic their mana signatures. Dimensari. A second passed as Atticus activated the technique of the Dimensari, changing his mana signature to match their race. Without hesitation, he directed the mana to his feet. The foot indentation he was standing on lit up with a blue glow, its light streaming through the platform before settling on one of the 5 empty circles. Atticus repeated the same for the others and activated the techniques he had acquired from the superior races. As the last circle filled up, the ground beneath Atticus quaked violently, a low rumble coming from deep within the earth. The air crackled, pressure surged, suffocating and dense. The light in the 5 circles pulsed once, twice, then exploded outward. It raced across the stone platform, igniting every symbol and word etched into its surface. Atticus steadied himself. His instincts screamed at him, but he stood firm, unmoving. The symbols blazed brighter, their glow overwhelming. The entire platform became a beacon of pure energy. The air shifted. A breeze swept through the forest, carrying an unnatural chill. The light intensified, blinding, piercing. Intel. Boom. A column of searing light erupted skyward, swallowing Atticus whole. Far away, at the Vampiro's fortress, Grand Elder Yorwin froze mid-sentence. His fingers stopped turning the pages of the book in his hands. His gaze snapped sideways, sharp as a dagger. What? He didn't finish. His body moved before his mind caught up. With a deafening crash, Yorwin shot forward, obliterating the stone chair he had been seated on. The room around him shattered, walls bursting into fragments of stone and wood. Boom. A shockwave rippled outward, tearing through the fortress like a hurricane. Windows shattered. Pillars crumbled. Vampiro's warriors stumbled. In an instant, Yorwin was outside. He streaked across the sky, the force of his ascent sending a gale roaring through the surrounding forest, uprooting trees and scattering wildlife. As a paragon, a nanosecond was all he needed. Yorwin reappeared in the sky, his crimson eyes locked on the dimming light in the distance. His pupils dilated. No. His voice thundered like an oncoming storm. His figure blurred, streaking toward the light. But just as he reached for it, gone. The column of light vanished, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air. Yorwin hit the ground with catastrophic force. The earth caved beneath his feet, cracks spider webbing out for miles. A wave of dust and debris rolled outward, choking the air. Shit. Bloodlust flooded the air, thick and suffocating. Yorwin's rage radiated like a wildfire. Its intensity suffused the forest, so potent that nearby beasts collapsed, their lifeless forms littering the ground. His teeth clenched. His fists tightened. He was furious. Why? The same word replayed over and over in his head as his anger peaked. He had wanted to play it safe. He had wanted to be careful, and now that had cost him everything. Grand Elder Yorwin gazed at where Atticus had just disappeared, his body radiating a coldness that made the air freeze. It was him. He could remember vividly. The face of Atticus had already been burned into the minds of every race in Eldorolf. Atticus had been the one to enter the spire. And that could only mean one thing. Elder Yorwin's gaze swept the forest, encompassing everything, even the human side of the buffer zone. There was no sign of the 20 blood shadows he had sent. Atticus had killed them. Yorwin's hand clenched hard. He had miscalculated. He hadn't assessed the situation appropriately, and now he had failed. The Vampiro's fortress bordering the human domain wasn't significant enough to warrant the stationing of a paragon or as many as 43 blood shadows. The only reason Yorwin had been at the fortress was because of what Atticus had just discovered. The shifting spire. A mysterious and ancient phenomenon, the shifting spire manifested sporadically across Eldorolf, appearing only for a limited time before vanishing. Cloaked in secrecy and shrouded in legends that transcended races, it was one of Eldorolf's greatest mysteries. Only a very few vampiros were aware of its existence. And its discovery had come from one of the many ancient chronicles of the vampiros race. It was said that anyone granted access to the spire would uncover the truth of Eldorolf and invaluable knowledge on how to gain the ultimate power of the world. Its value was immeasurable, which was why, after detecting signs of its appearance, Yorwin, a paragon, had been tasked with locating and retrieving that information. He had come to this fortress with the blood shadows to cover ground silently, choosing not to act recklessly so as not to arouse too much suspicion. But not only had he failed to gain access, he had lost 23 elite blood shadows. She won't like this. Yorwin's gaze turned cold. It was a monumental failure, one that would not be tolerated by the Blood Queen, Jezanet. Even as a paragon, Yorwin shuddered at the thought of her reaction. He doubted whether even he would be spared. His gaze hardened. It can't end like this. Yorwin raised his arm, and in the next instant, about 20 figures appeared before him, kneeling with their heads bowed. They were the remaining blood shadows. Send a message to VYN at the human fortress. The blood shadow at the front of the group listened intently as Yorwin spoke. After the elder finished, the figure bowed before blurring into motion, heading to fulfill Yorwin's orders. Yorwin's gaze shifted to the rest. Spread out and wait. Be ready to act. The blood shadows dispersed, landing silently in the trees and blending into the shadows, preparing for an ambush. While this was happening, Fort Echohelm of the Resonera family had descended into chaos. The 3 scouts who had accompanied Atticus had long since returned to the fortress, and word of what had transpired spread like wildfire. Atticus had killed Vampiro's Grandmasters plus. The entire fortress shuddered under the weight of this revelation. A palpable, suffocating fear gripped every human who heard the news, including the fortress master, Cadence. What was supposed to be a stress-free and routine position at the fortress had turned into one of the most challenging situations in Cadence's life. As the news reached him, he slumped back into his seat, his gaze vacant. They were screwed. Cadence's eyes were vacant, staring forward as though he were looking at nothing in particular. Jenna, Mira, and Crescendo had only just arrived moments ago and had recounted everything that had occurred in the forest. His shock had risen steadily as they reported the events one by one. But when they reached the end, Cadence forgot every single thing they had said. He ignored the fact that they had been ambushed by the Vampiros race. He ignored the fact that Atticus had easily defeated 3 veteran Vampiros Grandmaster plus ranks. Only one thought remained in his mind. Atticus had killed 3 Vampiros Grandmasters. No matter how much Cadence's mind raced, no matter how many angles he tried to consider, he kept reaching the same conclusion: they were screwed. The Vampiros were a race that thrived on battle. They loved the thrill of it and would never pass up an opportunity to unleash chaos. Yes, the Vampiros had attacked first. Yes, they had killed their scouts first. But they held the upper hand in this situation. They didn't mind war, while the humans did. And now, Atticus had just given them the fuel they needed. Cadence's thoughts spiraled. The room around him became a blur. The implications of Atticus's actions echoed relentlessly in his mind. Fortress Master, a voice called out, faint and distant in his ears. He barely registered it. Fortress Master. The voice was louder now, insistent, but Cadence remained trapped in his thoughts. He wasn't alone. The fortress commanders, along with Lyric, The 3 scouts who had accompanied Atticus, and many other warriors, were all present, discussing the current situation. The noise of the hall reached Candance's ears, frantic debates, overlapping voices. It was chaos. A firm hand suddenly tapped his arm, jolting him upright. Candance flinched. What? His gaze darted around the hall. The room fell silent, all eyes on him. Commanders, advisors, warriors, all were waiting for their leader to speak. The fortress commander who had tapped Candance suddenly spoke. Fortress Master, what is our plan of action? Candance took a second to catch his breath before swallowing hard, trying to mask his unease. He straightened himself and cleared his throat. Vyn, he said, scanning the room. What do you think? But Vyn was nowhere to be seen. A commander quickly interjected, he stepped out not long ago, Fortress Master. Candance's eyes narrowed, irritation flaring. Why would he leave at a time like this? He demanded. Just as Candance was about to order someone to fetch him, the doors creaked open. Vyn entered, and the room stilled. Candance's gaze snapped to him. Where have you been? Vin's aged face was filled with worry. His voice was grave. I went to receive a scout. He paused. I sent one the moment I heard the news. And I'm afraid I only bring more bad news. The tension in the hall thickened. Vyn turned to the door. Enter. A scout stepped inside, his face pale and bloodied. He dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. Apex Atticus is in battle with an army of vampiros. He's holding his own, but he's losing ground. He needs help. Desperately. Silence. Then the hall erupted into chatter. Voices overlapped, arguments flared, and questions flew. Fortress Master, what do we do? Candance froze, his chest tightening. This decision, this moment, would decide the fate of humanity. They could still feign ignorance, claiming that Atticus had acted on his own. But if they intervened, it would mean war, a war humanity couldn't afford. Yet, if they didn't, if they abandoned Atticus, their apex, their symbol of hope, they would be branded as cowards. As traitors. Candance's mind went blank. I can't do this. I can't make this call. It was too much for him. The only thing Candance could think of was informing the elders of the Resonera family, but the thought terrified him. The Resonera family was filled with spiteful individuals. They would search for someone to blame, and that someone could only be him. How could the apex of humanity ever be at fault? It was an option he did not want to explore unless they had absolutely no choice. Just as everyone waited for Candance to speak, Vin's voice suddenly rang out. Enough. The hall fell silent. All eyes turned to the aged man. Atticus Ravenstein is not just anyone. He is humanity's apex. The hope of our domain. A symbol of our strength. Yes, the vampiros attacked first. Yes, this situation is dire. But what will the world say if we stand idly by? If we let him fall? Vin's gaze sharpened, his tone cutting. We will not be called cowards. No, we will be remembered as traitors. Traitors to our own kind. Apex Atticus represents us all, every fortress, every soldier, every family. And now, he needs us. We cannot abandon him. Not now. Not ever. The hall fell silent again, the weight of his words thick in the air. One by one, the gazes of the commanders hardened. Hands clenched. Teeth gritted. Vyn was right. Atticus was their hope, and abandoning him was not an option. The fortress commanders' gazes turned icy, and the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. He's right, one of the commanders said. Another soon followed. We can't abandon him. Candance exhaled shakily, as if gathering his confidence. Vin's words had struck a nerve. He felt ashamed of himself, ashamed that he had even considered cowering. He nodded firmly. Prepare the fortress. We're joining the fight. The room erupted into action. Chairs scraped. Orders were shouted. The hall transformed into a hive of activity as everyone moved to make preparations. Vyn stepped back, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Just as planned. As the room emptied, only Candance, Vyn, and Lyric remained. Dad, shouldn't we inform the family? Lyric had been listening quietly throughout the hall, and the thought of Atticus, his hero, being in trouble frightened him to the core. It seemed strange to him. Wouldn't the best course of action be to inform someone from the Resonera family and let them take charge? Vin's gaze turned sharp. This situation is too dire to wait for reinforcements. That would only worsen it, Vyn said, his voice firm. If the higher-ups send someone over, the vampiros will be forced to do the same. We might still have a chance to resolve this without escalating it into an all-out war. Lyric had much more to say, but the intense gaze Vyn was giving him silenced him. It frightened him. He turned toward his father instead. Candance exhaled, nodding his head. Vyn is right. Let's assess the situation first before deciding to report. As he pointed out, reinforcements would take time. Only a paragon could arrive in time, anyone else would require an airship, which would take far too long. Should a paragon arrive from the human side, the vampiros would inevitably respond in kind. The thought made them shudder. It was well known that the cruelty of the vampiros intensified as they climbed the ranks. The idea of a vampiros paragon simply forgetting everything was impossible to imagine. If a clash between paragons were to occur here, the entire terrain would be flattened. It was a recipe for disaster. It was the last thing Candance wanted to happen, so he killed the thought. As they left the hall to prepare, Vin's gaze flashed coldly. The warriors of Fort Echohelm erupted into a frenzy as word spread like wildfire. Many were beyond frightened, but the thought of abandoning their apex was something none dared to entertain. The warriors suited up, and in minutes, an army was formed. Candance gazed at the gathered warriors with a hardened face, already clad in armor as though he were ready for war. Without hesitation, they set out. He, along with some of the fortress commanders, led the way, leaving the others behind with Vyn to guard the fort in case of any issues. Meanwhile, as the people of Fort Echohelm raced toward their apex, Atticus himself had no idea what was happening. Even if he did, it wouldn't have lessened the intensity of his current focus. As the blinding light around him dimmed, Atticus found himself standing in a darkened world. He couldn't see, despite his immense mastery of the darkness element. This was a darkness that seemed alive, obscuring everything. Atticus's arms tightened around the hilt of his sword as he performed a brief inspection of himself. You there. Don't tell me you're frightened, Bond, you'd be lost without my brilliance guiding you, wouldn't you? Ozeroth's laughter rumbled in his mind. Don't start. Atticus ignored the spirit's ramblings and focused on himself. He quickly checked his abilities and, after noting that everything was intact and functional, felt a wave of relief. Thoughts. Ozeroth paused for a moment. It seems you were transported into a pocket space. You're still in Eldoralth but on another plane. This is power beyond your peak. Be cautious. Atticus nodded. Ozeroth was implying that whatever had just occurred was something even Paragon-ranked beings, the peak of Eldoralth, could not achieve. This meant a higher existence was at play. Atticus's guard was raised to its absolute peak. Taking a deep breath, his senses spread out like a wave, trying to analyze his surroundings. It looks like a large hall, he noted as he took a step forward. Then, whoosh, a torch near him flared to life, its golden glow pushing back the shadows, illuminating the immediate area. Then another torch lit up. And another. A chain reaction, the light raced down the hallway in both directions, revealing its massive expanse. Atticus paused, his eyes narrowing as he took it all in. The hallway stretched endlessly ahead, the light revealing a path lined with towering arches and walls filled with ancient symbols and drawings. At the far end was a large door. Although Atticus's keen eyes could see it, that didn't mean it was close. Kilometers away, Atticus thought. He took another step forward. He didn't run. He couldn't afford to, not when he had no idea what to expect. As he walked, his sharp gaze traced the drawings etched into the walls. He still couldn't understand the words, but he focused on the drawings instead. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time felt distorted in the hall. The only certainty was the door drawing closer. Finally, he reached it. Every inch of its surface was covered in carvings, spiraling symbols, and jagged lines that seemed to pulse faintly with energy. Atticus exhaled deeply. His hand hovered near the surface, but he didn't touch it. The door groaned. It moved, not by his hand but by some unseen force. A low, grinding sound filled the hall as the massive stone panels parted slowly. Darkness spilled forth, thick and impenetrable. Atticus's eyes narrowed. He couldn't see what lay beyond the door. The torches' glow stopped at the threshold, as if the darkness swallowed the light. Wish me luck, he thought. Ozeroth scoffed, his voice dry. With my greatness, no luck is needed. Atticus rolled his eyes, a small smirk appearing on his lips. Right. He steadied his breathing, his nerves hardening like steel. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward. The darkness enveloped him completely. Light flooded his vision. Atticus's senses spread out like a shockwave, every fiber of his being on high alert. His mind quickly processed his surroundings. A vast hall stretched before him, seemingly infinite. Towering pillars of black stone rose into the void, their surfaces glowing faintly with golden veins that pulsed like a heartbeat. Above, there was no ceiling, only a pitch-black expanse dotted with countless stars, as though he had stepped into the heart of the cosmos itself. The floor beneath him was smooth and reflective, like obsidian glass, casting faint distortions of the stars above. Suddenly, the air trembled. A suffocating force crashed down on him, as though gravity had multiplied. Atticus staggered, his knees nearly buckling. He forced his head up, instinct screaming as his eyes locked onto the center of the hall. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the space. Still, silent. Atticus's breath froze. His blood ran cold. The man's eyes were closed, yet his presence dominated the room. His form was simple, cloaked in dark, featureless robes that seemed to blend into the void around him. His skin was pale and unblemished, glowing faintly like moonlight. His aura was overwhelming, an all-consuming weight that made Atticus feel like an insect beneath the gaze of a god. Atticus couldn't move, not even a finger. What the hell is he? Atticus's mind raced. The figure radiated power, raw and unfiltered. But it wasn't just that. What shocked Atticus the most was the aura surrounding the man. It wasn't human. It wasn't any race Atticus had ever encountered in Eldorf. Yet, impossibly, it felt like all of them. The strength of the vampiros. The void of the nullites. The brightness of the Evolari. All of them. Every single race. Atticus's heart pounded as his mind raced. Just where did Whisker send him? But he didn't get a chance to ponder. The figure's eyes flickered open, and for a fraction of a second, the world stilled. Then, its voice rumbled. Come. It was not in the human language. It was not any language that Atticus was familiar with. But somehow, Atticus knew what the man had said. Come. The moment Atticus heard it, control over his body was seized. His figure shot forward, wind whipping around him as he came to a stop, hovering midair in front of the seated man. The figure's gaze bore into him, unblinking, as if dissecting his very soul. Its eyes were pure gold, radiating a soft, otherworldly light. Atticus's breath froze. He forced himself to stay calm, but his mind was a storm of thoughts. He couldn't move, no matter how much he tried. He attempted everything, every single one of his powers, yet he couldn't even lift a finger. Ozeroth, he called inwardly. Bo. Ozeroth's voice was cut off as the figure spoke again, its deep tone rumbling like an ancient mountain shifting. This is a trial for you, the figure said slowly. I suggest you minimize contact with another. Atticus's eyes narrowed. He tried to keep his expression neutral, but his thoughts were racing. Had this man heard him? Or could he read minds? He truly hoped not. No, the man's voice rumbled again, almost amused. I cannot read minds. Ozeroth's voice erupted in Atticus's head, seething. Another. How dare he call the great Ozeroth another? I am no mere shadow to be dismissed. The only another here is him. Now is not the time, Atticus snapped inwardly, his irritation clear. Ozeroth scoffed. HMPH. I just wanted to set things straight. My greatness demands respect. Atticus ignored the spirit's ramblings, his sharp gaze fixed on the man before him. There were far more pressing matters to address. That doesn't sound convincing. He mulled over the figure's claims. The fact that this being anticipated his thoughts again made him uneasy. Atticus hated this sort of situations. He hated feeling helpless in the face of overwhelming power. There was no doubt about his current predicament. His life was in the hands of this entity. The figure smiled faintly. You're an interesting one. What is your name? Atticus hesitated for a moment before answering. Atticus. Atticus. The man's voice lingered on the name, as though savoring its weight. What an ambitious name. As expected from the offspring of the fallen star. Atticus's eyes flickered with confusion. Fallen star. The figure ignored the question, its tone suddenly shifting. Do you know where you are? Atticus stared silently for a moment before shaking his head. This, the figure said, and with a gesture, Atticus's hovering form turned to face the vast hall, is the eldest veil, a sanctuary of memory, crafted by the last of my kind. Its purpose is to inform those deemed worthy of the truths of the past. The past. The man's gaze sharpened. Do you wish to know? Before Atticus could respond, the invisible force holding him snapped. He flew backward, slamming onto the smooth floor and skidding for meters before regaining control. The figure's voice thundered. Then prove that you are worthy. The air around them exploded. The walls of the hall stretched endlessly, dissolving into the void. The floor beneath them expanded, seeming to stretch infinitely in all directions. Atticus's hand shot to his katana. His battle intent flared as his cold eyes locked on the figure. The man slowly stood from his cross-legged position. The movement was unhurried, calm, yet it carried a weight that made Atticus feel impossibly small. The aura radiating from the man was vast, suffocating. It pressed down on Atticus like a mountain, making his knees tremble. He clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms as he fought to stay upright. Defeat me, the man said, his voice sounding like a god's decree. Prove that you are worthy. Shit, Atticus cursed inwardly, sweat forming on his brow. The man had immobilized him without lifting a finger. How was he supposed to win? Ozaroth, Atticus called for his prideful spirit. If Ozaroth had any ideas, he was all ears. Ahem. I'll let you handle this, Bond. I can't hold your hand every time now, can I? Atticus resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Shameless. He forced his mind to focus, analyzing, strategizing. Think. There's always a way. Always. The figure chuckled, the sound like the crackling of a bonfire. I like that look in your eyes. Even in the face of hopelessness, you refuse to cower. The aura around the man shifted, shrinking in size. The suffocating pressure receded slightly, but its potency remained. You need not worry, the man said, his tone turning serious. I am fair. The oppressive aura condensed further, drawing into the figure's form until it matched Atticus's own power level. Now, the man continued. We are equals. He gestured toward Atticus, his battle intent peaking. Come. The world stilled. Nothing but silence. The stars above shifted ever so slightly, their reflections on the polished black floor flickering faintly. The air was heavy, the tension suffocating. Atticus didn't wait. No hesitation. No second guessing. He moved. There had always been arguments among the Ravenstein family about which element was the fastest. Heated debates, fiery tempers, endless disputes. Some claimed it was fire, for its relentless and destructive force. Others argued for water, for its adaptability and fluidity. But among them all, two factions always remained silent. Air, the freest of all elements. Unbound, unrestrained, it moved with unparalleled speed, invisible yet everywhere at once. A force so fast it could escape any confinement, flowing through every crack, every opening. And lightning. Pure, unrelenting energy. It didn't just move, it raced, tearing through the sky with a deafening roar. A raw force of nature, faster than thought, faster than the eye could follow. Since waking from his deep slumber, Atticus had discovered something staggering. His intelligence had increased to incredible levels, affecting every aspect of his abilities. Before, when using the peak aspect of his elements, Atticus could focus only on one element at a time. But now, he wasn't bound by that limitation. Air, lightning. He had both. Atticus's voice rumbled. Lightning domain fusion. A pillar of blinding white light erupted from Atticus, tearing upward into the void above. The energy swirled, crackling violently before being absorbed back into his body. Boom. The sound ripped through the space as Atticus became a streak of lightning, his thoughts splitting as the air currents gathering around him in formless waves. His form blurred, his movements incomprehensible. Lightning crackled with each shift, and air spiraled around him, compressing and expanding with each motion, filling the atmosphere with sharp bursts of energy. The combined forces of air and lightning tore the atmosphere apart. The air currents sharpened his strikes, while the lightning amplified their destructive force. In an instant, he was upon the figure. Thousands of slashes tore through the air, every strike infused with the dual forces of air and lightning. Sonic booms erupted with each cut, the compressed air parting violently under the weight of his speed. The slashes converged, forming a massive crimson arc charged with blinding electricity and razor-sharp wind. It tore through the space itself, racing toward the figure. But the man didn't flinch. With a faint smile, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The crimson arc vanished. Gone. Atticus's eyes widened in shock. His mind raced, processing what had just happened. The Dimensari, space manipulation. He teleported it. The crimson arc reappeared far in the distance, detonating with catastrophic force. Boom. The explosion lit up the dark expanse, shaking the very foundation of the space. The force sent a blast of wind rushing back toward him, carrying the heat and power of the unleashed energy. But the man didn't even glance at the destruction behind him. With a faint smile, he raised his head slightly. Intriguing, the man said, his voice calm yet amused. Atticus's instincts took over. His body moved on its own. He flickered again, faster, lightning itself, unbound and untamed. His form dispersed, splitting into multiple streaks of crackling energy that zipped through the void. Each streak left a trail of crimson arcs in its wake, multiplying with blinding speed. Echo strike, Atticus's cold voice echoed through the space. The arcs multiplied. Thousands of crimson slashes materialized in the air, each a fraction of the original's power but no less devastating. They converged, forming a web of destruction around the man. The figure's eyes flickered with surprise. He raised his hand to snap his fingers again but paused. A smile tugged at his lips. Impressive. Each crimson slash was coated in space molecules, forcing the man to wrestle for control of the space when he tried to teleport them. The man tilted his head to the side, marveling at Atticus's ingenuity. To think a human could have such affinity for the space element, a human from an unranked world nonetheless. As expected from his offspring. The attacks landed. Boom. Dust and shockwaves exploded outward, shaking the entire space. The smooth floor cracked under the force, and the stars above flickered violently. Atticus stood still, having put some distance between himself and the man. His katana was in hand, eyes narrowed. Did I get him? He muttered. Ozeroth snorted in his mind. You just had to jinx it. The dust cleared. The air turned oppressive, suffocating. Atticus's eyes landed on the figure. He stood in the same place, unharmed. Not a flicker of damage marred his form. But something had changed. His aura had become monstrous. Atticus felt it all at once, the lethality of the vampiros, the void of the nullites, the brightness of the Evolari, the fire of the dragons, the regeneration of the regenerary. Every race's power swirled around the man, their energies converging into one overwhelming force. The man's eyes glowed blood red, and claws glinting like black steel extended from his fingers. The space molecules churned violently around him. The stars above dimmed, and the floor beneath warped under the sheer weight of his power. The man smiled faintly. You've proven resourceful, but this is only the beginning. Atticus's grip on his katana tightened. The man disappeared. Atticus barely had time to react as the figure reappeared beside him, his razor-sharp claws striking with blinding speed. Clang. The clash sent sparks flying, the sheer force of the collision reverberating through the hall. Atticus, muscles strained, his teeth gritted as he held his ground against the man's overwhelming strength. The polished floor beneath his feet cracked, unable to withstand the pressure. With a powerful shove, the man pushed forward, sending Atticus shooting backward like a bolt. He streaked across the hall with blinding speed, his body skimming the surface of the floor before twisting midair to regain his footing. His katana hummed with energy as he landed, skidding to a halt. In that moment, his exosuit activated. The dark, gleaming armor enveloped him, locking into place with mechanical precision. Energy surged through his body, mana and spiritual energy swirling together in perfect harmony. His speed peaked, his movements sharper and more fluid. Power coursed through him like a storm, and for the first time in the fight, Atticus felt a glimmer of control. His crimson eyes locked on the man. Move. Attack. Now. Just as he prepared to strike, the man raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The energy around Atticus stilled. The swirling spiritual energy that fueled his strength vanished, snuffed out in an instant. The man's voice rumbled. You will prove yourself as an Eldorothian should, without crutches. Atticus's thoughts dropped. I can't use the spiritual element. What an annoying old man, Ozeroth muttered in his head, his tone filled with irritation. Atticus's expression darkened, but he didn't hesitate. He adjusted, refocused. There was no time to dwell, he was in battle. If he couldn't use the spiritual element, he would rely on mana. His power surged, his katana gleaming as mana flooded his body. The man smiled faintly, as though pleased, and then, they moved. They clashed. The air screamed as they met in the center of the hall. The man moved effortlessly, chaining attacks with powers from every race. Space distorted, blood-red spears materialized, firestorms raged, and illusions blurred reality. Atticus countered with everything he had. Lightning surged through his body as he danced between attacks, ice formed barriers, fire burned through the illusions, and his katana slashed through the distortions of space. The air cracked with each collision. The ground shattered beneath their feet. Atticus's speed was blinding. His movements were calculated, sharp, every strike aiming for the slightest opening. The man's power, however, was overwhelming, primal. His mastery of countless abilities made him unpredictable. Fire erupted from his claws, forcing Atticus to sidestep. Space bent around the figure, warping Atticus's perception and forcing him to rely purely on instinct. Atticus could also use most of these abilities, but compared to this ancient being, he seemed like a child just learning to walk. Regardless, Atticus pushed harder, channeling the full force of his elements. The wind howled around him, amplifying his speed, while lightning surged through his katana, every strike leaving trails of crackling energy. Atticus's eyes sharpened. Adapt. Overcome. Those words sang in his head like a mantra. The clash continued, each strike faster, harder, more desperate. The clash continued, each strike faster, harder, more desperate. I can't feel any spiritual energy, Atticus thought grimly. He couldn't explain it, but the figure seemed to have absolute authority in this space. Earlier, when the man had snapped his fingers, Atticus had completely lost connection to the spiritual energy in the air. It was as if, in the entire black expanse, there wasn't a shred of spiritual energy left to harness. He couldn't use the one in his body either. Atticus had no doubt the man could do the same with mana, but for some reason, he hadn't done so. Atticus tried everything in his power to gain the upper hand. His elements worked in tandem, his katana art split the air, and he even tried to predict the man's movements. Yet no matter what he did, it was all to no avail. He couldn't read the figure. The man's fighting style was both refined and bestial, each move a perfect combination of precision and raw instinct. There wasn't a single wasted movement, not a shred of hesitation. It was as though the man knew exactly where Atticus would be and what he would do before he even thought about doing it. I'm the one being read. Atticus felt exposed, bare. Every action of his seemed to be anticipated, as if the figure could see through his very thoughts. There wasn't a single opening to exploit. He had never felt like this before, not even when battling Magnus. Boom. The air shook as they collided once more, an intense shockwave rippling across Atticus's body, making his bones quake. Are they really different abilities? Atticus's mind was muddled. His entire focus was locked on the figure's every move, and in that process, he noticed something strange, something that confused him even more. The man was utilizing every power of the different races Atticus knew in Eldoralf. But his synchronicity was off the charts. In fact, he was using them so seamlessly that they didn't feel like separate abilities at all. They felt unified. As though they were all just facets of one singular bloodline. What is going on? The thought unsettled him. If his observation was correct, it would be groundbreaking. Everything he had seen so far pointed to a singular truth. This place had been created by the last of the man's kind. It existed to inform the worthy of the past. Atticus's mind raced through countless scenarios, each more unbelievable than the last. Yet, one theory kept nagging at him, refusing to be dismissed. From the beginning, in Eldoralf, could it be that there was? What are you thinking about now? Ozeroth's voice sliced through Atticus's thoughts, sounding sharp and urgent. The abrupt shout snapped Atticus back to reality, his eyes regaining focus just in time to see the figure's head hurtling toward him like a battering ram. Crack. The sound of bone meeting bone echoed through the hall like a thunderclap. The impact rattled Atticus's skull, his vision exploding with stars. His brain felt like it had been shaken loose, and his entire body went limp as he shot backward, tumbling headfirst across the ground. His words slurred as his head spun. Ozeroth, I think, I can see 3 moons. Wait, no, one of them is a potato. Bond. Bond. Ozeroth's shout reverberated in his mind, snapping him out of his delirium. Atticus's eyes sharpened as he regained focus, only to see a foot descending toward his face like a meteor. His pupils constricted. Move. Now. He exhaled deeply, his mana and elements churning as he mimicked the flow of water. His body twisted gracefully, slipping just beneath the kick as it tore through the air, leaving a shockwave in its wake. He landed lightly, his movements fluid as he shot backward, putting distance between them. His boots skidded across the smooth floor, sparks trailing beneath him. Atticus soon came to a stop, katana raised, his cold eyes locking on the figure. The world fell silent again. The stars above stilled. The figure stood tall, his gaze sharp and piercing, staring down at Atticus with an almost bored expression. Don't tell me this is all you have, the man said, his tone laced with disappointment. As his offspring, I expect more. Atticus ignored the cryptic remark, forcing himself to focus. He had almost made a grave mistake by overthinking earlier, and it had nearly cost him everything. It was something he wouldn't allow to happen again. He's not holding back, Atticus thought, his mind serious. That kick, if it had landed, Atticus was certain he would have lost his head. The first blow to his skull had cracked it. Blood streamed down his temple, dripping onto the ground. But for the Atticus of now, it was nothing. The wound healed as fast as it had appeared. The man took a single step forward, the air around him growing heavier. I suggest you give this all you have, he said, his voice cold and final. The consequence for failure is death. The word hit Atticus like a hammer. Death. His grip on his katana tightened, his knuckles turning white. He had wondered about this from the beginning. Would the man simply let him leave if he failed to prove himself? No. Atticus had known deep down that failure wasn't an option. This is life and death. Before Atticus could act, something in his robe pocket lit up. The artifact Whisker had given him. A moment later, Whisker's voice rang out, loud and carefree, echoing through the hall. Heya, my star actor. Whisker's tone was playful, even cheerful, completely out of sync with the dire situation. If you're hearing this, that means you actually decided to go where I asked. Took you long enough. Atticus froze, his eyes wide. What was happening? Even the man paused, watching with mild intrigue. And don't worry, Whisker continued. I'm very sure you'll thank me later. Probably. Maybe. Okay. Maybe not immediately, but eventually. Atticus's expression darkened, and Ozeroth remarked dryly, what in the void is wrong with this beast? Oh, Whisker added, and they could all hear the sound of popcorn crunching in the background. Almost forgot. I set this audio to play just before you enter the space. Little heads up. When you step inside, prepare your mind. Once you're in, it's all or nothing. You either succeed, or you die. No in between. So think about that before you decide to go in. Anyway, good luck, and you're welcome. The recording ended abruptly, leaving the hall in deafening silence. Atticus blinked rapidly, far too shocked to speak. Even Ozeroth was silent, both of them trying to process what had just happened. Was he serious right now? Finally, Ozeroth broke the silence. Damn, what a crazy person. Atticus had no intention of refuting. Crazy was the only word to describe Whisker. The man, however, seemed amused. He hummed thoughtfully, his voice resonating across the space. So it was that beast who sent you here. Interesting. Atticus's eyes sharpened. He knows Whisker. The man nodded faintly as though he could read his mind. I must admit, I was surprised by his unique power. But it seems his strength isn't the only thing of note. He's been here before, Atticus realized. As the thought settled, his mind churned. If Whisker had already been here, why hadn't he just told him about the history? Why force him to go through all of this? Atticus's grip on his katana tightened, his expression darkening. When I get out of this, I'm tearing that beast apart. He wanted nothing more than to follow through on that thought. Suddenly, the air grew heavier, chilling Atticus to the core. The oppressive weight pressed down on his body. His gaze locked onto the man as the aura surrounding him transformed, becoming denser, more suffocating, and filled with an intensity that made the space tremble. Atticus's heart pounded, and his breath quickened as he watched the figure's body change. Scales as dark as obsidian covered his skin, radiating power. Crimson eyes, glowing with the lethality of the vampiros, stared through him. Traces of every race appeared on the man's form. The sharp, angular features of the Evolari, the burning embers of a dragon's fire, the spectral glow of a requiem. He wasn't one race anymore. He was all of them. Atticus adjusted his stance, his katana steady in his grip. His cold, calculating gaze stayed locked on the figure. He felt it in his bones. This was life and death. Bond. Atticus's eyes narrowed. Now wasn't the time for dramatics. He gestured inwardly for Ozeroth to speak quickly. The spirit's voice was quiet, filled with shame. You have no options left. And I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Atticus froze, wondering what the spirit was trying to say. Our power in this lower world is limited, Ozeroth continued, his tone grim. In the spirit world, things would be different. But here, this isn't my domain. What happened last time, unfortunately cannot happen again. Atticus's mind raced. His thoughts darted back to the battle with Blackgate in the past, where Ozeroth's overwhelming energy had surged through him, temporarily elevating his power to paragon levels. But that had only been possible during their bonding process. The excess energy had been used to achieve that feat. It was a one-time event that couldn't be replicated. Ozeroth's voice was grave. You're on your own here. And there's only one path forward. Atticus's heart pounded in his chest. He knew what Ozeroth was referring to. The fourth art. Entering the katana realm to unlock it was the only way forward. The only way he could gain the power he needed. But the risks were immense. It's dangerous. I could die. The odds are. Ozeroth interrupted his thoughts with harsh truth. You'll die here for certain if you don't try. Take your chances, Bond. Atticus exhaled slowly, forcing his mind to steady. Ozeroth's words were harsh and blunt, but they were simply the truth. It was either certain death or a chance for survival. The choice was clear. The figure took a step forward, his presence shaking the space around them. I believe it's about time we stop playing. His voice rumbled, deep and thunderous, reverberating through the air like the drumbeat of doom. I suggest you give this your all. I'll be getting serious now. The floor cracked beneath him as he moved closer, each step sending shockwaves rippling outward. The stars above flickered, dimming under the weight of his aura. Atticus's grip on his katana tightened. But instead of attacking, he closed his eyes. The figure paused, raising an eyebrow. What are you up to? In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared, reappearing in front of Atticus. His fist, cloaked in burning energy, blitzed toward Atticus's head with unrelenting speed. Just as it was about to connect, Atticus's voice murmured, calm. Space domain. Boom. A dark light erupted from Atticus, piercing into the endless void above. The shockwave was so intense that the man's fist halted midair for a brief moment, the force rippling through the hall and shaking the very foundation of the space. The man's gaze flickered with surprise before his expression returned to indifference. Useless, he muttered, pressing forward. The fist moved again, the air splitting around it as it descended toward Atticus. Then, the world stilled. The space froze, and time itself seemed to pause. The figure's fist hung in the air, mere inches from Atticus's head, as everything around them faded into silence. Atticus's consciousness was pulled away, drifting into the void. Ozeroth's voice sounded in his head, steady and yet filled with a strange warmth. Listen, Bond, there's a high chance I won't be with you on this journey. That is why I need to say this. Atticus remained silent, his mind calm as he listened to the spirit's words. As Ozeroth finished speaking, his voice turned softer as he continued. You are stronger than you know. This is why I chose you. Remember that, no matter what. Show them why you are my Bond. The voice grew faint, Ozeroth's presence slipping further away. Good luck, Bond. You'll need it. Then, everything turned dark. Darkness. That was all Atticus could see for an indeterminate amount of time. Time seemed distorted, unquantifiable. All Atticus knew was that it passed. And during this time, his mind was quiet, far too quiet considering how loud it had become after his bond with a certain spirit. Atticus could feel the faint presence of Ozeroth within him, their unbreakable connection still there. It was as though the spirit was watching him, observing silently. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach him. He didn't mind the quiet. But he also wouldn't have minded Ozeroth's usual sharp commentary either. Clearing his head of unnecessary thoughts, Atticus began preparing himself for the upcoming adversity. His life was at stake, and he had every intention of giving it his all. Time passed. The darkness began to recede, replaced by a blinding white light that flooded Atticus's vision. He flinched, shielding his eyes with his arm. When the brightness dimmed, he lowered his arm and found himself standing in a pristine white room. Before him stood three men, their auras potent and suffocating. A few minutes earlier, the white room was tense, thick with a palpable weight that settled over its occupants. Three men stood apart and each of them had pure white hair. The first man had a relaxed air about him, his posture loose and unbothered. A sly grin curved his lips as his gaze shifted to the second man. Seeing you here is unexpected. A man of honor, they say. Yet here you are. The second man, lean with sharp, chiseled features, had hair as white as snow and eyes as cold as steel. His expression remained stoic, his head turning slightly to glance at the speaker. He said nothing, his silence sharper than any retort. The first man's grin widened. In your lifetime, you wouldn't even cheat an animal. Yet here you are, about to do the unthinkable. And let's not forget how you bullied the others to thin out the competition. The stoic man's gaze remained steady, unmoving, before he finally looked away, saying nothing. The first man laughed. Nothing to say. No denial. Thought so. He then turned his attention to the third man. Shorter than the other two but no less imposing, the third man carried a cynical air around him. His white hair was in disarray, reflecting the volatility of his personality. And you, the first man sneered. Even you're here. Surprising. I thought you'd be too busy brawling with the weaker ones. The third man frowned, his expression darkening. Do us all a favor and shut up. His voice was rough, his tone curt and dismissive. The first man's grin didn't waver. Touchy, as always. Silence fell between them, the tension growing heavier, as if the very air in the room could shatter at any moment. Finally, the first man broke the silence. What do you think? Will this boy be the one? Will he pass the fourth trial? No one answered immediately. Their gazes dropped slightly, their thoughts churning. These three men were the strongest among those who lived within the katana. In their prime, they had lived long, gathered immeasurable strength, and achieved greatness before their deaths. They were not ones to waste time, and yet here they were, contemplating the boy's odds. Their presence here alone was proof of their belief in Atticus, however slim that hope might be. But the silence wasn't just thoughtful. Beneath it was something darker. Personal. Their gazes flickered suddenly, snapping to the side. A few meters away, a white-haired boy appeared at the room's entrance, staring at them calmly. Their gazes met. Three men, enemies. Atticus appeared calm on the outside, but internally, he was anything but. As soon as the blinding light had subsided, his head began to spin, and his battle intent surged. His hand instinctively reached for his katana, only to find it wasn't there. It's not just that. Atticus wasn't sure if the trial had officially begun, but he had already conducted a quick assessment of himself. He needed to figure out what abilities he still possessed and make a plan for any eventualities. No spiritual energy. No elements. Just mana. The realization was brief but devastating. He was left with only mana and no weapon. Atticus refused to let it unsettle him. He didn't believe the katana would give him an impossible trial. Instead, he focused on the men in front of him, scrutinizing them carefully. Do I have to defeat them? The three men silently scrutinized him in return. After a moment, the first man smiled, as though reading Atticus's mind. We're not your enemies. Don't worry, your trial hasn't started yet. Atticus narrowed his gaze, saying nothing. The man smiled wider. Looks like Cedric's words were true. You're not an impulsive one, Atticus's eyes flickered slightly at the mention of Cedric. You know Cedric? No. The man burst into laughter, as though Atticus's question was amusing. We lived with the man for centuries. You mean? Yes, the man nodded. The other two men standing silently to the side fixed their gazes on Atticus. Were all previous wielders of the life weapon. Shit, Atticus thought. To him, it was bad news. What could the fourth trial possibly entail if it required not one, but three spirits to guide him? The earlier trials had been impossibly challenging, and Cedric alone had been sufficient. He decided to stop overthinking it, nodding at the revelation. All right, what is the fourth trial? Atticus asked. The man's mouth twitched, caught off guard by Atticus's reaction. He had expected more, shock, confusion, or even awe. Instead, the boy remained unfazed, his calm demeanor not showing a hint of excitement. You don't want to know what happened to Cedric? The man asked, tilting his head. Atticus's eyes lost focus for a second, a wave of sadness washing over him. It's fine. He already told me what would happen to him. His eyes were calm, steady. The three men paused, silently staring at him. Such a firm mind, they each thought. The first man smiled, but just as he was about to speak, a cynical voice interrupted from the side as the third man spoke. Stop wasting time and just get to the point, he said sharply, turning to Atticus. For the fourth trial, you only need one spirit to accompany you on your journey. You will select between us. The first man shot the third a dirty look but didn't argue, turning back to Atticus instead. He's right, he said, his voice calmer. You have to select one of us to continue. Why? Atticus asked plainly. Why what? Why do I have to select one of you? Why doesn't the katana just assign me a guide? It's also part of your trial, the man responded. What is the fourth trial about? And do you each have different quirks to offer? Atticus tried to make sense of it all. Having to choose a spirit seemed odd, almost like a trap. Did they each bring unique advantages? Will you fight alongside me during the trial? Atticus asked before the man could respond to his earlier question. The first man sighed deeply, shaking his head. I cannot reveal the nature of the trial, unfortunately, he said. Yes, we each have different quirks, but no, we will not fight with you. Our role is to guide. Atticus's mind raced, Ozeroth's parting advice echoing in his thoughts. I see, he muttered thoughtfully. So I just choose one of you. The three spirits nodded in unison. All right. Without hesitation, Atticus turned and pointed at the silent man who had remained still throughout the scene. I choose you. All three spirits blinked, taken aback. Even the silent man seemed momentarily surprised. Are you sure? The first man asked, his tone filled with disbelief. Atticus nodded firmly, his decision unchanged. Why? The first man pressed, unable to hide his curiosity. He had gone out of his way to be kind and cooperative, answering Atticus's questions calmly to secure the boy's favor. Yet, it was clear Atticus wouldn't change his mind. Because he's quiet, Atticus said bluntly. The room fell silent, and the spirits exchanged incredulous looks. Because he's quiet, the first man repeated, as though confirming he had heard correctly. Atticus nodded again, his expression unreadable. All right, the first man said reluctantly, sighing in defeat. He didn't push the matter further, realizing there was nothing more he could do. In an instant, the first and third spirits vanished, leaving only Atticus and the silent man behind. The two stared at each other for a moment. True to his word, one of the reasons Atticus had chosen this man was because he seemed quiet and to the point. Whatever the fourth trial entailed, Atticus had no interest in dealing with a talkative guide. The silent spirit finally nodded at him. In the next moment, the room dissolved around them, and they both disappeared. A blinding light erupted in the middle of an endless desert. As it dimmed, Atticus appeared, his sharp gaze already scanning his surroundings. Beside him hovered a miniature, translucent version of the guide he had just chosen. Atticus performed a quick inspection of himself once more, his mind racing. He flexed his fingers, feeling the familiar presence of mana within him. His earlier assessment held true, he could only use mana. The heat pressed down on him like a weight. He swept his gaze across the horizon. An endless expanse of golden sand stretched in every direction, interrupted only by shimmering mirages. The sun blazed high above, glaring, with just enough time left before it dipped toward the horizon. It would set soon. It's hot, Atticus muttered, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. The sun's intensity was oppressive even for him, and he found himself truly missing his elements. He frowned. Something felt off. I still don't have my katana, he thought. A deep voice broke through his thoughts. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Atticus turned to face the spirit. Firstly, my job here is to guide you by providing information. But there's a limit, the spirit said. I can only tell you about things you're directly involved with. For example, since you've now entered the trial, I can tell you its objective and your goal. Atticus nodded, his expression cold, his mind focused. What's the goal? The spirit's translucent form crossed its arms. Simple. Reach the other side of this world. That's it. The rest will fall into place as you go. Is there a time limit? No, the spirit replied, shaking its head. But, its voice hardened, there are no second chances. Once you die, it's over. Atticus's eyes narrowed, but he wasn't surprised. He was already aware of this fact. He exhaled deeply, trying to focus, when a flicker of movement caught his attention. His gaze shifted to the top of a nearby sand dune. Something strange poured down its side, soft, fluid, and ethereal. Mist. But this wasn't ordinary mist. Atticus could feel it, a strange, foreboding energy radiating from it. Despite the distance, it was already making him feel weaker. What is that? He quickly asked, his tone sharp as he pointed toward the approaching mist. You're not directly involved with it. I can't tell you, the spirit said, shaking its head. Atticus frowned, his fist tightening. It doesn't matter. I won't let it touch me. Without hesitation, he spun away from the mist. His mana surged, coiling through his legs as he bent low, preparing to move. Focus. Don't get distracted. In a burst of speed, Atticus shot forward, sand exploding behind him. He streaked through the desert like a blur, the world narrowing into a single point, the horizon. He knew it wouldn't be as simple as running to the other side. The trial would challenge him, push him to his limits. But Atticus was ready. As the mist crept closer, swallowing the dune behind him, the desert seemed to stir. The ground beneath his feet rumbled faintly. And high above in the sky, the sun set. In the next instant, Atticus's cold gaze flickered. Atticus's cold gaze flickered as his eyes turned to the sky. What? The sun had just set, yet it felt as though he had been thrusted into another world. Atticus couldn't explain it, it felt strange. It felt dangerous. His eyes darted backward, landing on the ominous mist pouring forward from behind him. They widened as he registered its speed and the distance it had already traveled. The mist surged ahead, devouring the desert at an incredible pace. It's fast, Atticus noted calmly, though his mind worked rapidly. Despite the darkness, his sharp perception pierced the night's veil. He saw everything, the shifting sands, the faint stars, the encroaching shadows. His elements might be sealed, but his mana control and perception remained razor sharp. Turning his focus forward, he asked, "What happens at night?" His voice was calm, calculated. The spirit paused, its miniature form staring at him. He's sharp, it thought. The question wasn't random. Atticus was already maneuvering within the constraints of the spirit's rules. He knew the spirit could only comment on events directly affecting him, and nightfall clearly qualified. After a brief hesitation, the spirit answered, "You might get hunted." Atticus's eyes narrowed. The words were simple but carried weight. Might. That one word revealed a possibility, a way to avoid the threat. A chance to survive. How can I survive the night? He asked, cold and direct. The spirit's gaze flickered with slight shock. Remarkable reasoning. Most would panic, asking about the nature of the threats or their odds of survival, questions the spirit couldn't answer, wasting valuable time. But not Atticus. He framed his question perfectly, pulling useful information from the vague rules. You find a place to hide, the spirit said flatly. And you stay completely quiet. Atticus's gaze hardened. The words were still vague, but they hinted at something crucial. Stay quiet. He was still processing the information when the desert erupted. A piercing howl shattered the silence, chilling the air. The sound reverberated across the dunes, sharp and primal, sending a shiver down Atticus's spine. The ground beneath his feet rumbled. Faint tremors at first, then stronger, the vibrations drawing closer. Atticus's expression darkened as his mind raced like lightning. I'm being hunted. Multiple enemies. Fast. Closing in. Instinct kicked in. Boom. Atticus shot forward, his body a blur. Mana surged through his legs, doubling his speed. His silhouette streaked across the desert like a blue flash, silent. But the howls only grew louder, closer. The mist behind him surged faster, gaining on his position. Atticus's sharp eyes scanned the terrain ahead, searching for cover. The endless dunes stretched on, offering no solace, no shelter. His gaze flicked backward once more, shock flickering in his eyes as he saw the mist gaining ground. It was as though it was sentient. As he picked up speed, so did it. And as the mist closed in, so did the piercing howls. Atticus instantly felt it. There, coming from the mist, the sensation of being watched from multiple directions crept over him, and it didn't feel good. Does that mean the mist itself doesn't have any harmful effects? He quickly dismissed the thought. The fact that the mist was racing to catch up to him in a trial designed to push him to his limits spoke volumes. It could only be bad. The mist surged forward, faster than ever. Atticus's eyes darted around, scanning his surroundings as his mind worked rapidly to find a way out of this situation. His gaze locked onto a tall dune, more like a sandy hill, in the distance. His mind calculated quickly. It'll buy me a little time. I can handle them first. Without hesitation, his figure exploded forward, his speed leaving a streak of movement in the air. Within seconds, he reached the peak of the dune. Atticus turned, facing the mist. As expected, he thought, his cold gaze flickering. As he had anticipated, the mist remained at the base of the hill, its form dispersing slightly as it surrounded the hill. It appeared to be moving at a lower elevation, and the hill was simply too tall for it to ascend quickly. However, Atticus could see it gradually creeping upward. The mist has surrounded the area, but I don't think I was supposed to outrun it from the start, he reasoned. The mist was ascending slowly, but it was clear that staying on the hill all night wasn't an option, it would eventually engulf him. Atticus replayed the spirit's advice in his mind. To survive the night, he needed to hide and be quiet. He interpreted this advice as logically as possible. In the vast desert, there wasn't a single visible place to hide. The underground was an option, but without his earth element, digging his way to safety felt too easy and far too risky for a trial designed to push him to his limits. Moreover, the mist had been matching his speed, making it impossible to outrun for long. This meant the trial wasn't about outrunning the mist. It was his first challenge. As for hiding and staying quiet, it required more intricate thinking. To hide doesn't necessarily mean to find a corner and conceal myself, Atticus thought. It's possible to hide in plain sight. All I need to do is follow the second piece of advice, I need to be quiet. However, this wasn't an option while the beasts chasing him were still a threat and had probably locked onto him. Which was why Atticus had decided to handle them first, fast. The miniature spirit watched Atticus silently, arms crossed, as though it had much to say but couldn't. Atticus caught the spirit's glance but didn't focus on him. He already suspected he might be wrong. But he had prepared a contingency plan to offset any errors in his assumptions. If I'm wrong, I'll at least gain enough information about the beasts to adjust my approach, he reasoned. By engaging directly with the beasts, the spirit would be obligated to reveal critical information. At this point, Atticus's priority was to gather as much intel as possible to handle whatever obstacles the trial threw at him. Honestly, Atticus wanted to get involved with them. He had no idea how many nights he would spend in this trial, so to him, the best strategy was to figure them out on the first night and avoid them in the rest. The silver glow of the moon bathed the hill, highlighting Atticus as he stared down at the mist. His gaze narrowed as the rumbling of the ground intensified, his guard raised to the absolute peak. They're coming. He could feel their presence drawing closer, the atmosphere thickening with an oppressive weight. They're strong, Atticus noted. Yet something felt off. It was difficult to get an accurate assessment of their power, as though the mist itself acted like a cloak. The rumbling abruptly stopped. The mist parted in multiple spots at the base of the hill. Atticus's gaze sharpened, his battle intent peaking. He waited, ready to confront whatever had been chasing him. But nothing appeared in his vision. Instead, a wave of bloodlust hit him like a tidal wave. And then, step, step. What? Atticus's eyes widened. The sound was faint, very faint, but he could hear it. The unmistakable sound of multiple footsteps approaching. Yet, that wasn't what shocked him. He could see the marks they left in the sand as they walked. He could hear the echo of their movements. But that was all. The steps were numerous, overwhelming, but they're invisible. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't see them. No eyes. No forms. Nothing. The steps stopped. An eerie silence fell, oppressive and suffocating, broken only by the faint whistle of the wind. Then came the howls. A cacophony of feral, sharp cries tore through the desert, vibrating through the very air. The footsteps pressed harder into the sand, the ground cracking under their weight. And then, they lunged. They're fast. Atticus's mana surged violently, his instincts screaming at him to act. He reached out to form a weapon with his mana, but then he felt it. Something was wrong. The mana refused to respond. What? He whispered, his cold gaze narrowing as another wave of footprints appeared in the sand, closer this time. The invisible forms were more than halfway up the hill now, closing in at an alarming speed. He had no elements, no spiritual energy, no weapons. Yet Atticus's gaze only grew colder. He entered a stance, his breathing slowing as he achieved a state of utter and complete focus. His muscles coiled, mana surging through every fiber of his body, amplifying his strength and speed. His vision sharpened, the world around him slowing as his senses heightened to an extreme. He could hear it, the faint rustle of sand disturbed by invisible paws. The subtle whistle of wind as their forms cut through the air. The primal energy radiating from them. And then he saw it. The air rippled faintly, parting slightly as the beasts moved. Though they were invisible, they still had form. Their presence disturbed the air around them, creating faint distortions that Atticus locked onto. From the nature of the footprints, Atticus formed an accurate picture in his mind. 4 footprints per beast. Wolf-like creatures. A third set of footprints appeared in the sand, just meters away. The world stilled. Atticus exhaled, his glowing blue eyes narrowing as his focus peaked. Every step, every ripple, every breath, he noted it all. 3 first. He moved. A burst of speed left afterimages streaking behind him. The air screamed as his body cut through it, and his fingers shot forward, straight as steel, striking where he calculated the neck of the first beast to be. The creature let out a low whimper, its invisible body crumpling to the ground. For a brief moment, its form flickered into view as it died, a massive, wolf-like creature with jagged fangs and sinewy limbs. But Atticus didn't pause. Another beast lunged, its claws slicing through the air. Atticus twisted, his arms moving like blurs, striking down with the force of a battering ram. Sonic booms echoed as his movements shattered the air. Another fell. And another. They came faster now, closing in from all sides. They're trying to surround me. The hill was wide, and the invisible beasts had started running in a semicircle the instant the battle began. Atticus could see their strategy, they were trying to box him in. I can't let that happen. Atticus zipped across the width of the hill, his strikes methodical and relentless. Blue streaks trailed his movements as beasts collapsed around him, their invisible forms briefly outlined in the sand. But the tide didn't stop. The beasts adapted, using the fallen as platforms to leap higher, their claws swiping down at Atticus from above. He lost the advantage of tracking their footprints. Still, there was no hesitation. His focus shifted, locking onto the faint distortions in the air. His strikes became sharper, his movements tighter, minimizing every wasted motion. Beast after beast fell, their bodies piling up in invisible heaps. But Atticus felt it, something was wrong. His strikes slowed for a fraction of a second as his mind raced. They're not strong, but they're endless. His gaze flickered to the spirit floating beside him, calm and composed despite the chaos. Tell me everything about them, Atticus demanded, his movements not pausing. The spirit nodded. Finally, you ask, he said. These beasts are called whisperfangs. They hunt only at night and are attracted to sound, any sound you make, even your breathing. Atticus's eyes narrowed. How do I escape them? If they can't hear you, they can't find you. They're drawn to the sounds you make, not their own. But, the spirit's voice grew more serious. Those that have gotten close enough to smell you have already marked you. They will follow that scent. The information slammed into Atticus's mind like a thunderbolt. He processed it instantly. No sound, no scent. That was the key. Without hesitation, he pivoted, mana surging within him. He turned toward the peak of the hill, his body low to the ground. And then he leapt. A flash of movement as Atticus soared through the air, descending rapidly toward the desert below. The whisperfangs roared behind him, their invisible forms scrambling to follow. He hit the sand with a roll, his momentum carrying him forward. His breathing slowed, controlled, every sound suppressed. Silent. Atticus moved like a shadow, swift and quiet. Atticus felt weak. It was as though his energy was being siphoned from his body, drained with every breath as he moved. Just as I expected, he thought, gritting his teeth. The mist was thick, wrapping around him like a suffocating blanket, cold and oppressive. It clung to his skin, seeped into his lungs, and leached at his energy with every movement. Atticus had already suspected this would happen. The moment the mist surrounded the hill, he knew he had no choice. It wasn't a matter of avoiding it, it was inevitable. As he leapt from the peak of the hill, he burst into the mist, parting it like water. His landing was precise and soundless. A roll carried his momentum forward, his body moving with fluid efficiency. His legs churned like pistons, silent and impossibly fast. Each step barely touched the sand, leaving no sound, no trace. His breathing slowed to a whisper, his heart pounding in a controlled rhythm. Atticus moved like a shadow, quiet and unseen. But he wasn't alone. He could hear them. The sound of countless footsteps echoed behind him, an army of invisible beasts. The soft crunch of sand, the vibration of their claws hitting the ground, the distant howl of their hunger. They were coming. Can you hear me? Atticus tried to see if he could communicate with his spirit through thoughts. This was a trial designed by the katana. It seemed unlikely it wouldn't have accounted for something like this, unless, of course, the katana was hell-bent on making this as hellish as possible. Luckily, that wasn't the case. Yes, I can. Hearing the thick voice of his guide in his head brought immense relief. Atticus wasted no time. Tell me everything about this mist, he demanded, his mind racing even as his body pushed forward. Now that he was in the mist and directly affected by it, the spirit could give him answers. The spirit didn't hesitate. This is the void veil mist. It appears only at night and drains energy from any living thing caught within it. The more you exert yourself, the faster it drains you. Atticus's eyes narrowed. How do I stop it from draining my energy? Simple, the spirit replied. The less you exert yourself, the less it absorbs. Exert nothing, and it takes nothing. The information hit Atticus like a thunderbolt. His brain worked rapidly, piecing together possibilities. How do I escape it? You don't, the spirit said bluntly. You were never meant to escape. Even at your top speed, it will engulf you. It's not something you can outrun. What about the beasts? They're not affected. The spirit shook his head. They're a product of the mist. It doesn't affect them. It's their domain. Atticus's jaw tightened. A trap. He glanced back. The invisible beasts were gaining, their footsteps multiplying. Despite the many he had already killed, there were still countless more. Going quiet was useless now. The beasts had marked him with their scent. Running would only drain him further. Fighting would draw more blood and sound, attracting even more of them. To an observer, it seemed like checkmate. But the spirit's gaze flicked to Atticus, narrowing in curiosity. One mistake would mean certain death, and yet, despite everything, the boy's expression remained calm. Atticus's cold eyes flickered as his thoughts raced, considering every possibility, weighing every outcome. The spirit couldn't help but marvel. Even in this situation, it muttered. Among the wielders of the katana, Atticus was by far the youngest to have ever attempted the fourth trial. The spirit could remember its own trial vividly, the fear that had gripped it when faced with a similar situation. And yet, here stood this young boy, utterly calm. Just as the spirit marveled at his composure, Atticus's gaze hardened. His streaking figure came to an abrupt stop. He turned sharply to face the oncoming horde, his aura shifting. He had decided. Running was impossible. Staying quiet was impossible. So, he would fight. His stance was sharp, his feet planted firmly on the ground, both arms raised and steady. His piercing blue eyes glowed faintly, cutting through the oppressive darkness. The mist thickened around him, cold and heavy, blurring everything. But Atticus wasn't relying on his sight alone. His heightened senses had reached their peak. He felt them. The air itself moved, subtle shifts, the faintest vibrations carried by the mist. The sound of the beasts' steps grew louder. A howl tore through the air, sharp and guttural, shattering the silence. Atticus's body tensed. He felt it, a ripple in the air. 50 meters. Closer. The beasts rushed forward, their invisible forms slicing through the mist. The air parted with their speed, the flow disrupted as they charged. 20 meters. They split, fanning out, encircling him like predators toying with their prey. They ran in a circle, their movements rapid and relentless. The sound of their steps echoed in unison, a haunting rhythm that filled the void. But Atticus didn't move. His stance didn't waver. His arms remained raised, steady and unmoving. The beasts seemed to wait, as though testing him. Atticus's thoughts were calm, cold. They don't hear their own sounds. Only mine. There was no escape. The open space offered no cover, no retreat. Every strike would make noise. Every action would draw more. But it didn't matter. He was ready. And he would fight. The first attack came. 3 beasts lunged at once, their forms tearing through the mist. Atticus's eyes closed. His breath slowed. Stillness. Then, his hand moved. Like a viper. Fast. Precise. Deadly. His fingers pierced the air, striking the beasts' throats in rapid succession. The mist quivered as their bodies collapsed to the ground, leaving faint, flickering impressions in the sand. The howls erupted again. More lunged, faster, from every direction. Atticus's body didn't flinch. His feet stayed planted, unmoving. Only his torso twisted, his arms moving like lightning, his fingers striking with blinding speed. Thud, thud, thud. The faint sound of his strikes reverberated through the mist, sharp and lethal. His fingers moved like a Gatling gun, cutting through the air with a whistle as they struck one beast after another. Each attack was minimal, efficient, perfect. The beasts fell in rapid succession, their bodies piling up around him. The air reeked of blood, but Atticus didn't stop. The mist thickened. The attacks grew more relentless. Beasts burst through the piles of their fallen, leaping at him with vicious ferocity. But Atticus didn't panic. His mind worked like a machine. Finally, his foot moved. He stomped the ground with force, sending the invisible bodies flying in every direction. The sound of the impact rippled through the mist, drawing more beasts. They came in droves, rushing toward him. But Atticus didn't move from his position. He stayed rooted, his arms a blur, striking down every beast that dared to approach. The bodies piled higher, but Atticus stood tall, silent, unyielding. In an instant, the death toll entered into the thousands. Despite his relentless actions, his mind never once stopped working. From the very beginning, ever since his guide had provided information about the mist, Atticus had found the entire situation odd. The katana was forcing him into a specific scenario. This whole trial felt orchestrated, as though there were preordained rules and situations that every challenger would inevitably face. The beasts, the mist, Atticus was certain every challenger of this trial experienced the same as he was. This small fact revealed something crucial to Atticus. There was a way out of this situation. A solution all challengers were meant to discover on their own. The purpose of the trial, after all, was the fourth art. His current fighting style wasn't just a strategy to survive, it was a method to try and figure out the solution. The more he exerted himself, the more energy the mist absorbed. Atticus needed time to think, which meant he had to minimize his exertion while maximizing efficiency. With his approach clear, Atticus's mind churned faster than ever, working through every clue. Why can I augment my body with mana but can't use it for any art? No matter how much he tried, Atticus couldn't manipulate his mana for anything beyond augmenting his body. He couldn't shape it to form weapons, nor could he perform any of his arts. This made his thoughts shift to his training for the other katana arts. He had never needed other arts during his training. In every battle, the katana arts had always enough. Atticus had always thought it was just his elements, but what if? Atticus's mind flickered as the puzzle pieces clicked into place. What if, from the beginning, I was never meant to use any other art but the katana art during the trials? Everything suddenly made sense. His elements had always never been the only restrictions, his other arts had always been restricted too. If I can't use any other arts but the katana art, then I'll use that. He didn't know what the fourth art was, but if the trial was designed to push him toward it, then he just needed to find the right way to direct his mana. Atticus's thoughts sharpened. His hands moved rapidly, striking down the invisible beasts from every angle. Each blow was precise, piercing throats and shattering spines. But the swarm didn't relent. Even as his strikes continued, his mind remained focused, testing different possibilities. He tried moving his mana in new ways, stirring it, forcing it to obey, but it resisted him at every turn. No matter how he tried to direct it, the mana refused to respond. Doubt crept into Atticus's mind. Was my assumption wrong? Then, something struck him like a lightning bolt. The beasts were circling him, attacking akin to a coordinated storm, closing in tighter with each moment. The pattern, the circle, it all connected. Circle, swirling, Atticus muttered under his breath. The spirit's eyes widened, shock appearing across his face. He figured it out already. But there was no time for further reaction. Atticus's mana churned again, and this time, it responded. With a single, unwavering focus, he twisted it inside himself. A sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced surged within him. It began as a ripple, a faint, swirling movement at the core of his mana. It spun slowly, like the first tentative revolutions of an immense wheel, before gaining momentum. Faster. Stronger. Inside him, it felt like an unstoppable vortex forming, pulling everything into its center. Waves of power radiated outward, spinning in perfect rhythm, growing fiercer with each cycle. Atticus's gaze sharpened. His breathing steadied, and then, it happened. The storm erupted. A swirling blue wave of energy coiled around his fingers, crackling and alive. He moved. The next beast lunged at him, its invisible form cutting through the mist. Atticus's strike met it, and the swirling mana shredded the beast into pieces, tearing through flesh and bone as if slicing through water. The howls grew louder. The ground trembled beneath him as dozens of beasts converged on his position. But Atticus didn't flinch. His piercing blue gaze snapped open, his mana erupting outward once again. It exploded. A violent surge of swirling energy burst from him, radiating in all directions. The shockwave tore through the ranks of invisible beasts, the mist itself twisting violently under the force of the storm. The nearest beasts disintegrated, their shredded forms scattering across the sand. Atticus stood at the storm's center, his glowing blue eyes cutting through the chaos. For a brief moment, the world stilled. The remaining beasts hesitated, trembling under the weight of an intense bloodlust that slammed into them like a tidal wave. The spirit watched in shock, his translucent form quivering as he took in the scene. This boy. Time resumed. Piercing howls shattered the silence as the beasts attacked from all directions, frenzied and relentless. Atticus exhaled, cold white air streaming from his nostrils. His mana churned, spinning with unstoppable momentum. And then, the storm erupted again. A swirling vortex of mana surrounded him, shredding any beast that dared approach. Atticus moved like a predator, his body cloaked in the energy of the storm. He tore through their ranks, his strikes precise and devastating. Blood soaked the sand, pooling beneath him as the beasts fell one by one. The vortex spun faster, shredding flesh and scattering remains with each rotation. Beast after beast fell, their howls fading into the oppressive silence of the desert. Until only one remained. It lunged, its invisible form desperate and wild. Atticus caught it midair, his hand closing around its throat. The beast trembled in his grip, its flickering form barely visible as it disintegrated under the force of the swirling mana. Without a word, Atticus tossed the shredded remains aside. The desert fell utterly silent. Not a single sound remained. The spirit stared, his gaze filled with complete disbelief. He killed them all. What the hell, he thought, utterly shaken. What the hell, the spirit thought, utterly stunned. No, shock couldn't even begin to describe the overwhelming emotions coursing through him. He had been dead for centuries, trapped inside the life weapon. Back in his time, despite all his confidence and belief that he would be different from the other wielders, it had been the fourth trial that ultimately killed him. Over those long years, he had watched countless wielders attempt the fourth trial. Never once had he volunteered to guide anyone. Why? Because he truly believed no one could pass the fourth trial when even he had failed. But that changed when Cedric began speaking about Atticus. Every spirit within the katana had been intrigued, curious to see this boy for themselves. He had been no different. The challenge Atticus had just completed was the same one every wielder faced as the first stage of the fourth trial. And never in history had anyone passed it on the first night. It wasn't just about figuring out the technique. It was about doing so in such a disadvantaged situation, and then instantly learning and applying it to combat in mere moments. For the spirit, reaching the level Atticus had just demonstrated had taken countless nights during his own trial. Many more nights had passed before he finally annihilated the invisible beasts entirely. Atticus had achieved all this in a single night. And he had done it within moments of starting the fourth trial. The spirit's astonishment deepened as his eyes focused on Atticus. There might be a chance he passes the fourth trial. No one had ever done it before. But now, for the first time, the spirit felt certain, if anyone can do it, it will be this boy. Atticus exhaled heavily, his cold gaze sweeping across the now quiet desert. Blood drenched the sand, pooling around him. The mist is gone, Atticus noted silently. The desert was clear. No more mist. No sign of the beasts. I must have passed the challenge, he muttered under his breath. The spirit snapped out of his thoughts, clearing his throat as he floated in front of Atticus. That's right, the spirit confirmed, meeting Atticus's gaze directly. Atticus wasted no time. Was this the first part of the fourth art? He asked. In his training for the other katana arts, he had always learned them step by step. The first step was always about understanding how to move his mana. The spirit nodded. That's correct. You've just learned the first part of the fourth art. Atticus's expression didn't change. He took a deep breath, calming his mind. First things first. Is the mist coming back tonight? He asked. The spirit shook his head. Atticus pressed further. What about the beasts? They won't be coming back. You don't have to worry. If the katana wasn't satisfied with the level you reached with the technique, the mist wouldn't have dispersed in the first place. Hearing that, Atticus sighed in relief and lowered himself onto the blood-soaked sand, sitting down. Without his elements, Atticus couldn't stop the blood from splattering onto him. At this point, his body and clothes were drenched in it. I'm tired. His breathing slowed as he stared up at the silver moon. The night was cold, and the soothing breeze brushed against his skin. It's perfect for sleeping. Atticus shook his head abruptly, clearing the thought. He slapped himself lightly on the cheek, forcing his focus to return. You can't relax, not until after the trial, he reminded himself. The battle had been more draining than Atticus could have anticipated. His mana reserves were utterly depleted, and his body was thoroughly fatigued. The final moments of the fight had been the most taxing. Pushing himself to the limit had caused the mist to siphon away even more of his energy. After taking a few minutes to catch his breath, Atticus turned to his guide, who stood quietly, watching him. "How many parts are there?" Atticus asked, his voice low. Since he had started learning the fourth art, he could now ask general questions about it. 3 in total, the spirit replied. "Do I have to go through challenges like this to learn them?" "Yes," the spirit nodded. 2 more challenges, Atticus thought, his expression steady. "What are they?" "I can't tell you that yet," the spirit said. As expected, Atticus's expression remained unchanged. He hadn't started the second and third challenges yet, so it made sense that he couldn't receive answers about them. He had only been trying his luck. After that, Atticus asked no more questions. Instead, he closed his eyes and meditated, focusing on recovering his lost strength and mana. Without his elements or exosuit, his recovery was slower than usual, but it was still significant. Even as he meditated, Atticus never let his guard down. He slowed his breathing and ensured he remained completely silent, maintaining vigilance. Fortunately, the spirit had been right. The mist and invisible wolves didn't return, leaving Atticus undisturbed throughout the night to recover. Morning arrived in a blip, and Atticus felt thoroughly refreshed. The silent night and his meditation had worked wonders. His fatigue was gone, and his mana had fully recovered. However, as he stood up, stretched, and began walking, another problem arose, one Atticus had rarely experienced in his life. Grumble. Atticus raised an eyebrow at the sound of his stomach growling. "I'm hungry," he muttered, baffled. Just as he was about to ponder the development, something hit him, a wave of intense heat, slamming into him like a suffocating blanket. Atticus's gaze shot toward the sky, his eyes narrowing at the flaming orange sun burning brightly above. Its golden rays were scorching, bathing the landscape like a furnace set to its highest temperature. The heat was unbearable, so intense that sweat instantly drenched Atticus's body, only to evaporate a moment later, wisps of smoke rising from his form. What the hell? The next second, it hit him again, this time, an intense thirst. A thirst so severe that it felt as if even an entire ocean wouldn't be enough to quench it. Atticus's expression darkened. It seemed the trial had only just begun. "What is that, son?" Atticus's tone was sharp. At his current strength, he could go days, months even, without needing food or water. He mostly ate out of leisure, and because Anastasia wouldn't tolerate him skipping meals, he had no choice but to eat regularly. But now, after just one night, he was hungry. Something was definitely wrong. The spirit nodded in approval, seemingly pleased that Atticus hadn't wasted time addressing the obvious. "This sun is called the Hunger Sun," the spirit explained, its tone serious. "It accelerates your body's metabolic and respiratory systems, forcing your body to expend energy at an extreme rate. This makes you feel hunger and thirst far faster than normal. Even with your mana augmentation, it tricks your body into behaving as if it's been deprived of sustenance for weeks. The longer you're under it, the worse it becomes." Atticus frowned. How bothersome. Now he was sure, the katana was deliberately trying to push him to his limits. He was here to learn the fourth art. What did eating and drinking have to do with that? His gaze flickered as he turned his thoughts inward. "Is this the second challenge?" he asked directly. "I can't answer that," the spirit responded evenly. Atticus nodded, understanding the implication. If it was the second challenge, the spirit would have been able to confirm it. Exhaling deeply, Atticus thought, "So I have to eat and drink water." A twinge of irritation flickered through him. He started moving through the scorching desert. At first, he broke into a sprint, hoping to leave the desert behind before the sun roasted him alive. But in the next second, he regretted it. His pace only increased his body's temperature, and coupled with the searing sun, it felt like he was boiling alive. Sweat evaporated the moment it formed, leaving his skin dry and his body burning. Not only that, the faster he moved, the worse the hunger and thirst became. "How do I cure this hunger and thirst?" Atticus asked. The spirit nodded, impressed by Atticus's sharp thinking. The boy hadn't asked where to hunt for beasts or how to find water. Instead, he focused on the source of the problem, seeking a cure to the unnatural hunger and thirst directly afflicting him. "It'll come to you," the spirit said cryptically. Before Atticus could process the words, a piercing screech tore through the air. He came to an abrupt stop, his gaze snapping toward the sky. The light of the hunger sun nearly overwhelmed his eyes, but Atticus didn't care. His lips curled faintly in satisfaction as his gaze locked on a massive, eagle-like beast soaring high above. He wasn't the only one excited. The beast's fierce gaze burned with hunger as it locked onto Atticus. Finally, prey. The beast's aura shifted. Its wings stretched wide, casting a massive shadow over the sand. Its sharp, curved beak glinted under the blazing sun, and its talons flexed, ready to rip and tear. It screeched again, the sound tearing through the desert like a war cry. But just as it prepared to dive, something changed. The puny boy dropped to the ground, his body coiling tightly, almost folding into himself. The beast paused mid-flight, its sharp eyes narrowing in confusion. It hovered, unsure. The prey wasn't running. He wasn't moving. He wasn't even looking at it anymore. Unusual. Then, in the next instant, boom! Atticus shot upward, a streak of force tearing through the air like a bullet. The beast's head snapped forward. Its sharp eyes widened in shock. Queek! It didn't have time to comprehend. Atticus appeared in front of it, his piercing blue gaze locking onto its own. The beast froze. Its wings stiffened mid-flap. Its instincts screamed at it to flee, but its body wouldn't respond. And then it happened. A swirling blue wave erupted off Atticus, unstoppable and relentless. The mana storm tore through the beast, killing it in an instant. Its gaze remained baffled, locked on the boy who had transformed from prey to death itself. And then, silence. The corpse of the beast plummeted from the skies, but Atticus caught it before it could hit the ground, using his swirling mana to soften his landing. That was hot. The brief ascent had taken him closer to the scorching hunger sun. Atticus hadn't thought it was possible for the heat to worsen, but the higher altitude proved him wrong. He truly wasn't a fan of flying in such conditions. Finally, food. Atticus handled the corpse with care. During the brief battle, he had reduced the intensity of his swirling mana, ensuring that he only targeted lethal spots without damaging the body excessively. Using a sharp edge formed from swirling mana, he sliced through the beast's thick hide, peeling it back with ease. The smell of raw meat filled the air, but Atticus didn't flinch. He had done this countless times during his training at the Abyss Chasm, where he first met Whisker. He expertly carved out chunks of meat from the beast's body. Meat first, he muttered, working quickly. Next, he targeted the beast's chest cavity. Digging through with his mana-enhanced hand, he found the water pouch nestled near its organs. Piercing it carefully, he allowed the cool liquid to drip into his mouth. Not much, but it'll do, he said, feeling instant relief from the scorching heat. His attention then turned to the feathers. Those could work. They were large, sturdy, and perfect for creating shade. Atticus plucked several, arranging them into a makeshift umbrella. Using one of the beast's bones as a pole, he stabbed it into the ground and secured the feathers on top with sinew, forming a shaded area. Finally, he skewered the meat onto a spit fashioned from bone shards and set it to roast using the searing heat from the sun. As the meat sizzled and browned, Atticus sat under his feathered umbrella. The harsh sun was now nothing more than a distant irritation. Not bad, he muttered, watching the horizon while keeping his senses alert for any threats. For the first time in what felt like ages, he allowed himself a moment of peace. While this unfolded, the spirit watched Atticus with a bewildered expression. This boy, the fourth trial, where none had ever passed and every failure meant death in reality, was being treated like a picnic by this boy. Atticus, however, paid no mind to the spirit's expression. His entire focus was on the food. When the meat was finally ready, he turned to the spirit and asked if there was any danger in eating it. The spirit shook his head. Nodding in satisfaction, Atticus dug in with glee, drinking the remaining water afterward. Too little to save for later, he muttered, finishing everything. After resting for a few minutes, he stood and continued his journey. With his feather umbrella in hand, the journey through the scorching desert became slightly more bearable. But the reprieve didn't last long. The rumble of thunder filled his ears. Turning his gaze skyward, Atticus saw dark clouds gathering rapidly. Moments later, heavy drops of water rained down, crashing to the ground like glass shattering on stone. Turning his gaze skyward, Atticus saw dark clouds gathering rapidly. What now? He muttered, irritated. Within seconds, heavy drops of water began to fall, slamming into the ground with the force of glass shattering on stone. His feather-made umbrella stood no chance. The rain shredded it apart as if it were made of paper. Atticus's eyes narrowed, and his arms shot upwards, shielding his face from the relentless barrage. From a single glance, it was obvious, this wasn't ordinary rain. The droplets fell with the speed and impact of bullets. It stings, he thought grimly. Though his arms managed to block the rain from striking his face, the rest of his body was left vulnerable. The relentless downpour hammered his skin, each drop feeling like a rubber bullet slamming into him. At his rank, Atticus's body was tougher than steel, capable of withstanding normal bullets without a scratch. Yet this rain was far from pleasant. It felt as though he were being pelted by an unending volley of projectiles. Is this the second challenge? He asked through gritted teeth. I can't answer that, the spirit replied flatly. Atticus nodded, his expression darkening. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. This is just another way for the katana to make my life hell, he muttered. Then, after a pause, his gaze narrowed. One day, I'll find the sick bastard who created this weapon and have a long discussion with him. The spirit glanced at him, briefly stunned by his confidence in such a situation. How do I survive this rain? Atticus asked quickly, his focus sharpening. You endure, the spirit responded without hesitation. Atticus's expression darkened further. He had feared this answer. It's trying to wear me down, he concluded almost instantly. First, the hunger sun had pushed his body to its limit with scorching heat and thirst. Now, the icy rain was freezing him to the bone, leaving him weak. Atticus voiced his thoughts, asking if the rain was a preparatory phase meant to weaken him before the second challenge. The spirit, after a brief moment of shock, confirmed his suspicion. Having his assumption validated, an idea sparked in Atticus's mind, a way to gauge when the second challenge would begin. How many more of these should I expect? He asked. The spirit hesitated, clearly impressed by Atticus's ability to maneuver around the rules. Even as water fell with bullet-like force, he still found a way to extract critical information. This will be the last one, the spirit finally admitted. Good, Atticus muttered, his resolve hardening. Now I just have to survive this with minimal strain. The air temperature had plummeted, and the icy rain gripped his body with an intense chill. Every drop drained his warmth, leaving him weak and shivering. His focus began to waver, his thoughts clouding as his body struggled to adapt. The once dry desert sand transformed. Pools of water formed atop the dunes, turning the terrain into a slippery, shifting mire. With every step, Atticus's boots sank into the wet sand, the ground clinging to him like quicksand. His movements were slow and each step was measured, his weight balanced to prevent slipping or wasting energy. The rain reduced visibility, the horizon now obscured by a gray curtain of water. Atticus continued forward, his breathing steady, white frost escaping his lips with each exhale. His body trembled, but his mind remained focused. The rain did more than just cool his overheated body, it pushed him to the brink. The rapid temperature change left him feeling sluggish, his limbs heavy. Despite the conditions, Atticus pressed on. He refused to use even a shred of mana, relying only on his natural strength and endurance. It was hellish. It was painful, but not once did Atticus pause. His piercing blue eyes shone through the now darkened world as he took one step after another, steady and relentless. The spirit watched silently, though only he truly understood the weight of what he was witnessing. He remembered his own trial. A few minutes in this hellish rain had been enough to drive him underground, seeking refuge from the unbearable cold. But an hour had passed, and Atticus had not stopped, not even once. A question formed in the spirit's mind, one he silently vowed to ask Atticus when the time came. And so, the hours went by under the freezing rain. Each step was grueling, each breath a challenge, but Atticus endured. Finally, as he took another step forward, the world shifted. Atticus's gaze flickered. What? The change was so abrupt that it took him a moment to regain his bearings. The rain had stopped, and the intense cold was gone. But the darkness remained. That was until the silver glow of the moon illuminated the area, bathing it in a calm, ethereal light. He turned to look back. I've left the desert. Behind him stretched an endless expanse of dry desert. But in front of him lay a lush green forest, filled with towering trees that stretched high into the sky. A heavy silence gripped the entire area, so intense that Atticus could hear his own breathing reverberate softly through the forest. What is this forest, and how will I survive it? Atticus chose to communicate inwardly. The last thing he wanted was to make a sound and attract unwanted attention. Even his breathing had grown almost imperceptible. The spirit responded immediately. This is a normal forest. And it poses no danger to you. Atticus frowned, sensing the emphasis on the word, it. So its occupants will, he reasoned silently, though he didn't need confirmation. He already knew. Before taking a step forward, Atticus circulated his mana through his body, feeling a surge of energy course through him. His fatigue washed away, and while he wasn't back to full strength, he felt optimally prepared for battle. He stretched lightly, loosening the tension in his muscles from the cold rain. Taking a deep breath, Atticus stepped into the forest. Almost immediately, his gaze flickered. The color is changing. He looked up at the sky and saw the silver moon slowly turning red. His expression darkened as he felt something draining his mana. Atticus exhaled heavily. This is becoming annoying. He was tired of all the unnecessary extras. Without all these obstacles, Atticus was certain he would have already learned the fourth art by now. But he had no choice. The situation had changed. He had planned to move cautiously and steadily through the forest. But now, with his mana being siphoned every second, that approach would be foolish. Every moment he lingered in the forest was another portion of his mana lost. Atticus's gaze hardened. I have to move quickly.